Chapter 251. A group of wastes called yarn. Why does human society need laws? In the very beginning, there must have been no laws in human society. People at that time either you kill me or I kill you. The corpses were all over the field, and the blood flowed into rivers. But people killed, and finally found out that something was wrong. Because the strong have their own strong hands. If everyone is killing people indiscriminately, everyone will worry about not seeing the sun the next day. So to solve this problem, rules, laws, and enforcers were born. Long Zhan's role at this time is equivalent to being a law enforcer in the last days. Their arrival made these guys who could have killed people unscrupulously restrained a lot. His suggestion is also very simple, that is, each force can send the strongest awakened person to get these places. This can not only prevent human beings from killing each other, but also allow every force to participate in it, and even ensure that the 120 people have sufficient combat effectiveness. It can be said that this is a best of three approach, and other forces also think this proposal is good. After all, the military dare not monopolize such a large secret realm, let alone dream about it. It is a blessing to be able to participate in it. But 15 positions? Hearing the young man's voice, Long Zhan couldn't help but frowned, and the others subconsciously looked in the direction of the voice. This is a young man in black tight sportswear. When Long Zhan came to the ring to speak, other forces surrounded the edge of the ring. Even if each faction forms an alliance with the surrounding forces, a certain distance is maintained between them. And this young man, standing alone in the corner with 3 or 4 women, was in stark contrast to other base forces with only 3 or 50 people at every turn. This boy. Brother Lu. It's him. Seeing Lu in the corner, most people didn't know him, but there were quite a few people who knew him. In addition to Lang Tianlin and Lu Xiudong, there are also Luo Zhenyi's from Hutumen, Zhao Bin, and Luo Qingqing from the new generation. Needless to say, Lang Tianlin and Lu Xiudong, why is Luo Zhenyi's here? Because Luo Zhenyi's is not only a strengthener, but also a soft rice man who knows how to endure humiliation and cling to the powerful before the end of the world. Building relationships with superiors is his forte. When the base spies saw this secret realm and reported it to the higher authorities, he happened to be having dinner with the base leader Feng Shi. So they came together. As for Zhao Bin, that's not to mention. He was originally the captain of the new generation base, so it was reasonable to appear here. Luo Qingqing followed him out to see the world. Luo Zhenyi's and Luo Qingqing were originally not in the same base. When the end of the world came, one of them was at home and the other was at school, and their survival routes were also different. In this post-apocalyptic world without mobile phones and computers, it is difficult for relatives to meet again once they are separated, let alone they have not thought about finding each other. But now, fate has reunited them in this secret realm. Lu's voice made them discover a particularly unexpected figure by coincidence. Hey, is that Chi? Sister? How could she? Looking at the short-haired girl in a black battlesuit with bandages on her hands, the father and daughter were stunned at the same time. Boy, what do you mean? Not far to the right of Lu, a leader of a force called the Tiger Gang asked with a frown. In addition to Lu and the military, there are not only 13 forces here, but 15. Originally, when everyone was calculating the power quota, they automatically blocked Lu. You know, among the bosses present, which one doesn't have 50 people under his command? How could it be possible to count the places of Lu and those people? And even if this is the case, the remaining dash positions are not enough for their dash power points, and now there is one more Lu? 15 positions are needed even if you open your mouth? What are you kidding? Everything has to be first come, first served. Lu was not in a hurry, and said calmly, I am number 1 who entered this secret realm. Your military came so late, and you dare to ask for 30 positions directly? Then I want 15 positions, isn't it too much? Hey, do you know what you're talking about? This kid, is he crazy? What do you mean first come first? Thought this is a peaceful world, how about eating in the school cafeteria? This is a secret place. 15 positions? You really dare to speak? Hearing Lu's words, all major forces talked about it. Not only was he unwilling to give Lu a quota, but he also felt that Lu was a little arrogant. The military's proposal is only 10 positions for one faction, and it's fine if you only have 3 or 5 people around you now. You still want 15 positions? This is not only taking opportunities in the hands of other powerful bosses, but also slapping the military in the face. Seeing this, Luo Zhenyi hurriedly took advantage of the chaos and whispered a few words into Feng Shi's ear. The same is true for Zhao Bin. Even Lu Xiudong quickly ran to Long Zhan and whispered the situation. After listening to Lu Xiudong's narration, Long Zhan subconsciously looked at Lu, and a look of surprise appeared on his calm face. Your name is Lu. Long Zhan spoke slowly, and the others quickly quieted down. Good. Do you think the way I handled it just now is unreasonable? Very unreasonable. For example, let's not talk about the issue of first come first served, or the question of whether 10 people are enough for a power. The power gap between powers alone is not a star. Liu looked at the surrounding forces with contempt. You said that some base bosses are not as powerful as other younger brothers. What qualifications do they have to enter the secret realm? Tell me, what qualifications do they have? Damn it, kid. Hey, who are you talking about? Looking for death, right? I am grass. A group of trash is called wool. Liu picked his ears impatiently. You can't even beat that mentally handicapped man in a white suit. What right do you have to shout in front of me? Damn, who are you calling trash? Fuck you. It's just crazy. This kid is too arrogant. Seeing Liu's arrogant appearance, everyone present scolded endlessly. Long Zhan frowned. Lu Xudong and the others were dumbfounded. Luo Kekai was also surprised from ear to ear. She knew that Liu was very arrogant, but she didn't expect to be so arrogant. With just one sentence, not only offended all the survivors, but also despised Lang Tianlin. Where does your confidence come from? Lang Tianlin immediately clenched the silver gun in his hand. Retarded? This kid actually called himself mentally handicapped? And the subtext is that he is much stronger than himself? Damn, court death. Hey, Luo Kekai, you won't form an alliance with this kid, will you? Being ridiculed in front of so many people, of course Lang Tianlin would not remain silent. From the moment Liu spoke, he discovered Luo Kekai's existence. Seeing Luo Kekai standing beside Liu, he felt very upset. Because Luo Kekai was the woman Lang Tianlin fell in love with. As a domineering president, how can the woman I like allow me to stand behind someone else's man? Therefore, he, who wanted to kill Liu, immediately started to fight back. Lang Tianlin's voice was so loud that it stopped all the discussions present. After hearing Lang Tianlin's words, Luo Kekai didn't know what to say. She formed an alliance with Liu just to get the qualification to enter the secret realm. But Liu's way of dealing with things that despised all beings really made her a little incomprehensible. This kid is only alone now, and he has committed public anger. If you continue to stay with him, you will only be eliminated. Seeing Luo Kekai's hesitation, Lang Tianlin sneered and reminded, leave him quickly, otherwise he will be attacked by everyone later, and it will definitely affect you. As soon as these words came out, Luo Kekai was stunned. The others came back to their senses immediately. Yeah, there's only one kid here. Teach him a lesson first. Damn, count me in. Count me in too. And I. Whoosh whoosh. Countless figures rushed around Liu, and soon surrounded Liu and Luo Kekai. It was easy for them to take the blame on a young man who had committed public outrage. Hey, hello, your military won't take care of this, right? Come a few more people, beat him out first. Little brat, you asked for this. Hee, how dare a person be so arrogant? What the hell? Who said our boss is alone? The sudden voice interrupted the shouting and cursing of the crowd. The crowd followed the sound. Shhhhhhh. A humanoid dinosaur with a tail and scales was running in this direction. At the entrance of the secret realm behind him, there are countless beams of teleportation beams of white light. Just like you deserve to be my boss opponent? Get out of here. Chapter 252 You are really not qualified. Lang Tianlin is a domineering president, and his behavior is indeed unreasonable. But that doesn't mean he's an idiot. Seeing Liu committing suicide, he offended everyone with one sentence. If he still doesn't know how to take advantage of the situation, then he is really an idiot. What he said to Luo Kekai just now was to remind others that Luo Kekai was not with Liu. There is only one person in Liu. If you don't gang up on him at this time, when will you wait? The others naturally understood Lang Tianlin's secret words, and began to besiege Liu one after another. Seeing this, Luo Kekai was in a dilemma for a while. She has experienced the end of the world for 10 years. Under such circumstances, she should have chosen interests and abandoned Liu without hesitation. But, although this guy is very annoying, but he knows so many things and is so strong, he should not do things he is not sure about. This was the fleeting thought in her mind just now. So she finally chose to stay. As for the military, facing Liu provoking everyone and committing public anger, they have no way to stop others from besieging Liu. But Liu had saved Lu Xudong and his comrades after all, so Lu Xudong personally wanted to stop them. But while he was still reporting and observing the situation, the humanoid dinosaur appeared at the entrance of the secret realm. His running speed was extremely fast, and a cold drink attracted most people's attention. And these forces are already on the verge of breaking out. Seeing someone come out to stop them, 2 enhancers immediately rushed forward to stop him. The humanoid dinosaur is naturally Wu Jiang. Because he had been to the secret realm once before and had personally experienced the awesomeness of the secret realm, he also rode the fire cloud leopard when he came here. So when he heard that Liu had discovered the secret realm, he became excited and came to the secret realm faster than others. Facing the two people who blocked him, he slapped his paw without saying a word, and the enhancer who was facing him quickly dodged. With this little strength, I can't dare to be bad. The enhancer wanted to taunt, but his face suddenly changed. Because the opponent's claws were just a false move, and the real attack was the dragon's tail covered with scales? Boom! The dragon's tail was extremely fast and powerful, and under the cover of the dragon's claws, it directly sent the man flying. 2 chest ribs were broken in an instant. Fuck! This boy! Damn it, hurry up! This kid is a bit tricky. Don't worry, let's solve this first. As long as we kill him, we will. One of the Earth-type supernatural beings who surrounded Liu saw a large number of teleportation beams behind Wujiang, and hurriedly asked everyone to deal with Liu first. Unexpectedly, before he finished speaking, Liu had already disappeared in place. When he came back to his senses, he saw a flash of lightning. Boom! He only felt that his lower abdomen was hit by a huge force, which not only paralyzed his whole body, but also left his brain blank. Unable to bear the impact, the whole person took off into the air. As soon as he landed, a wind blade appeared in front of him. With the power of Liu's current wind blade, even if he used the rock layer to defend in time, he was still blown away again. The terrifying cutting ability cut the clothes on his chest, an incision from the left shoulder to the lower abdomen on the right side, blood spurted wildly, and the bones were visible deep. What? The man let out a scream. Want to kill me? That's a good idea. A cruel smile appeared on the corner of Liu's mouth, it's a pity. Before Liu finished speaking, his figure disappeared again. Next second. Boom. Another person was sent flying by Liu. You are really not qualified. Little bastard, go to hell. Taking advantage of Liu kicking one person away, a man holding a dagger appeared beside him at a very fast speed. He is an assassin with faster speed than normal awakened. At this time, he bowed slightly, aiming the dagger at Liu's lower abdomen. This blow does not seek to kill the enemy, as long as it can injure the opponent, it is blood. It's just that his level is obviously not enough, and Liu doesn't pay attention to this speed at all. But just as Liu dodged the knife sideways and was about to draw his sword to fight back, a cold voice sounded. Young Master Liu, leave this person to me. Kill him. As soon as he finished speaking, a black figure holding a hidden blade appeared behind him at a faster speed than the assassin man. Kill. As soon as Liu said the word kill, the hidden sword stuck to the assassin's neck, and swiped to the right forcefully. Puff. Although the hidden blade is just an ordinary weapon, the strengthener's body has also improved the ability to resist blows. But this assassin is only a middle-level bronze, and the neck, a fragile part without protective equipment, still can't stop the sharpness of ordinary weapons. The assassin man didn't even have time to open the space teleportation, and was wiped by the other party's neck. Liu didn't have time to ask the assassin's life and death, so he wiped his left hand ring with his right hand, and a golden light came out of his right hand. Almost at the same time, boom boom boom. Several fireballs hit Liu in this direction. Liu turned sideways and flicked the long sword at will. Whoosh! A powerful wind wall instantly blocked the fireballs. A bunch of trash, die! A cold voice sounded, and the black figure rushed into the crowd with the golden sword light accompanied by strong wind and lightning. For a time, the wind howled, lightning flashed and thundered, and wailing was everywhere. What's up with this kid? Good and fast speed. What are you all doing in a daze? Let's go together. Get rid of this kid first. Hurry up and stop his people. Since you choose to do it, there is no room for maneuver. Even if they stop now, will Liu let them go? Won't. Therefore, at this time, the power to act will definitely not show mercy. Even Liu's teammates had to get rid of them. It's just that the combat power of the two sides is not at the same level at all. Although apart from Wujiang, no one else heard what happened inside. But seeing Liu being besieged and they being attacked for no reason, of course they would instinctively fight back. The Fire Phoenix sword with silver patterns in Lu Ruobing's hand is sharp and fast, and every time a sword is struck, someone will see blood. Although Wei Jianjun's speed was not fast, it was compared to perverts like Lu Ruobing and Liu. Compared with these survivors, they are completely crushed. A fortifier with an axe in his hand was stunned when he saw that the opponent took his axe with his hands. Boom! Before he could react, he was thrown flying by the opponent's iron fist. Next up, a young man who threw a spell joined the battle with a human tiger and a chimpanzee. The strangeness of the spell, the powerful melee ability of tigers and orangutans. It is simply difficult for these awakened people to parry. Wherever it goes, no one can stop it. Boom, bark, whir. Fire, thunder, wind, All kinds of supernatural powers finally locked on the target, and they smashed towards them overwhelmingly. Many of them are supernatural combination skills. But the appearance of several black barriers made these elemental abilities disappear without a trace. A girl with twin ponytails wearing a black princess dress and carrying a bear backpack appeared in their sight. This is... What's the situation? Seeing their abilities being swallowed by the black light, the ability users were collectively stunned. At this moment, Lu's cold voice sounded. Get rid of those supernatural beings first. Okay. Clear. Pass it to me. Damn, stop them. Go to hell. Go away. It's just you. Their combat effectiveness. Good, so strong. How so? I can't beat it. Go quickly. Oh shit. Although the survivors of the major forces have an absolute advantage in terms of numbers. But with the entry of teammates like Luu, the battle is still one-sided. Seeing that the situation was irreversible, everyone quickly opened the space teleportation to escape. As the white lights lit up, a large number of space barriers with white runes appeared on the battlefield. It's just that Lu's teammates teleported in just now, but this time, a large number of survivors teleported out to save their lives. He looked at the corpses here, and then at the light of a large number of space runes sent out. Not to mention the other survivors, even Lang Tianlin, Long Zhan, and Luo Kekai all stared with disbelief in their eyes. What's the situation with these people? Of course, the one who was more confused than them was Lu Xiudong. Because he found an unusually familiar figure among this group of people. Little sister. Chapter 253 Killing, want to have fun? Originally, Luu wanted to impress these forces by himself. After all, he now not only has super fast movement speed, but also has full-level swordsmanship and danger perception. Coupled with Silver's high-level all-attribute ability, one-to-many is his strong point. But his teammates arrived in time, saving him a lot of energy. Wu Jiang ran first because of his excitement. Because of the special skill of Shadow Assassin, Su Ling was able to help Luu solve an assassin after Wu Jiang. The others came a little slower. Without Luu's instructions, most of them had room to attack. In other words, only Luu, Wu Jiang, and Su Ling were really killing people. However, although Wu Jiang and Su Ling are very powerful, they do not have powerful weapons. Others are not only protected by the teleportation power of the secret realm, but also quickly figured out their combat methods, so it is difficult for them to kill their opponents. The corpses on the ground at this time are basically Luu's masterpieces. The super fast speed, coupled with the sharp green sword, no matter the opponent uses armor or supernatural powers to defend, it is a one-hit kill. After all, not everyone has a weapon that can block Liu Yuking's sword like Tang Cheng. If you can't stop the King's Z sword, you can only wait for death. Only those who saw the situation was not good and opened the space teleportation in advance could barely survive. Why is she here? Looking at the vigorous figure holding the Fire Phoenix sword in the crowd, Lu Xiudong was a little unresponsive. But at this time, he didn't have time to think about it. Hurry up with Long Zhan and his subordinates to control the scene together. Puff. A bronze elementary enhancer was chopped into 2 pieces by Luu. Ah, save me, save me. Cutting in half is not enough to kill instantly. But it is also because of this that the fear of being infinitely close to death makes people even more frightened. His wailing sound awakened the other awakened ones. It made those awakened people who still wanted to attack Luu but didn't want to leave the secret realm easily stop in their tracks. Then turn around and run. But... want to run? It's late. Swish. Puff puff. A golden light flashed, and a huge head flew into the air. The man was beheaded by Luu from behind, and the blood was sprayed more than half a meter high in an instant, but Luu's King Z sword did not leave a trace of blood. All. Give. Me. Stay. Next. Luu shouted loudly, and his voice resounded through the sky. Then quickly moved sideways, and chopped the green sword in his hand to the side. Click. Metal crisp. A metal arrow was cut in 2 by Luu's sword and fell to the ground. Luu turned his head quickly, and saw a man holding a special crossbow 10 meters away, looking at him dumbfounded. Does this guy have eyes on his back? Ambush me? Court death. The man obviously didn't expect that the cold arrow he shot from behind could be dodged by the other party. Sensing Luu's cold gaze, he panicked and started the space teleportation without any time to think about it. But space teleportation, if it is not activated immediately, it will immediately have a defensive effect. There is a 3-second delay in between. In just 3 seconds, Luu sent the King Z sword into his heart. Facing these awakened people who wanted to attack him, Luu was clearly intent on killing. Since you don't know good from bad, I will naturally not be polite. Kill them all. Hey, Luu, that's enough. Just when Luu was about to solve his next goal, a ghostly figure stood in front of him. The visitor is of medium build, only about 175. But with a military uniform and a resolute face, it gives people an extremely reliable feeling. Moreover, he was holding a knife in his hand. The blade had a lot of pine grains exuding silver luster, which looked extraordinary at first glance. Oh! Seeing the person coming, Lu's eyes shivered slightly. Duanqing? I heard that you are one of the 4 masters in the military. Do you want to teach me? Long Zhan and Duanqing are ranked first and third among the 4 masters in the military base. Not only do they awaken powerful abilities, but they also use military resources to improve their strength. Even Liu knows how to use centralized training, don't they know? Therefore, the status of the 2 4 masters is absolutely well-deserved. Hearing Liu's words, Duanqing's expression turned a little ugly. I don't dare to advise, I just feel that they are all running for their lives, and you don't need to kill them all. Hehe, sure enough. When Liu heard this, he couldn't help laughing. With you guys in military uniforms around, I can't even kill a few people to my heart's content. Have fun. Duanqing twitched the corner of his mouth. Is this guy still a person? Want to have fun while killing people? Liu. Brother Liu. Brother Liu. Master Liu. Boss. Taking advantage of the confrontation between the 2 sides, Lu Ruobing, Chen Yang, Qin Zhiro, Yan Yun, Wei Jianjun, Wu Jiang, and others came to his side one by one. It is clear. Relying on its prestige before the end of the world and its superiority in numbers, the military forcibly separated the people in the melee. This time Liu's team only came to more than 20 people. Without affecting the rest area of the chariot, elders like Yan Qiaobin, Li Hai, and Wang Xiaomei also came by car. A super strong lineup that combines the protagonist and the villain's capable generals. When facing these miscellaneous soldiers, it is effortless at all. In the end, Liu killed more than a dozen people, and the whole team fought out data of nearly 200 people from 6 forces, ending the battle. Looking at this group of men and women with extremely exaggerated fighting power, the other survivors were shocked. They couldn't figure out why the fighting power of this group of people was so strong. It doesn't matter that those men are good, but why are those women so good? Long Zhan was also speechless at this time. Although he knew from Lu Xiudong that Liu's strength was not weak, in his mind, this guy just caused public outrage. Faced with so many awakened people alone, Liu would definitely not be able to please him. Didn't expect it till now. Stop it, how about giving our military a face? I can give you face. Seeing that everyone had ceased fighting, Liu knew that the fight would be impossible, so he took back the King's sword into the ring, and glanced at the forces around him lightly. However, I want dash positions now. You don't think you have any objections? There were 6 forces who made the move just now, but now that Duanqing stopped them, they all disappeared in the secret realm in order to save their lives. Some of them died, some were seriously injured, and some were slightly injured. But most of them are sent directly. Although they had never fought against Liu, they were frightened by Liu's murderous aura and terrifying strength. But this is also enough to explain the battle of Liu's team. Now hearing what Liu said, do the remaining forces dare to speak indiscriminately? Dare not. Even Long Zhan and Duanqing could only shake their heads and smile wryly. If you do this, who dares to have an opinion? This is what they have in mind. In this end time where strength is the most important thing, strength can represent everything. The performance of Liu's team just now well explained this point. As for those who died, the military can't help it either. Without the absolute deterrence of thermal weapons, it is already very good for the military to separate the battlefield and reduce casualties. Do you expect them to deal with such a chaos of awakened people like they dealt with fights before the end of the world? Since that's the case, I'll leave the rest to you. Seeing that everyone was silent, Liu stopped asking, and prepared to take his team to the secret realm to count the number of people. Unexpectedly, he just stopped after taking 2 steps. Oh, yes, I almost forgot about you. Liu didn't bother with the other people's strange gazes, and strode towards Lang Tianlin's location with strides. After everyone started fighting, Lang Tianlin stayed away from the ring for the first time. At this time, he was on the right side of the secret realm. What do you want to do? Seeing Liu approaching, countless loyal subordinates immediately stepped forward to block Lang Tianlin behind him. Looking at Liu's vigilant face, he seemed to be facing an enemy. What do you want to do? The corner of Liu's mouth raised a sneer. As soon as the words fell, Liu rushed into the crowd with a strong wind and lightning. Others couldn't stop it at all, only Lang Tianlin himself reacted the fastest. But... bang bang bang! After a few rounds, Lang Tianlin was sent flying by Liu. And the Liquan sharp gun in his hand has fallen into Liu's hands. If you go out directly, maybe I really can't do anything about you, but if you are lucky, then you can't blame me. Tisk tisk, what a good weapon. Chapter 254 You are not my dad. Lang Tianlin is the hero in Luo Kikai's plot. But this male protagonist is a male protagonist of a post-apocalyptic novel with female characters, so his strength is naturally not comparable to that of male protagonists. In this script, the person with high potential and strength is Luo Kikai, and it has nothing to do with Lang Tianlin. His original plot should be that after he and Luo Kikai had sparked true love in this secret realm, Luo Kikai relied on 10 years of experience in the last days to train him into a real god of war with a silver gun. Not only is he strong enough, there are many beautiful women who like him, but he only loves Luo Kikai. There's no way, that's how female frequency texts are. Even in this end of the world, such love and bloody plots are indispensable. But he is a male protagonist after all, and his ability to awaken is not too weak, Gun Soul. It belongs to the same series of special abilities as Pen Spirit and Sword Soul. This special power is weaker than the protagonist's powers, but much stronger than normal powers. The function is not that you can summon these weapons for your own use, but that you can get different powers according to different weapons. For example, Lang Tianlin, the Gun Soul. If an ordinary enhancer gets a long spear, no matter how high his physical enhancement level is, he will not use any marksmanship without the guidance of an expert. If the spear itself does not have special powers, they cannot use long-range energy attacks. But Gun Soul is different. Using long spears, they will not only be able to comprehend super high spear skills without a teacher, but also use some abilities similar to sword energy and sword light. It also contains some energy defense techniques. This is a weapon specialization ability. However, no matter how powerful the ability is, it also needs to be supported by strengthening levels. If the difference in enhancement level is too large, unless you can hold an artifact that can break mountains and crack rocks, or even shatter the void. Otherwise, it is impossible to change the outcome of the battle. Just like the battle between Luo and Lang Tianlin just now. When Luo walked towards Lang Tianlin, there was already a layer of cold sweat on Lang Tianlin's forehead. Because of his strength, he almost reached the silver middle level at present. Seeing Luo's performance, he knew that he was not Luo's opponent. But as Luo said, he was lucky. He felt that he hadn't done anything, and with people from the military around, Luo probably wouldn't turn his back on him. But who knows, Luo didn't reason with him at all. How could Luo not understand what Lang Tianlin reminded the other survivors before? For a person who wants to mobilize the masses to kill him, of course Luo will not show mercy. It's just that Lang Tianlin's strength is good, and with so many subordinates protecting him, Luo is not sure that he can kill him in seconds before the other party starts the teleportation. So in order to reduce his threat, he did not use weapons. Lang Tianlin also saw that Luo didn't take the sword when he came over, so he felt more lucky. As a result, the military did not have time to stop it, and Luo's purpose was not to kill people. After rushing into the crowd with Fenglei's indiscriminate attack, he snatched his weapon within a few rounds. Looking at the silver gun with peculiar patterns in his hand, Luo couldn't help admiring in his heart. This weapon, just by looking at it, knows it's awesome. If I knew that I would get such a spear weapon, I should have chosen the full-level long soldier proficiency before. Which hidden weapon to choose? Now that this magical weapon is in his hand, it is completely useless, so he can only throw it into the ring to eat ashes. Bastard, give me back my silver gun. Lang Tianlin clutched his chest and shouted angrily. In fact, when facing special melee classes such as Lang Tianlin, the advantage of abilities is not as great as imagined. Because this special profession has its own defensive skills. But the crux of the problem is that Luo is not only a master of both magic and martial arts, but also has a ridiculously high level. This makes his gun soul profession completely unplayable. Return to you. Hearing Lang Tianlin's words, Luo took back the Liquan sharpshooter into the ring, sneered, and threw out the King's sword. Do you think I will return it to you? This is a mutant magic weapon. Even if he throws away the ring to eat ashes, it is impossible for him to return this weapon to Lang Tianlin. You know, Lang Tianlin is his enemy, so if you return the weapon to him, isn't that just as an enemy? Young Master Ling, let's go. Seeing Luo throwing out the King's sword, with killing intent in his eyes, one of Lang Tianlin's subordinates hurriedly said to Luo vigilantly. There is a clear gap in strength between the two sides. If Luo insisted on killing Lang Tianlin, they wouldn't be able to stop him for long. Lang Tianlin clenched his teeth. Come on. Okay, boy, why don't you wait for me? Lang Tianlin cursed angrily, not daring to waste any more time, and directly started the space teleportation. As space runes lit up one after another, Lang Tianlin's power also disappeared into the secret realm. It is clear. Even if Luo agreed to the military to stop, he still wanted to kill Lang Tianlin. But Lang Tianlin has a secret teleportation mechanism and a large number of subordinates to protect him, so it is not so easy for Luo to kill him. So Luo could only force him out after grabbing his weapon. Lang Tianlin was reluctant to part with the treasures of the secret realm, let alone his Liquan sharp gun. But the situation is stronger than the people. Now the entire military region's forces, the Dragon Battle Enhancement level has a silver high level, and the other three masters are between the middle level and the high level. Long Zhan's comprehensive strength is better than Luo Kikai's, and the other three's comprehensive strength is similar to Luo Kikai's. If Liu insisted on killing him, these people might stop him, but they might not be able to stop him. For the sake of his own safety, he could only choose to leave the secret realm. So, apart from the 6 that were beaten out of the previous 15 forces, now there is one Lang Tianlin missing, leaving only 8 forces. There are 30 positions in the military region, 20 positions in Liu, and 70 positions for the remaining 8 forces. In the end, the distribution of positions was uneven, and the military region gave 2 positions out, allowing the 8 forces to divide 9 positions. Chen Yang, Lao Wei, Ruo Bing, Xia Rou, Yuner, Luo Yin, Wu Jiang, Cao Meng, Liu Zifeng, Su Ling. Well, young Master Liu, I won't go, shall I? After Liu arranged the manpower, Su Ling pulled Liu aside and whispered, I don't know where my girlfriend is yet, I have to find her. He came to Nanxi to find a girlfriend. As a result, as soon as he arrived in Nanxi, Lu Ruobing arranged for him to come over. At this time, he didn't know how long it would take to see the secret place, so he naturally didn't want to follow Liu in. Okay. Liu also knew his purpose, and of course he would not force it, but my battle pets can't get in outside, and I can't get in touch with them now, is anyone going with you? I don't need anyone else, I can go by myself. How can this work? Don't think that there is an army in this city, and other bases are absolutely safe. You'd better ask a few more people to accompany you, or you will be in trouble if something happens. This. Let me go with him. Uncle Yan. Seeing Yan Qiaobin coming not far away, Su Ling was surprised. Yan Qiaobin smiled and said, Xiao Liu, anyway, my strength will not be of much help to go in with you, so I just went for a walk with Xiao Su. That's fine too. After Liu said this, he still felt a little uneasy, and called Ding Feng again, Ding Feng, you go to find someone with Su Ling and the others, remember to be careful on the way. Okay, young Master Liu. I'll tell the people in the military that you leave the secret realm with them, or you won't be able to deal with Lang Tianlin. No problem. Hearing Liu's instructions, several people nodded. At this moment, Luo Kikai's voice suddenly sounded from the corner. Impossible. Her voice was not low, and it immediately attracted the attention of the people around her. Liu also looked over. In front of her stood Luo Zhenyi's and Luo Qingqing. Seeing this, Luo Zhenyi's hurriedly lowered his voice and said, Kikai, I'm also your father after all, aren't you even willing to agree to this request? No, you're not my dad, and I don't have a dad like you. You. Hey, what do you want to do? Chapter 255 The Secret Realm opens, and the heroes gather. Liu killed more than a dozen awakened people before, and the scene was bloody and cruel. But Lu Ruobing and his teammates didn't say anything after seeing it. Because no matter in the peaceful age or in the last days, people are not just talking about being kind and being bullied. Even if Liu's behavior was very arrogant just now, he was also trying to get the qualification to enter the secret realm for his team. If he wasn't strong enough, he would have waited for someone to come in time. Then the person who was bullied, beaten, and even killed must be Liu himself. As for the words of not wanting the treasures of the secret realm and directly giving up the qualifications of the secret realm to other people, let alone. In this crisis-ridden end of the world, no matter what you do, you need a certain amount of strength to support it. Hidden treasure hunting has become a norm. If you encounter a secret realm and don't grab the treasures inside, it may be okay once or twice. But as time goes by and the number of times increases, no matter how strong your awakening ability is, you may be exposed to the wilderness one day. So what Liu did was not wrong. In order to avenge the instigator, no one would stop Lang Tianlin from grabbing Lang Tianlin's weapon. But just when Su Ling proposed to leave and Liu was about to rearrange his staff, he saw Luo Zhenyi's wanting to hit Luo Kikai. What's happening here? Liu didn't get Luo Kikai's script, so he didn't know the relationship between Luo Zhenyi's and Luo Kikai. But he can guess some of the names that the villain's eyes scanned, as well as Luo Zhenyi's gesture of raising his hand. The phrase "What do you want to do?" It was also shouted by Liu. Hi, I'm Kikai's father, Luo Zhenyi's. Seeing Liu walking slowly, Luo Zhenyi's quickly reached out his hand. He had seen Liu destroy the group of scorpions, and just now he saw Liu slaughter other survivors with his own eyes. It stands to reason that no matter who sees such a terrifying existence as Liu, he will be in awe from the bottom of his heart. But he noticed the relationship between his daughter and Liu. As an adult who knows how to play around, he doesn't want to look inferior. So at this time, he was very calm on the surface. It's a pity that Liu is a time traveler, not a reborn person. He and Luo Kikai only met today. Relationships are not as good as expected. Kikai's father. Facing Luo Zhenyi's outstretched hand, Liu didn't take it, but just glanced at Luo Zhenyi's lightly, then turned to look at Luo Kikai. What's going on? This. Nothing, let's go. Seeing that Liu didn't show face, Luo Zhenyi's was a little embarrassed, but he didn't dare to say anything more. Just about to explain, Luo Kikai interrupted it coldly. The experience of being abandoned by his father and killed by his sister in his previous life is still vivid in his mind. It was an accident to see Luo Zhenyi's and Luo Kikai at the same time in this secret realm in this life. For Luo Kikai, if she didn't kill them directly, it would be regarded as her utmost benevolence. How could it be possible to agree to their unreasonable demands? But Luo Qingqing and Luo Zhenyi's didn't know that Luo Kikai had been reborn once. Seeing Luo Kikai's indifferent look, Luo Qingqing looked puzzled. Sister, where are you going? We meet again after a long absence, don't you want to talk more? I have nothing to talk to you about. Luo Kikai's expression was still indifferent. She turned around and left after speaking, not wanting to say anything more to the two of them. Chi. Seeing Luo Kikai leave straight away, Luo Zhenyi's and Luo Qingqing frowned at the same time. Oh, this woman. Liu knew Luo Kikai's situation, so he could guess something after seeing this scene. But he didn't have time to take care of Luo Kikai's family affairs, so he quickly arranged a list of members to enter the secret realm. Liu didn't know exactly what was going on in this secret realm. So this quota, the more the better. 20 people, almost. Li Wanning was in the logistics and Xiao Manli was the animal trainer, so it was useless for them to come in. So Liu let them stay in the car. But if Su Ling doesn't go, his own team plus Luo Kikai's team will only have 14 people at full count. Even including the parents of Xue Li and Li Wanning, there are only 17 people. Qin Zheng didn't come today, but several of his subordinates did. Liu thought about it carefully, and in the end he could only order 3 people at random. One is Yuan Ji who used an owl before, one is Zhou Yun, an ordinary assassin, and the last one is Li Bo, an archer who uses crossbow arrows. This secret realm was opened on time at 6 o'clock in the afternoon, when it was getting dark outside. Under the arrangement of the military, all the extra people came outside the secret place. They didn't go far, but hid in the buildings around the square. The chariot was also driven back to the military base by an armed soldier under the authority granted by Liu. The darkened sky, together with these soldiers who didn't go far, made this secret place a restricted area in Nanchang. At this time, there were only 120 people left in the huge secret territory. Lu Xiudong finally found a chance to come and meet his relatives. When Liu knew that Lu Xiudong was Lu Ruobing's elder brother, he was speechless. This is a secret place, how come it looks like a scene of acquaintance? Liu, who is she? Liu took Yanyun to find a corner and sat down, waiting for the opening of the secret realm. As soon as Yanyun sat down, she looked at Luo Kikai who was sitting in the distance and asked suspiciously. The woman's intuition told her that the relationship between this woman and Liu was unusual. My wife from the previous life. What? I'm asking you seriously. She is really my wife from the previous life. If you don't believe me, ask her. Yanyun. Will Yanyun ask? No, whoever believes in this kind of thing is a fool. At this moment, several women under Luo Kikai's subordinates were also asking Luo Kikai the same question. Sister Kikai, isn't he your husband? Why are you with other girls? Yes, Sister Kikai, what's going on? Hearing the 3 women's questioning, Luo Kikai had no intention of responding. Because just now, it was the first time she met her father and sister after the end of the world. It stands to reason that in this crisis-ridden end of the world, when relatives reunite after a long absence, they should greet each other with care. But because they are not strong enough, and because there are not enough places to enter the secret realm, they cannot enter the secret realm. After the meeting, not only did he not ask himself if he and his mother were doing well, but the moment he opened his mouth, he asked him to ask Liu to take them to the secret realm? Haha. It turns out that I and my mother have never been important in their hearts, and have never been. Thanks to my previous life, I foolishly tried my best to save them and protect this sister for 10 years. Looking at it now, it's really stupid. Thinking of this, Luo Kikai laughed at herself. Stop gossiping, hurry up and rest, you have to go to the secret realm later. Have to say. The wait is very long, and this secret realm cannot solve people's eating and drinking. So when Yanyun pulled Liu aside with a blushing face, and whispered to Liu that she wanted to go to the toilet. Liu's head is getting bigger. Fortunately, the topography of the secret realm can be changed by earth-type abilities, and the huge arena in the middle also has many dead ends, otherwise Liu really doesn't know what to do. What made Liu even more speechless was that when he built the toilet with his soil ability, Yanyun wasn't the only woman who wanted to go to the toilet. Lu Ruobing, Qin Xiao, even Luo Kikai and her 3 subordinates also came to join in the fun. Seeing this, People from other forces followed suit and built men's restrooms. 10 o'clock sharp at night. The sky outside the secret realm was pitch black, but the light inside the secret realm was still sufficient. After a burst of space fluctuations, the space seal finally disappeared. Hey, damn it, it's finally turned on. Follow me everyone. You also follow me. Try to walk together, don't disperse. It is good. Seeing that the space seal was opened, the survivors who had been holding back for a long time couldn't wait to stand on these teleportation positions. One per person is just right. SHHHHHH. The rune on the teleportation position echoed the imprint on the arm, and white lights lit up one after another. With a sense of weightlessness, everyone's vision became pitch black. When the line of sight was restored, a very unfamiliar huge circular open space appeared in front of everyone. My god, what's going on? Isn't it spectacular? It's incredible. Do you think that is a treasure? Damn it, it really is. Hey, there seems to be some here too. Seeing the spectacular scene in the secret territory, everyone who came in talked a lot. They were even more excited when they saw the treasures in the distance. At this time, everyone didn't know at all that there were 36 such circular open spaces in total. Although the entrances to the secret realms of many open spaces are opened in sparsely populated places. But the total number of people in these 36 open spaces is definitely more than 2,000 people. Moreover, the appearance characteristics of these people are also different. White people with blonde hair and blue eyes, black people with curly hair and white teeth, short dong-eating people, stick people who love to eat kimchi. In short, there are people of all colors and countries. In the middle of an open space in one of the secret realms, there was a young man from Xia with black hair and black eyes named Bai. Looking at the scene in front of him, he couldn't help grinning. Ha ha ha, I finally came in, let's fight, I like watching you fight the most. The more intense you fight, the stronger I will become. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 256 The Treasure Hunt begins. Bai, 25 years old, is from Yanjing. No, to be precise, he is not from Yanjing, not even from this world. Like Liu, he is a time traveler. Bai in this world was originally an ordinary person in a town on the outskirts of Yanjing City. When the end of the world came, he had just clocked in at the company. Who knew that the end of the world would come suddenly? He was very unlucky. Not only did he not become an awakened person, but all his relatives and friends died tragically. He was left alone with his colleagues in the company struggling to survive in the last days. Because some of his colleagues are combat type awakened, in this team, Bai, an ordinary person, became the target of their bullying. Originally, these male colleagues just asked him to do some dirty work, but after Bai saw a female colleague being bullied by a male colleague, he stood up for her. He became the focus of care by these male colleagues. More than 2 months ago, he couldn't bear the beatings of these male colleagues, and he was beaten unconscious by them. Bai from another world happened to have his soul travel over to take over his body. In other words, when he came to this world, the end of the world had already come for more than a month. How can he rise after a month's delay in development compared to others? Fortunately, the protagonist's time travel must be accompanied by a powerful golden finger. Relying on his awakened golden finger, he endured the humiliation for a week, killing these colleagues one by one. It was also by relying on this gold finger that he became one of the strongest in the Xia Kingdom in a short period of time. Looking at the more than 100 survivors around him, Bai was overjoyed. This secret place is in a relatively hidden place in Yanjing, so there are no soldiers in his secret place. Now that there are treasures in the secret territory, there must be a battle among these survivors. As long as someone fights, he can become stronger. Bai, this place is too spectacular. A fat man behind Bai looked at the surrounding scene and said in amazement. Yeah, it's quite spectacular. Then what should we do now? Go directly to grab the treasure. Don't worry, just take a look and talk. There was a smile on the corner of Bai's mouth, and a cold look in his eyes. The location where everyone is now is a huge hollow mountain. This circular clearing is in the middle of the mountains. The ground is full of compact loess, surrounded by steep mountains of more than 20 meters. Although these mountains seem to have no traces of artificial excavation, they are also bare, and no flowers, plants, or trees can be seen. But that's not the point. The point is that there are many wide canyon mouths, evenly connecting the circular open space under everyone's feet. Liu counted around, and there were exactly 12 canyon entrances, no more, no less. The width of the opening is about 20 meters and the length is more than 50 meters. At a glance, you can see the situation on the other side of the canyon. Every canyon entrance is an open space. In the middle of the open space, there is a stone pillar with faint blue light, and a treasure is floating on each stone pillar, just like the treasure stone pillar that Liu saw in the secret area where Zijin was caught before. It's just that everyone didn't act rashly after seeing these treasures. Because this team is led by the military and LUU, and the two parties did not speak, how dare they move? And there are some monsters on the open space where the Canyon mouth enters. Although the number of these monsters is not large, there are only 20 or 30 by visual inspection, but the monsters in each open space are different. There are lizardmen, praying mantises, ants, black-striped scorpions, mice, butterflies, etc. The levels of these monsters are all high-level black iron. The awakeners of other forces are not LUU, they are not that high in level, and they don't have weapons like the King Z sword and full-level swordsmanship. If only 1 or 2 people rushed in, it definitely belonged to the level of food delivery. There are 12 treasures at the mouth of the 12 canyons. Long Zhan took out the military binoculars from the storage ring, looked around and muttered to himself. Tisk tisk, it's really spectacular. Yeah, but these treasures seem to be the same. Like a treasure. No, won't it? Hearing Long Zhan's words, the awakened people of other forces, those with binoculars, took out their binoculars and looked at them. Those without binoculars sent someone to take a closer look carefully. Finally found. It is indeed the same. It's all rings. Is it a storage ring? Should be. Now we have 13 teams here, what should we do? Discuss it with yourselves. Anyway, I will take treasures from 2 directions, so you are not allowed to snatch them from me. Liu also scanned around with the military binoculars, and after finding that there was only one kind of treasure, he gave orders decisively. Ruobing, Zyro, Yuner, Uncle Li, Aunt Wang, you 5 come with me. It is good. No problem. Luo Kikai, your team also follow me. Okay. Chen Yang, Lao Wei, Lu Zifeng, Shui Li, Wu Jiang, Luo Yin, Cao Meng, you form a team of 10. Let's divide into 2 teams to get the treasures in the 2 open spaces, and come back here to gather as much as possible after we're done. With 120 people and 12 passages, it is obvious that there must be a group of 10 people. Moreover, in such a large secret realm, it is impossible to have only 12 storage rings. So Liu didn't break up the team greedily to grab treasures from other places. In case of any accident, it is completely worth the loss. Row. Yes. But this place looks a bit weird, you may not be able to come back after taking the treasure. Wei Jianjun took the binoculars from Liu, observed the situation on the other side of the canyon and said with a frown. The open space where everyone is located is very large. The location of each stone pillar at the mouth of the 12 canyons is predicted to be 500 meters away. With such a long distance, various accidents are indeed possible. Can't come back? Then play it by ear. Hearing Wei Jianjun's words, Liu pondered for a moment, and then said, as long as everyone is united, there shouldn't be any problems. If you can find other treasures, you can gather all the treasures together, and let's distribute them when we come back. After Liu finished speaking, he didn't stop. Throwing out the King Z sword, he rushed towards the mouth of one of the canyons. He picks the monster types randomly. Anyway, for him now, no matter what kind of black iron high-level monster is a dish. As for Wei Jianjun's team, would anyone choose to rebel after getting the treasure? There was no way for Liu to stop him. What he can guarantee is that the defection rate of the 10 people on Wei Jianjun's side is below 30%, even Wu Jiang is the same. If something unexpected happens later and they choose to rebel, besides saying that they are short-sighted, what else can Liu do? Liu, wait for me. Don't run so fast. Lu Ruobing, Qin Zyro, Yan Yun and others quickly followed. Seeing this, the others didn't have time to think about it, and began to gather people to run towards the other canyons. The treasure hunt in the secret realm has officially begun. On the road Liu chose, the monster is a giant ant. There are about giant ants, more than a foot long, with red external skeletons all over their bodies. Their size is not too big compared to other monsters, and their speed is not too fast. But there is a special mark on the back, the mouth parts are extremely sharp, and the attached bones are also very hard. The hardness is about the same as that of a corpse beetle. Except for an ant that is a foot and a half long black iron bottleneck, the others are all high-level black iron. Liu used the wind walk to pull them all together, and Qin Zyro, who followed behind, played a group of dark erosion. Boom! The 3-meter diameter Liao Yuan exploded with every move. The remaining scattered ones were easily stabbed to death by Lu Ruobing and Luo Kikai, even the ones with black iron bottlenecks were no exception. But just when Liu was about to get the ring, something miraculous happened. The special marks on the backs of all the ant corpses, no matter whether they were destroyed or not, all gave off a special light. In the next second, all the ant corpses disappeared. A black iron crystal nucleus and a black iron essence were left behind. Liu. Is this a monster-killing thing? Chapter 257 Rushing to Reincarnate. The imprint on the ant's back is not only a spatial imprint, but also seems to be able to determine the ant's life characteristics. After the death of the ant is detected, the space imprint will be triggered to transport the ant corpse away. The light emitted by the imprint is white like the space teleportation. But what does it mean that the ant corpse teleported away and left behind a black iron crystal nucleus? Isn't this the monster-killing thing in the game? And according to the number of crystal nuclei, each ant has a crystal nucleus. You know, the chance of the black iron crystal nucleus appearing outside is 1 in 10. Now it's %% here? My god, it's all crystal nuclei. No wonder there are treasures everywhere in the secret realm, even crystal nuclei. Although these crystal nuclei are useless to us, let's pick them up. Liu said something casually, and didn't care about it anymore. The main awakener of his current team, apart from himself being the bottleneck of silver, Lu Ruobing and Wei Jianjun are already middle-level silver. Others are silver novice. To upgrade to the first level of silver, you only need to use the bronze crystal nucleus, and at most one more bronze essence. Therefore, the primary combat power of silver is very common in Liu's team. Liu didn't have time to think about other things, so he took the ring off the stone pillar while others were picking up the crystal nucleus. This ring is also a storage ring. Like the previous storage ring, it needs blood to identify the owner, and the space is the same and the size is the same 10 cubic meters. The only difference is that the gemstone on the previous ring is blue. This one is green. The moment Liu took off the ring, the Cangyun entrance that he had entered before was suddenly sealed off by a space barrier. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help being stunned. Liu, what's going on? We really can't get out. Liu, Sister Ruobing, look outside. The open space where the treasure stone pillars are stored is at least 50 meters by 50 meters. At this time, all 10 members of Liu's team were in this open space. Looking outside through the space barrier at the mouth of the canyon, all the previous teams had disappeared. Instead, there are 6 teleportation beams. Under each teleportation beam of light, there is a bronze-colored treasure chest wrapped in a space barrier and patterned with simple patterns. The treasure chest was still the size of a shoebox, and it was placed in 6 corners of that huge open space. More than 20 middle and high-level bronze wind wolves wandered around outside. They still have space imprints on their backs. Some were lying on their stomachs, some were standing, and some were chasing and playing in groups of 3 or 4. Liu put the storage ring on the ring finger of his left hand, and by the way, scanned the bronze treasure chests with the villain's eyes. Secret Realm Bronze Treasure Chest, it contains various treasures and props at random, with a 10% chance of appearing bronze-level weapons and armor, and a 1% chance of appearing silver-level weapons and armor. Note, the classification of secret treasure chests is the same as that of human enhancement. It is divided into bronze, silver, gold, and so on. The lowest grade is bronze grade. Depending on the grade of the treasure chest, the strength of the treasures that appear will also vary. Secret Realm Treasure Chest? Tisk tisk, this is the first time I've seen this stuff. Liu couldn't help but complain. Obviously, the storage ring is just the appetizer of this mystery. That's where the big game comes in. After Liu got the ring, the outside space switched. In other words, the positions of Liu's 10 people have been transferred to another space as a whole. Although the terrain outside has not changed, the appearance of monsters and treasure chests is enough to prove that the outside is no longer the previous open space. This time, 120 people and dash teams entered the secret place of Nanshi. The extra team will either give up the first ring to cooperate with other teams, or compete with other teams for treasures. But judging from the current situation, no matter how they choose, they will have to rely on their own ability to seize the treasure later. Luokikai, this secret realm should be more than the 120 people we came in before, right? Seeing that the space barrier had not been opened, Liu suddenly asked. Luokikai was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. Yes, there are at least 1,000. Although she never came in her previous life, she has heard that there are at least 1,000 people here, and there are many foreigners. Liu can see this problem from the size of the entrance to the secret realm, which is really normal. Thousands? Okay, I see. Hearing this, Liu stroked his chin and thought about it. There are 6 bronze treasure chests outside, each with a treasure inside. It is obviously impossible for there to be only one team snatching the chests. So you have to prepare for the worst. A moment later. Yuner, later you go to open the box closest to us. It is good. Ruobing, Zyro, you are responsible for protecting her. Okay. No problem. Luokikai, go grab the box on the right by yourself. Can. Uncle Li, you can drive the one on the left later, Aunt Wang and I will protect you. Li Hai and Wang Xiaomei are Li Wanning's parents. Although they are a bit old, their combat effectiveness is not weak. Both of them are also at the beginning level of silver. It is a reasonable arrangement for those with poor melee ability to open the box and others to cover. But there are only 6 boxes in total. Can a team open 3 boxes? Obviously not. Because of the space switching, 6 teams will randomly appear around every 6 bronze boxes. Most of these teams are the same as LUU, each with 10 people. But in some places there are more than 10 people, and these people don't necessarily belong to the same team. So, whoosh whoosh. This time, the space barrier disappeared in about 10 minutes. The moment the space barrier disappeared, the 6 teams rushed out of the open space immediately. It stands to reason that 6 teams have 6 boxes, and 1 team can get 1. But human nature is greedy, seeing the treasure right in front of him, how can he allow other people to get his hands on it? At this point, a bloody killing started again. LUU was the fastest, even though the box on the left was far away from him, and there were wind wolves blocking the way, he came here immediately. The space barrier on the bronze box has not disappeared yet, LUU needs to clean up the monsters first. But as soon as LUU hacked the 2 wind wolves to death, he yelled angrily. White boy! Get the hell out of here! This is a black man in camouflage. Bronze bottleneck. His face was covered in oil paint, and he didn't look like a regular army, more like a mercenary. Seeing LUU appearing in front of the box in his direction, he rushed out like a cheetah. Seeing the space barrier of the box disappear, his eyes were filled with hope and a smile, and he even showed his big white teeth. However, what awaited him was not treasure chests and treasures, but a golden sword light. What do you want to do? Are you rushing to reincarnate? LUU couldn't understand the language the mercenary spoke, but LUU understood the aura. Although his speed is fast, it is only in the eyes of ordinary people. In LUU's eyes, his speed is similar to that of a slow-motion lens. Everyone only saw a black shadow rushing past, and then a golden sword light flashed by. The mercenary's body was split in 2, and blood and internal organs flowed all over the place in an instant. The sudden scene made everyone stunned. I want this box, anyone who dares to get close will be killed without mercy. The cold voice resounded throughout the canyon. But as soon as LUU finished speaking, a huge fireball hit him. This is a black girl, a high-level bronze magician, looking at LUU with anger. LUU quickly moved sideways to dodge. Boom! A terrifying heat wave was coming, and Lu Ruobing's voice sounded in time. LUU, what are you doing? They don't understand what you said. LUU, dot. Damn, forgot this? Coercion failed. However, LUU didn't have time to think about it, so he quickly held his sword to meet the enemy. But just after LUU killed another person and 2 wind wolves, a voice he could understand came to his ears. Fatty, don't worry, wait for them to fight first. Looking at the shining light balls that fell on the ground, Bai, who came out of another canyon, already had a smile on his face. These photospheres range in size from eggs to fists. And it is so colorful that no one else can see it, only he can see it. There are words on it. Fire attribute +2. Strength +0.03. Wind attribute +7. Agility +0.3. Fuck, wind attribute +7? Agility +0.3? Who is so awesome? Chapter 258 is your fiancé. The wolf is an extremely vicious animal. But ordinary wolves are no match for humans one-on-one. Although the wind wolf is much stronger than ordinary wolves, it still can't beat the same level of strengtheners with weapons. So the more than 20 wind wolves in the middle of the space at this time, facing more than 60 combat-type awakened people, were wiped out in less than a moment. No one picked up the bronze crystal nucleus left after the corpse was teleported away by the space imprint. Because compared to a few crystal nuclei, the treasures in the treasure chest are obviously more important. Asshole! This kid! Seeing that LUU stabbed a person to death and threw a wide wind blade at them, the awakened people in the mercenary team hurriedly used supernatural powers to defend. Everyone who can enter this secret realm is not weak. They came to this secret realm for treasures too. But no matter how important the treasure is, it is not as important as his own life. Seeing that LUU's fighting power was so exaggerated, none of them dared to step forward. He could only lock his eyes on other treasure chests. The box that Cangyun was in charge of was opened by Lu Ruobing and Qin Xiero under the cover of Lu Ruobing and Qin Xiero because it was the closest to the exit where LUU was. Other boxes are still up for grabs. Seeing this scene, LUU smiled. When he knew that there were over 1,000 people in this secret realm and there were only 6 treasure chests, he already had this idea in his heart. With my current strength, I can completely snatch all these treasure chests, but no one knows what is going on behind this secret realm. If you spend too much power now and can't grab the more powerful treasure later, it will be a bit of a loss. So after some deliberation, LUU decided that it would be enough to grab 3 boxes while preserving his physical strength and strength. Leaving 3 boxes for others to kill each other can save a lot of effort. It now appears that his decision was correct. Xiao Lu, I got the treasure. Li Ha's thick voice reached Luu's ears. After going through the end of the world for so long, she was plotted against by Shen Tingting and Gao Tian. At this time, Li Hai no longer had any previous thoughts. This world is so chaotic, even if you want to save people, you have to make yourself stronger first. Otherwise, if someone exposes his corpse to the wilderness one day, all his efforts will be in vain. So seeing Liu killing people so decisively, he has lost any expression. Withdraw. Seeing Liu snatch the 2 boxes neatly, Ye Bai was extremely surprised. Because his awakened golden finger is to pick up attributes. As long as someone fights within 500 meters of him, some light balls with attributes will fall from these people. These light spheres are generally the 4 basic attributes of life, spirit, strength, and agility, and may also be various abilities. No matter what attribute the light ball is, it can improve his body. Needless to say, the 4 basic attributes are as many as they are collected. However, the attributes dropped by a person will not exceed 24 times within 3 hours, and they are basically below 0.1. Attributes above 0.1 can only be dropped by masters. As for the ability, his powers improved quickly at the beginning, and he could awaken a power by collecting 10 points of power light balls of the same attribute. And collecting another 10 points of supernatural light balls can increase the supernatural power by a small amount. Every time a small segment is increased in the future, the demand for the ability value doubles. The ability attribute dropped by ordinary people is 1 to 3 points, and it is rare to see someone drop 5 points. Don't think that these attributes alone don't look like much, and only human beings will drop the attribute light ball he needs. But what about 10 people, 100 people? That's why he likes to watch other people fight in groups. The ball of light all over the place is really cool to pick up. At this time, he was really surprised to see a person whose agility attribute dropped by 0.3 and wind attribute dropped by 7 points. Because he has picked up attributes for so long, he has never seen a single person with such a high drop attribute. This man is so strong. Damn it, I can't do it. I have to grab a box first. Fatty will follow me. Although his golden finger is very strong, it was very difficult to develop in the beginning. Moreover, he was delayed by more than a month in development than others. The most important thing is that with this ability, the crystal nucleus is useless to his body. So his current combat power is even worse than Luo Kikai's. Seeing Liu's speed so fast and his swordsmanship so sharp, he immediately couldn't accept it. I am a time traveler, how can anyone be better than me? But at this moment, he didn't have time to think too much, so he quickly took the fat man to grab the box closest to him. If the light ball is not picked up, it will disappear after 5 minutes, so he still has time. Ye Bai's weapon is also a knife. Although it's just a bronze rank mutant machete with little potential. But after letting him enter the crowd, he quickly killed a bloody path. Don't come here to die again, it's not worth it for a treasure. In the middle of the battlefield, a loud and fluent English came to everyone's ears. It wasn't Lu Ruobing and Yan Yun who said this, nor Li Hai and Wang Xiaomei, a couple of high intellectuals. It was Luo Kikai who gathered at Lu Ruobing's side after grabbing the treasures. After saying this sentence, she repeated it in fluent French, German, and Mandarin. Because among the 6 teams present, except Liu and Ye Bai's team, the other 4 teams are survivors from these countries. Hearing her words, let alone other people, even Liu, who was observing Ye Bai, couldn't help being stunned. This woman, is there something? Can you speak multiple languages? Hey, chick, we have 6 boxes, 1 for each team, why do you grab so many boxes? There were 6 treasure chests present, Liu snatched 3 and Ye Bai snatched 1. The remaining 2 were robbed by the French and German teams. The Blacks and Han people who didn't grab the treasure were obviously not very happy. If he couldn't beat him, he began to reason with Luo Kikai of Liu's team. Why? Luo Kikai's expression was cold, and she swung Tang Dao in front of her, why do you say? The end of the world is coming, strength is respected. Everything can be said with fists. She is stronger than them, this is her answer, Luo Kikai. Seeing the corpses on the ground and the blood on Luo Kikai's sword, all the foreigners fell silent. Seeing that Luo Kikai had stabilized the situation, Liu stopped asking other people, but looked at Ye Bai who was opposite him again. This kid's team is all Xiaoguo people, and the fighting power is also very strong, even if Liu wants to not notice him, he can't do it. But after seeing his information, Liu couldn't help being stunned. Ding, congratulations on discovering the hidden plot protagonist Ye Bai, the plot is being read, please wait later. Ding, the plot has been read, please check with the host. I'm picking up attributes in the end times? Hidden protagonist? It's actually a hidden protagonist. The 2 special heroines, Qin Xiao and Lu Ruobing, are here, who brought them here? Liu was looking at Ye Bai, and Ye Bai was also looking at Liu. When he looked at Liu's side subconsciously, he was stunned. Then he quickly took out a photo from the storage ring in his left hand. The photo showed a fair-skinned, tall, delicate-featured woman in a military uniform. The woman is very beautiful, but there is no smile on her face, holding an assault rifle in her hand, full of heroic spirit. After confirming it several times, he couldn't help but speak loudly. Hey, that woman in black with a long sword on the opposite side, is your name Lu Ruobing? Hearing someone calling her name, Lu Ruobing subconsciously looked sideways. Seeing that she didn't know the speaker, she frowned slightly. Who are you? How do you know my name? Your name is really Lu Ruobing? Haha, my name is Ye Bai, and I'm your fiancé. You wanna die? Chapter 259 Konoharu, Dance of the Third Moon. In the open space in the middle of the secret realm, 7 bloody corpses lay quietly not far from the treasure chest. The corpses that would have made people feel sick and vomited, but no one went to take a look at them at this time. Although after entering this secret realm, the teleportation marks on everyone's arms have not disappeared. When everyone encounters danger in the secret realm, they can still rely on teleportation to save their lives. But human nature is greedy. These dead people were obviously beaten to death by others before they could teleport in the process of snatching treasures. Besides them, there were more than a dozen seriously injured people who were forced to leave the secret realm helplessly. At this time, the treasures in the 6 bronze boxes were divided. The remaining survivors in the secret territory brought their own teams and kept a certain distance from other survivors. After all, even if the treasure is in your hands, there is still a risk of being killed by others. As for those awakened who didn't grab the treasure, you can only pick up a few crystal nuclei as a consolation prize. Hearing Ye Bai's words, Lu Ruobing, who was sitting not far from Luu, immediately became angry. She was a policeman before the end of the world, and she is still unmarried and single. Where did the fiancé come from? At this time, a man who had never met before, said that he was his fiancé? This is clearly teasing her. It is true. Ye Bai hurriedly emphasized it, picked up the photo and waved it in the air. Do you think this is your photo? After saying this, he led his team and cautiously approached Luu while being wary of other survivors. While walking, he quietly picked up the attributes on the ground. Ye Bai can pick up attributes not only with his hands, but also with his feet, so no one except Luu found out that he was picking attributes. His team was not large, except for the fat man, there were 2 men and 1 woman, a total of 5 people. Although the other 5 were in the same position as them, they were not in the same team. After getting close to Luu, he didn't go too close, but asked the fat man to hand over the photo. Lu Ruobing took the photo and glanced casually. Where did you get this photo? Your grandfather gave it to me. My grandpa? Ahem, it's like this. Ye Bai coughed, then told the story with a smile. Lu Ruobing's grandfather is Lu Zhenhua, who is in his 70s and retired at home this year. When the end of the world came, he and a guard were trapped in an antique calligraphy and painting shop not far from the museum. It just so happens that this shop is not far from where Ye Bai works. After Ye Bai traveled over to kill those colleagues who bullied him, he met the guard who came out to search for supplies by chance. At that time, the guard died of serious injuries and entrusted Lu Zhenhua to Ye Bai before he died. Knowing Lu Zhenhua's identity, Ye Bai felt that saving Lu Zhenhua might be useful, so he found Lu Zhenhua and protected him. In the end, relying on his strong strength, it took him more than a month to send him back to the military base. During this more than a month of survival time, Ye Bai and Lu Zhenhua naturally became best friends. Lu Zhenhua has taken a fancy to Ye Bai's strength, and knows everything about him, saying that he has a granddaughter who is about the same age as Ye Bai, and has never had a boyfriend so far. If he could still find his granddaughter in these last days, a young man as outstanding as Ye Bai would definitely be qualified to be his grandson-in-law. Ye Bai didn't care about it at first, after all, this is the end of the world, such a blank check is meaningless at all. But when he helped Lu Zhenhua pack his luggage and saw Lu Ruobing's photo, he immediately changed his mind. Lu Ruobing is not only beautiful, but also has a heroic spirit between her brows, which at first glance is the type that ordinary men can't control. Ye Bai is a time traveler, he thinks he is different. So he took the initiative to ask, if he found Lu Ruobing, he could be Lu Zhenhua's grandson-in-law? Lu Zhenhua knew what was going on outside, and thought Ye Bai was joking, so he agreed casually. So Ye Bai became Lu Ruobing's fiancé right and proper. Of course, when Ye Bai told this story, he concealed his identity as a time traveler, and also concealed his golden finger. Luu didn't listen to his story, but looked up Ye Bai's information in his own system. Why do you always feel that something is wrong? After reading Ye Bai's information, Luu frowned. Although the hidden protagonist will not be born to be hostile to himself. But looking at the current situation, unless he can abandon Lu Ruobing who has been trained for a long time, he must be hostile to Ye Bai. According to the normal plot direction of this life, I should die in Chu Feng's plot. All the protagonists in the future should have nothing to do with me, even if it's the plot of Xiao Fan and Luo Kekai, I shouldn't appear again. The reason why these protagonists become their own enemies is all because of the villain's halo. But Ye Bai. If it was before, Liu didn't think too much about it. Anyway, it's over if one protagonist comes and kills one. But Ye Bai is actually a hidden protagonist who traveled from the earth just like himself, and it took more than a month after the end of the world to cross over. This is intriguing. You know, Lu Ruobing should have died in Xiao Fan's plot. And when the apocalypse came for more than a month, he had just rescued Lu Ruobing not long ago. Ye Bai gave Liu the feeling that he was forcibly arranged to travel here. The purpose of traveling to this world is to snatch Lu Ruobing from him? Don't say you are my fiancé in the future. Lu Ruobing's voice interrupted Liu's meditation, otherwise, I will not be polite to you. Hearing that Ye Bai had saved her grandfather, Lu Ruobing's tone softened a bit, but she still warned in a cold voice. Although she is not Liu's woman now, she doesn't want to have an extra fiancé out of nowhere. Hey, just kidding, just kidding. Ye Bai laughed in embarrassment, then looked at Liu and the others, and asked tentatively, by the way, these are your teammates, right? They seem to be quite strong. Well, his name is Liu. She's our captain, and her name is Qin Xiao. Lu Ruobing naturally wouldn't believe all of Ye Bai's words, but it's okay to introduce herself. So the two sides got to know each other briefly. After the introduction, Ye Bai saw Yun, Qin Xiao and Luo Kekai next to Liu, three women with their own characteristics, and felt bad. Because Liu is not only strong, but also handsome. In the last days, such a man is the favorite of women. With so many women around this guy, Lu Ruobing wouldn't have been used by this guy, right? Thinking of this, Ye Bai couldn't help being stunned for a moment. But he is not a fool, so naturally he would not ask Lu Ruobing if he had had a relationship with Liu at this time. Liu came back to his senses and ignored him for the time being, but first counted the spoils just now. Inside the box that Yun opened was a 10-centimeter long, boxy, delicate box. Inside the box was a milky white round jade pendant with a round shield engraved on it. Inside Li Ha's box was a scroll made of the same material as the teleportation scroll. A guardian jade pendant, and a fire scroll. They are all consumable treasures. Brother, your name is Liu, right? Any advice? I don't dare to advise, I just want to ask. Fuck, what's the situation? Buzz. Before Ye Bai finished speaking, the space marks on everyone's arms suddenly lit up. Sensing the effect of this force, Liu's complexion changed, and he quickly spoke to Yun. Yuner, UPI needs blood to recognize the owner and protect herself. As soon as Liu finished speaking, he did not wait for Yun to respond. Countless teleportation barriers have already enveloped all the awakened ones. Next second. SHHHHHH. A series of white lights lit up, and the open space where there were nearly 50 living people instantly became empty. Liu only felt a sense of weightlessness, and then his eyes became pitch black. When his vision recovered, he saw a bronze treasure chest in a secret realm 20 meters away before he could figure out the situation. And the one without space barrier protection? Seeing this box is like seeing Li Wanning wearing suspenders and black stockings. How can Liu hold back? He ran directly towards the treasure chest. Unexpectedly, as soon as he arrived in front of the treasure chest, 3 unknown objects flew towards him from the flanks. Liu's sense of danger burst out in an instant, and the King's sword quickly swung twice in front of him. Ding ding ding. There were a few crisp metal sounds, sparks were generated after a few wires of metal collided. 3 unknown objects were easily shot down by Liu. Holding the King's sword in his hand, Liu looked at the object he had shot down, frowning involuntarily. Darts? Shuriken? Japanese ninja? Kid, die. Kanaharu, Dance of Crescent Moon. Minima. Chapter 260 Wife, do you need help? Guardian Jade Pendant, a defensive item. Explanation, a prop that can be used to protect the host. When the host is in danger, the Jade Pendant will automatically open a protective barrier that lasts for 10 seconds. The strength of the barrier will increase according to the host's enhancement level, it cannot withstand weapon attacks that are 2 blocks higher than the host's enhancement level. Note, there needs to be an interval of more than 7 days between each use, and it can be used up to 5 times. Ability Scroll, Fire, Offensive Props. Description, it contains the Dark Gold level Fire ability Wildfire Liao Yuan, the attack range exceeds 50 meters, and the attack distance exceeds 100 meters. It is powerful, please use it with caution. Note, one-time props, you can know how to use them after injecting spiritual power. These are the 2 treasures that Yun and Li Hai got just now. Of the 10 people present, only Yun has no combat power, and a defensive treasure is most suitable for her as a medical soldier. So after Yun got the Guardian Jade Pendant, Liu didn't let her give it to him. Another treasure is the Fire Ability Scroll. Dark Gold level Fire Ability, no matter how powerful it is, it can only be released once. So Liu didn't want it either. But at this time, Liu has no time to care about other things. Because he doesn't know where he teleported to now, he only knows that there is a treasure chest on the opposite side. When I was going to grab the treasure chest, a ninja with a ninja sword on his back and a black suit blindfolded himself until only one pair of eyes appeared out of nowhere. He lunged obliquely, holding his ninja knife behind his back with his right hand, and at the same time, he put his 2 fingers in front of him. There was a line that Liu was familiar with but unfamiliar in his mouth. The moment the lines were finished, they were divided into 3 parts and rushed towards Liu. Is this really divided into 3? Liu can be sure that he is not mistaken. One left and one right, the last one jumped high in the air. All 3 of them still hold ninja swords in their hands? The speed is so fast that even I need to concentrate to catch his figure. Separate. Liu was surprised in his heart, but he didn't have time to think about it too much. He quickly started the wind walk and shook his wrist while flying back. Boom. A ball of flame enveloped the blade of the King's sword. Get out of here. Liu snorted coldly and struck out with a horizontal cut. A line of fire, like a horizontal sword energy, instantly enveloped a figure on the ground. Boom. This figure was hit by the line of fire and emitted a cloud of white smoke before disappearing into the line of fire. Liu Yueguang slashed his sword horizontally, blocking the ninja sword of a figure on the side. Kick it away with a kick, and destroy another clone. Got it. Signet. Nishimoto Taro, from Dongying. I am 34 years old this year. Before the end of the world, I was an anime fan. After the end of the world, I awakened the unique ninja profession in Japan. In this era when the world is invaded by monsters and zombies, and other people are still worrying about food, he can already rely on his own awakening power to snatch treasures from the strong in other countries. He had just been teleported to this place from the secret realm, and before he could take a closer look at the surrounding environment, he saw a bronze box not far away. Of course he knew exactly what was in the bronze treasure chest after opening it once. Seeing a kid actually preparing to open the treasure chest before him? Without another word, he launched an attack directly. This move, Kana Haryu, Dance of the Crescent Moon, is a move he created himself based on the Hokage anime he watched when he was young. In an instant, 2 clones were separated, one left and one right fainted to confuse the line of sight, and the deity leaped into the sky, launching a surprise attack from top to bottom. When facing an enemy, he tried this trick 100 times. But this time, he obviously miscalculated. The opponent is not only extremely fast, but also has insight into all his attack routes. Not to mention killing his 2 avatars in an instant, but also easily blocked the fatal blow of his real body with the long sword in his hand? Blocked? How come? Looking at the handsome Xia country boy in front of him, Nishimoto Taro's exposed eyes were full of disbelief. Before he could react too much, a terrifying electric current suddenly came from the opponent's sword. He didn't have time to think about it, so he quickly pulled away and flew back. Unexpectedly, the other party didn't even guard the treasure chest, and they chased and beat him fiercely. Ding ding ding! The swords kept colliding with each other, sending out bursts of sparks. Asshole, is this guy crazy? Taro Nishimoto scolded angrily, unable to bear the opponent's onslaught, so he had to fly back and return the ninja sword to its sheath, and then quickly formed a tiger mark with both hands. Hidden. Boom. Liu's King's sword slashed his body, but it didn't cut him off as imagined. Instead, a cloud of white smoke came out of the whole person and disappeared in place. Liu frowned, and quickly scanned his surroundings. The other party's deity had already run 20 meters away. How can this ninja run so well? Can he teleport like Su Ling? Forget about that knife, let's get the treasure first. The ninja sword that can block his green sword is not ordinary. However, the opponent had already run away with special abilities, and Liu didn't have time to chase after him, so he hurried back to open the bronze treasure chest. Teleportation scroll? Also okay. After getting the treasure, Liu had time to look at his current position. This is a huge canyon. The canyon is no longer an endless flat open space, but a real canyon with woods and hills. Not only is the terrain more complex here, but the range is also dozens of times larger than the previous open space. In the middle of the canyon there is a towering giant tower. No matter where you are in the canyon, you can see it at a glance. At this time, all the remaining people in the secret realm should have appeared in this canyon. Liu hesitated for a moment, and planned to explore the surrounding terrain first to see if he could find Yangyun or other treasure chests. Who knew that just after crossing a small forest, they heard a shout coming from the hill ahead. Hey, the 2 ninjas over there, how about we join hands to kill this chick and share the treasures on her body equally? Those who spoke were 2 enhanced ability users from the cold country. One of them held a sword, the other held a hand axe, and they communicated with 2 black-clothed masked men in Japanese. Among them was the girl with a bandaged hand and a tang knife. In the grass not far to the left of the girl, there is an open silver treasure chest. The awakening ability of other countries is similar to that of people in Xia Kingdom. They are all supernatural beings and enhancers. It's just that the awakened power of individual supernatural beings is a little different. Such as ninja, samurai, knight, swordsman, magician, and so on. Hearing the words of the two Han people, the eyes of the leader of the two ninjas froze slightly. Joined together? We are ninjas, and we don't have the habit of cooperating with other professions. This chick killed two of us just now. The two of us, plus the two of you, plus that werewolf over there, can definitely kill her. Are you talking about me? Looking into the eyes of the two people from the cold country, a European white man with black curly hair pointed to his nose. The white man was burly and extremely fierce, but he hadn't transformed yet. Not bad. The sword-wielding Han countryman nodded and repeated it in English, let's cooperate temporarily to solve this chick, and then discuss the distribution of treasures. This the white man touched his chin, then nodded thoughtfully, okay. Seeing that these people reached an agreement, Luo Kekai gritted her teeth subconsciously. Is my luck good? Still not good? As soon as I came to this place, I saw a silver box, and no one around was snatching it from me. As a result, as soon as the box was opened, I ran into these guys. If it was one-on-one, or even one-on-two, she would be sure to escape unscathed. But these people are obviously not weak, and they have blocked all her escape routes. There are no other teammates around, so if I want to run now, it is probably not as easy as before. Unless you choose to give up the treasure you just got. But didn't I come here just for these treasures? If you give up easily, then why come in by yourself? As for going out directly, that's even more impossible. There are treasure chests everywhere here, if you go out directly, you might as well give up the treasure you just got and try your luck elsewhere. Maybe you can get back this lost treasure. Just when Luo Kekai was in a dilemma, a joking voice sounded. Hey, wife, do you need help? Chapter 261 Two Killed One. Lulu. Hearing this voice, Luo Kekai couldn't help being stunned. How could that be? You know, this canyon is very large. Although there are no other monsters in the canyon for the time being, there are many awakened ones. After Lulu teleported over, the chance of appearing by his side can be said to be infinitely close to zero. But now, what did you call me? You shit. Looking at Lulu with a smirk on his face, Luo Kekai curled her lips, obviously guessing what Lulu meant. It's just that she couldn't scream anyway. It's this kid. Damn. How did he come so fast? Seeing that it was Lulu, the two Han people who initiated the alliance couldn't help cursing angrily. What happened? Is this person very strong? The alliance is void, withdraw. The Han countryman who could translate said decisively, and left the spot with his teammates after speaking. In the Doomsday Alliance, it is nothing more than a deceiving trick where the dangerous allies go first and the benefits are taken first. The two of them were in the same space as Lulu before. Although the direction is different, they can see Lulu's fighting power. If facing Luo Kekai, they thought they still had a slight chance of winning, then facing Lulu, they didn't even have a chance. So seeing Lulu appear, how could they not sneak away? They're gone, how about you? Lulu looked at the other three with a sneer, my wife, hurry up and help me translate. Lulu is just an ordinary college student. He could only speak a few sentences of English, and he spoke very badly. Facing these foreigners, he couldn't communicate with language, so he could only ask Luo Kekai for help. Luo Kekai didn't bother to correct Lulu's address, so she quickly translated Lulu's words. The secret realm is an opportunity for human beings. The secret realm where Lulu is now accommodates powerful people from all over the world. Although because of the location of the entrance to the secret realm, the people who come in are not necessarily the strongest in the area. But those who can pass the first 2 rounds of secret realm tests and enter here are more or less capable. Originally, there would be neither Bai nor Lulu's team in this secret realm. Only Luo Kekai, Lang Tianlin, and people from the local forces in Nanjing. Lang Tianlin will also meet powerful people from various countries in this secret realm, and capture Luo Kekai's heart. But the existence of Lulu changed all the patterns of this secret realm. Go to hell. Go away. The treasure is mine, let me get out of the way of everything. Whoosh whoosh. Bang bang bang. Boom. Fuck you, court death. When Lulu found Luo Kekai, other places in the canyon, humans were killing each other. In this giant canyon, apart from the huge tower in the middle, there are at least 200 bronze treasure chests and at least 20 silver treasure chests that can be seen with the naked eye. In order to snatch these treasures, all kinds of hidden weapons and abilities are flying all over the sky. There were shouts of killing and screams one after another. Since the locations where people teleport in are random, most of them are fighting on their own, and only a few can meet their teammates. Among these people, some people found the treasure chest but before they had time to open it, they were attacked by others with supernatural powers and crossbow arrows and died. Some people just got the treasure and were happy, when they were besieged by several people and chopped into meat sauce. In this secret realm, people are as cruel to their own kind as the monsters outside the secret realm. Strength plus 0.1. Agility plus 0.06. Fighting skill plus 3. Knife proficiency plus 4. Hey, I thought I was awesome before entering this secret realm, why is it so boring to pick up these things now? In the middle of a forest clearing, there are traces of human trampling and cutting everywhere. Stepping on the light balls on the ground, Bai couldn't help complaining in his heart. Not only is he a traverser, but he has also awakened special abilities. Among the bases around him, he is the strongest from behind. Now that he came to this secret realm, he realized that he still has many shortcomings. Forget it, anyway, the future is long. If you can't beat it now, it doesn't mean you can't beat it in the future. You can take your time. Bai, how do we go now? The sudden voice interrupted Bai's thoughts. Bai is a hidden protagonist, very lucky. When I first came in, there was a teammate by my side. It was his teammate Su Chu who spoke just now. Su Chu's skin is dark, and he is of medium height. He was originally just an ordinary office worker. After the end of the world came, he became a transformation-type supernatural being. Because of an accidental injury, he was rescued by Bai, and has followed Bai's side ever since. Of course, go to the tall tower in the middle. Bai looked at the giant tower in the middle of the canyon and said, although there are many treasures outside, they don't feel very powerful, and they should have been robbed. I think there must be more powerful treasures inside. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up, Fatty and the others must have gone there too. Well, let's go. Bai nodded, without any further hesitation, he led Su Chu towards the tower. But just a few steps away from the grove, several shouts suddenly came from the front. Stop, don't run. Damn it, hurry up and chase me. Grass. Hearing these voices, the two frowned, and hurried back to the woods to hide. Bai will not easily reveal his whereabouts until he is not sure whether the other party is an enemy or a friend. This is Bai's consistent style of acting in the last days. Not long after the two of them hid, several figures of Xia people ran across the road in front of them. Looking at these guys, Bai couldn't help frowning, because he knew these guys, they were survivors who came from the same entrance to the secret realm as him. Fuck, who are they chasing? It looks so excited. Who knows? Hey, Bai, isn't that the beauty in the team of that kid surnamed Lu? Su Chu exclaimed in a low voice and pointed to a huge locust tree across the road. The flowers and trees in the secret realm are also mutated. The huge locust tree was at least 100 meters away from them, and it was at least as thick as 8 people hugging each other. At this time, a pretty girl with a ponytail jumped down from the big tree cautiously. It is already January, and the weather in the south is very cold, but the awakened are very resistant to the cold. So the girl is still dressed very thinly, with a white t-shirt and a simple light-colored sports coat on her upper body, jeans and sneakers on her lower body. She holds a box in her hand. The box is similar to a normal necklace box, but shorter in length and deeper in depth. And the texture of this box is obviously taken out of the treasure chest. It's really her. The one in her hand should be a treasure, should we grab it? Snatch. Hearing this, Bai squinted his eyes, snatching is okay, but it must be done cleanly. Girls are clean and pretty. As a normal man, he should have some thoughts when he sees her. But the secret realm has a teleportation protection mechanism, unless you can instantly stun the other party with a psychic power, otherwise it is impossible to do something to a woman in the secret realm. Bai and Su Chu currently don't know the spiritual powers. So it's not very realistic to want to do something to this girl. The only thing they can do is to kill the other party before the other party activates the space teleportation, kill and seize the treasure. Hearing Bai's words, Su Chu spoke quickly. Then let's go. Wait. Someone is coming again. As soon as Bai finished speaking, a girl with double ponytails, a black princess dress and black knee socks appeared in their sight. The girl with double ponytails was holding a scroll in her left hand, a bear toy in her right hand, and a pair of black leather boots on her feet. She was bouncing towards them. Hey? Cangyun. Zyro. Bai, what should we do? After Bai thought for a moment, a look of coldness flashed in his eyes. What else can I do? Of course the two of them were killed together. Chapter 262 Attacking and Defending. The huge canyons in the uncharted territory are not all hills and forests. There are roads in most places, and the roads in some places are relatively spacious and flat. The two women Bai saw were naturally Cangyun and Qin Zyro. At this time, Cangyun's location was under the big locust tree 100 meters away from them, and Qin Zyro came from the path on their left. Originally, Cangyun didn't have much fighting ability, so she was cautious all the way. Seeing other people robbing treasures, she could only avoid them far away, for fear that other people's battles would affect her. But when they came to a forest, a silver box was under a big tree on the side of the road, and there were no other survivors around. She didn't resist the temptation and went to open it. At the beginning, everything was safe and sound, but she didn't have a storage ring to store treasures. So on the way to the tower, he was followed by other survivors. And then the scene just happened. And Bai, the traverser, was not such a bloodthirsty person in the first place. It's just that the memory of being bullied by his colleagues just after time travel let him know the cruelty of the end times. The experience of the end of the world for more than 2 months also made him decisive. Although the two women Yangyun and Qin Xiao are very beautiful, normal men should feel a little pity when they see them. But in this cruel last days, when a woman kills someone, she will not show any mercy. What's more, they are still Lu's people. So Bai thought for a while, and decided to kill these two women. After killing them, not only can they grab the treasures in their hands, but also hit Luu, which kills 2 birds with 1 stone. As for why Luu was attacked? In fact, when Bai first saw Luu, Bai never thought of making Luu an enemy. But when he saw Lu Ruobing and Luu together, he felt inexplicably upset. Especially thinking that Lu Ruobing might have been slept by Luu, he felt even more upset. Luu's strength surpassed him now, and he also regarded Luu as his goal and imaginary enemy in his mind. But maybe luck is favoring Bai. Just when he wanted to get close and kill the two women with a sneak attack, the group of people chasing Yangyun left and returned. They found Yangyun and surrounded Yangyun and Qin Xiao in time. Hey, chick, I know you didn't run far. Boss, this little girl also has a treasure in her hand. Oh. The leading man took a look at Qin Xiao, hand over the treasure obediently, and I will spare you. There are 6 people in this group, 5 men and 1 woman are all Xia people. Seeing the treasure in the hands of the 2 women, their eyes were full of greed. Hearing what a few people said, Qin Xiao subconsciously glanced at the box in Yan Yun's hand, and instantly understood it. Yan Yun couldn't help but said at this time, Hey, what's the matter with you guys? You don't want to snatch so many foreigners in this secret place, but come here to bully 2 female compatriots? Are you ashamed? Don't do this with me. The man in the lead was furious, and seemed to want to cover up his bad behavior with his voice. I only want treasures, and I won't kill people. If it weren't for the sake of you being Xia people, I would have done it a long time ago, and I am still here talking to you. Hurry up and hand over the treasure, otherwise. Yan Yun, back off. Qin Xiao's voice interrupted the man's words. Yan Yun, who had been cooperating with Qin Xiao for a long time, knew Qin Xiao's intentions, and quickly retreated behind her. The woman behind her wanted to take the opportunity to snatch the box from Yan Yun's hand. But the surrounding soil suddenly sprang up and formed a sphere to protect Yan Yun. Next second. Boom. A strong shock wave centered on Qin Xiao and spread in all directions. Gravel splashed and dust flew. Yan Yun in the soil ball was not affected, and the others reacted in time and moved away quickly. After a while, the smoke cleared and everyone regained their sight. What came into view was a little loli with twin ponytails floating in the air. Her hair was windless and automatic. She has a black light in her left hand and a fireball in her right. Treasures are impossible to give to you, come and get them if you have the ability. Boom boom boom. As soon as the words fell, one after another fireballs fell from the sky and smashed into the crowd. Countless gravels also flew into the air, covering the group of survivors with firepower. The few survivors on the ground were terrified and inexplicable. While dodging in a panic, they also found time to use their abilities on her several times. But they were all absorbed by the black light, so everyone was stunned. My god, this little girl can still fly. What ability is this? Immune to abilities. Mind power. Ability to devour +3. Mind power +5. Mental power +0.2. Looking at the 3 attribute balls that Qin Xiao dropped during the battle, Bai was dumbfounded. This little girl's ability is so strong. Fortunately, I didn't do anything to these 2 women. If they really fight to the death, if the 2 sides fight to the death, maybe he can also kill Qin Xiao. But it will never be so easy. Moreover, there is a protection mechanism in the secret realm, and it is impossible for the opponent to fight to the death with him. The probability that he can kill these 2 people is infinitely close to 0. If you can't kill them in this secret realm and play the role of killing people, then you will directly have more enemies like Luu. This is completely worth the candle. Thinking of this, Bai's back broke out in a cold sweat. Bai didn't know at this moment, even if he didn't do anything to Yan Yun and Qin Xiao. Luu was already preparing to kill him. Because Luu would definitely not let Lu Ruobing out. If Lu Ruobing is not to be let go, he must find a way to get rid of Bai. It would definitely not work to deal with him like he did to Chen Yang before. This guy Bai is not weak at present, and he is also in Yanjing. If he doesn't deal with him in the secret realm, after he returns to Yanjing, who knows how far he can grow when we meet next time. A strong protagonist who has experienced the cruelty of the apocalypse and who is decisive in killing can be solved with a beauty trap? Therefore, he must be dealt with in the secret territory. Hey, Luu, aren't you going to find your girlfriend? Luo Kikai's voice interrupted Luu's thoughts. The two Han people who initiated the alliance before left first, and the alliance of the other two groups naturally fell apart. The two also saved a lot of trouble and ran straight towards the giant tower in the center of the canyon. Along the way, the two saw many treasure chests that had been opened, traces of fighting, and the corpses of other awakened ones. But they've gotten used to it. And because the location of the two people is not far from the central giant tower, they have come to the edge of the central giant tower at this time. How to find such a big canyon? Looking at the towering giant tower in front of him, Luu asked questions without answering. This canyon is huge, with woods and hills. Don't have a communication device and want to find someone, it is no exaggeration to say that it is more difficult than ascending to the sky. She has no fighting ability, and she may be in danger. She has always been lucky, and she has a guardian jade pendant, so she can leave the secret realm in case of danger. But it's dark outside. There are also people who will respond when it is dark. So you're still worried about her? You talk too much nonsense. The two chatted for a while, seeing Luu frowning slightly, Luo Kikai felt mixed feelings. Before she could say something. Boom. A muffled sound. A man wearing Xiaoguo's military uniform was sent flying out of the giant tower by a powerful force. Taking a closer look, it was Long Zhan who fell to the ground. Then came Lu Xiudong's angry shout, "Bastard, you don't keep your promises." Credit. A tall golden-haired werewolf appeared at the entrance of the giant tower, and his hoarse and low-pitched Chinese came to everyone's ears, something that idiots say. Now this strongest guy has been destroyed by us. If you still want to come to snatch the treasure, just let him come here. You. Lu Xiudong? What's going on? Luu? You came just in time, hurry up and take back our position. Our place. The thing is this. There are 12 six-pointed star magic circles in this tower, and some monsters will be sent over every once in a while. As long as these monsters are solved, treasures will appear in these six-pointed star magic circles. We originally discussed to get rid of these monsters together, and everyone got their own treasures. Unexpectedly, this group of guys actually took advantage of the time to get rid of the monsters to attack the dragon team. Oh? The game of attacking and defending? Hehe, it's interesting. Chapter 263. Lu Xiudong spoke concisely and quickly explained what happened. Luu also quickly understood a general idea. The giant tower of the secret realm has a total of 12 floors, but the inside is hollow. The second to the 12th floors are a large circle of stands, just like a huge venue. 12 huge six-pointed star arrays with a diameter of 10 meters formed a circle and were evenly arranged in the middle of the bottom floor. Not only monsters but also treasures will appear in the hexagram. Of course there is not only one monster. But only when all these monsters are killed, the treasure will appear. Since there were not many survivors who came here at the beginning. Therefore, if you want to solve the monsters of the 12 hexagrams, you need the cooperation of the awakened people inside. Originally, there were a total of 6 survivor teams in the giant tower, and it was reasonable for a team to share 2 treasures each round. But in the first round, everyone lived in peace. At the beginning of the second round, the monsters became stronger, and it was not so easy for them to deal with them. The team of the golden-haired werewolf seemed to be afraid of Long Zhan's strength, and decided to strike first. Not only did he sneak attack Long Zhan while he was dealing with the monsters, but he also killed several military soldiers. If it weren't for Long Zhan's order to keep other people alive, it is estimated that more people would die. Do you have nothing to heal your wounds with such a ruthless attack? Seeing that Long Zhan was covered in scars, his sternum was sunken, his face was pale, and the corners of his mouth were still stained with blood, Luu couldn't help asking. The weapon of Dragon War is a mutated yellow dragon hook sickle. The previous user was the famous general of the Three Kingdoms, Zhang Liao. If the forces inside hadn't considered that the price to be paid for taking the knife would be too high, then the knife would have changed hands now. The number 1 expert in the military region was actually beaten up like this. Tisk tisk, how miserable. There are some medicinal powders for healing, but they can only help stop the bleeding. Lu Xiudong replied quickly. The military does have a healer, but there are too many wounded in the base, so there is no way to bring them out. So I can only bring some hemostatic powder refined by the alchemist. Hearing Lu Xiudong's words, Luu subconsciously looked at Luo Kikai beside him. According to the original plot, it should be Lang Tianlin who helped Luo Kikai get out of the siege, and then a group of people came to this giant tower together. Luo Kikai cured Long Zhan with the healing orb, and the group went in together to regain the territory. But now, how many of you are left now? Including me, there are only 7 left. I don't know how many people are left in other places. 7? What about the other 6? As soon as Liu finished speaking, the other 6 soldiers appeared at the gate of the giant tower while being vigilant against other forces. Dragon Team! Dragon Team! My god, is it so badly injured? Bastards, these bastards, I will fight with them. Daijin, stop. Seeing Long Zhan's injury, the 6 soldiers were filled with righteous indignation. Thinking of those teammates who died in the battle before, one of the fighters was going to fight them desperately, but Lu Xiudong stopped him in time. You are no match for them. Not an opponent, then me too. Obey orders. Yes. Seeing that the army was no longer impulsive, Lu Xiudong took a deep breath and looked at Liu. Brother Liu, you are the strongest here now, what do you think should be done? How to do? Master Liu. Master Liu. Just as Liu was about to say something, Yuan Ji and Li Bo's voices rang out in time. Seeing the appearance of the two, Liu smiled. According to Luo Kikai's plot direction and the layout of the secret realm, this should be the last point of the secret realm. So if you use your full strength, there should be no problem. Long Zhan, let's talk about cooperation. Liu spoke suddenly, making everyone stunned. Long Zhan is still lying on the ground, even having difficulty speaking. What kind of cooperation do you talk about with Long Zhan? What cooperation? Don't worry, just wait for me for a while. After Liu finished speaking, he unhurriedly took out a tube of fireworks from the ring, lit it with a lighter and put it on the ground. Although most people in the Canyon will subconsciously move closer to this giant tower after seeing this giant tower. But everyone's distance is different, and the speed is also different. Some people even take breaks on the road, desert, and line up with people from other countries to grab treasures, etc. So Liu needs to give them a signal to gather urgently. Call out. Boom. As a firework exploded in the middle of the tower, all eyes in the Canyon were focused on the giant tower. Fireworks? Is this the captain? Brother Liu wants us to gather. My god, the boss is here so soon. Tisk tisk, the boss is indeed the boss. Zai Feng, let's go, your brother sent a signal to come over. Coming. Zyro, hurry up, Liu has already arrived. This is already the fastest. Fireworks are generally only available in Xia Kingdom. And in this last days, besides Liu, who else would carry this thing with them? So after seeing the fireworks, everyone in Liu's team guessed that it was Liu who was sending the signal. Without much hesitation, they cheered up and ran towards the giant tower. At the same time, inside the giant tower, the grounds are clean and spotless. The remaining 5 teams are 2 teams of European whites, 2 teams of Japanese people, and 1 team of blacks. There are a total of more than 50 people in the 5 teams. They fight independently and guard against each other. One of the Dongying warriors looked at the golden-haired werewolf in the distance and whispered. That guy attacked the soldiers of the Xia Kingdom. It seems that he wanted to swallow the treasures here. Swallow alone? Why should they? It is estimated that the strength and the team are relatively strong. Do you want to do something to them? Don't worry, they killed the soldiers of the Xia Kingdom. The other soldiers of the Xia Kingdom will definitely not let it go. Didn't you hear the signal is being sent outside? We can wait for them to fight first. In the words of Xiaoguo, this is called sitting on a mountain and watching a tiger fight. Well, it makes sense. Nakamura, although we may not be friends outside, but inside, we should be united. I agree with you this time. On the other side, the white team. Hey, Oleg, they seem to be sending signals outside. Oleg is the name of the golden-haired werewolf. The golden-haired werewolf is a werewolf with royal blood in the werewolf family. Not only is it more powerful after transformation, but it also has natural leadership ability. When their team entered the secret realm, there were more than 80 people. There are archers, knights, swordsmen, and magicians in it. Even after a lot of screening, there are still more than 60 left. The reason why he sneaked into Long Zhan was because of the survivors in the tower. Long Zhan was the greatest threat to him. If it weren't for the fact that there are too few teammates entering the tower, and other teammates are at risk of being attacked by other teams, Long Zhan would be dead now. Don't worry about them, judging from their performance, how many people come will die. Aren't you afraid of a guy as strong as that man just now? How can there be so many powerful guys? The man just now is obviously the strongest among them, there can be no stronger one. Oleg taunted casually, if possible, I really want to learn about that young man you mentioned just now. Can one person scare you away? Ha ha ha, it's so funny. You do not say. In the future, don't say that you are strong. Ha 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 ha. As soon as Oleg said this, the others also echoed and laughed wantonly. After all, it is a kind of humiliation for anyone to retreat without fighting when encountering the enemy. Just as everyone was laughing, a conversation came from outside the giant tower. Oh no, no, I'm exhausted. Zyro? Why are you so tired? You think I think so? I met a few snatchers of Yan Yun's treasures on the road, and I repelled them. Before I could replenish my strength, I saw your signal, and then flew so far with Yan Yun. Okay, but it's good that we arrive safely. Yan Yun, hurry up and heal Captain Long. Old Wei, Wu Jiang, you two are guarding the gate. The others follow me to clear the field. Is Duanqing here? Coming. Leave the golden wolf to me, and the others to you. It is good. Let's go, kill them all, leave no one behind. Chapter 264 All treasures are mine. The secret place where Luu is located is very large, and it is a bit outrageously large. There are not only natives, but also more than 2,000 foreigners. Even if you call 100 people in, you still can't get all the treasures in the secret realm. So in order to get more treasures in the secret realm, Luu set off fireworks without even asking Bai. A cloud-piercing arrow, thousands of troops meet each other. The battle for secret realms that should have been fought with individuals or teams as a unit has also turned into a chaos with countries as a unit. However, Luu did not seek cooperation from other Xiaoguo teams. Because they are not only insufficient in strength, but also have no guarantee of loyalty. Facing this rapidly changing battlefield, Luu is not sure that they will not rebel. Hey, hello, someone came in. People from the Xia Kingdom. It's this kid who scared off those two Han people. That's him. Monsters in the tower will appear every half hour. When everyone first came here, monsters already existed. At this time, the people inside just got the second round of treasures, and they were sitting and resting beside the six-pointed star formation. Seeing Luu walking in aggressively with a green sword and several people, Oleg narrowed his eyes. He wouldn't just bring these people in. Swish. What answered him was a horizontal sword energy. There is no opening statement, just do it without explaining. Luu's King Z sword is enchanted with the wind attribute, and he can release the wind blade with the help of the long sword. Although the level of enchantment is not enough, the power of the wind blade is slightly insufficient. But with the sword energy hitting 10 meters away, it's not a problem to cut a black iron monster without a shell in half. And when using the King Z sword to fight, the frequency of releasing the wind blade is much faster than before. Flash! Damn it, kid! Kill him! The moment Luu raised his hand, Oleg and his party were already on alert. When the wind blade flew over, they quickly dodged and took out their weapons. Knife, sword, shield. Die! Luu's voice was cold without any emotion. He started the wind walk directly, and wiped the neck of a swordsman standing in front of Oleg. Whether it was to grab the treasure or to vent his anger, Luu didn't hold back at this moment. This swordsman held an épée unique to Europe in his hand, and was also wearing simple chain mail. But his reaction and speed are obviously much worse than Luu's, and the defense at the neck position can't stop the King Z sword's sharpness. Following the flash of the golden sword light, the swordsman clutched his neck and slowly fell to the ground. No. Bell. How are you, Bell? You bastard, go to hell. Thunderbolt, listen to my call. The swordsman seemed to be the boyfriend of a female magician. Seeing that his boyfriend was not breathing, he gave Luu a super strong electric shock. Qin Zairo's dark ability blocked her in time. Not only blocked her thunder magic, but also wrapped her body with a black air like a rope. The other end of the black rope was held by Qin Zairo. Leave this to me, just to let me recover some mental power. Her dark ability can not only invade the spiritual world of the enemy, but also absorb red and blue. Even a magician can't escape her devouring ability. Feeling the terrifying dark power on her body, the female magician hurriedly yelled at her companions. Asshole, hurry up and get rid of that little bitch who uses black magic. I come. Your opponent is me. Fake, I'm going to tear you into pieces. Hey, big fool, where are you looking? This is a melee with fewer enemies and more enemies. Luu didn't bring many people with him this time. Lu Xiudong, Chen Yang, Lu Ruobing, Qin Zairo, Duanqing, Luo Kikai and others all stayed outside the giant tower to block their reinforcements. Among these 6 people, except for Luo Kikai, most of them would not kill people. But Oleg's previous behavior of killing military soldiers clearly violated their bottom line. So Lu Xiudong came in to testify against the murderer, and the other 5 came in to help the murderer. This kid is so fast. With your strength, you also want to swallow the treasure. With killing intent in Luu's eyes, an afterimage pulled out a golden sword light. His current physical enhancement level is still a silver bottleneck. This level is a level that goes everywhere in the middle and late period of the apocalypse, even 1 year after the apocalypse. But now the end of the world is only more than 3 months away. People who can discover the crystal nucleus in the last 3 months, find out the correct usage of the crystal nucleus, and promote themselves to the silver bottleneck, even the military is absolutely rare. Not to mention that Luu also integrated the power of the 3 protagonists plus a green sword. The silver level sacred body not only gives Liu a strong self-healing ability, but also continuously helps Liu recover his physical strength. Danger perception allows him to block all attacks from blind spots. Super high level of reinforcement, full level swordsmanship, plus all attribute abilities. The combination of various powers makes Liu an invincible existence in this time period. Even if sometimes there are situations where the opponent cannot be killed, it is because the opponent has strong life-saving skills, not because Liu is defeated and cannot kill the opponent. So Liu can make waves, and is also qualified to make waves. After killing the swordsman, Liu confronted the Golden Wolf King. The Golden Retriever Wolf King is indeed fast and powerful, and even has simple armor on his body. But in front of Liu, it was not enough. Now Liu has almost no weaknesses except for his slightly weaker defense. Seeing Liu rushing, the Golden Retriever Wolf King managed to dodge, but at the same time, if he wanted to attack the enemy, he must save him, so he slapped Liu's head with his claws. Unexpectedly, Liu had expected it a long time ago, his body twisted strangely in line with his pace, and the long sword in his hand changed direction instantly. Cut! Swish! A golden light flashed, and Oleg's arm flew into the sky with a lot of blood. What? Oleg let out a scream. Next second. After image, golden light. Everyone felt a blur before their eyes, and the body of the Golden Retriever Wolf King was chopped off 7 or 8 times. It was just because the blade was too fast that these wounds did not bleed out immediately. Goodbye. Liu's cold voice sounded again. Relying on the extremely fast speed, he circled behind the opponent, and chopped off the opponent's head with a sword in both hands. Puff! Boom! Oleg's head fell off, and blood gushed out from all the incisions in his body. Good and fast sword. Are they too late to open the teleportation? Don't let anyone else go. Liu suddenly shouted. Killing Oleg, he was like killing a passerby. A didn't show any expression, and immediately looked at other people. After image, still after image plus sword energy. Although the awakened members of Oleg's team saw Liu's sword coming out, they couldn't hide it. Get out, get out. Want to run? It's already 2, 3, 5, 7 too late. Death to me. Where the sword light passed, not a single blade of grass grew. There are 14 of Oleg's teammates in this giant tower. Facing the massacre of Liu's 7 people, only 3 of them managed to activate the teleportation. Most of the others died without thinking about escaping, and a small number died within 3 seconds of the transmission delay. After killing the Oleg team, Liu sneered. Slowly turned his head to the side and looked at the other 4 teams. Listen to me, all of you. Treasures are good things. I can understand if you want them. But from now on, the treasures in this tower belong to me alone. I will give you 10 seconds to start the teleportation and leave the secret realm. If you are still in front of me 10 seconds later, no matter who kills you. Nothing. Forgive me. Chapter 265 Liu and number 039, S uncle. Lu Xudong is Lu Ruobing's eldest brother. Although he was the king of soldiers before the end of the world, his ability to awaken after the end of the world can only be regarded as above average. Berserker. The normal state is no match for his sister Lu Ruobing. So the battle just now was basically performed by the other 6 people. Chen Yang is the protagonist. After 2 months of tempering, his combat effectiveness is already impressive. With dual line enhancements and special spells, it is still very easy to kill 3 or 2 people. Lu Ruobing protects Qin Xiao from remote control, while Luo Kekai and Duanqing are in charge of harvesting the battlefield. Needless to say, Luo Kekai's combat effectiveness, with 10 years of combat experience and combat skills in the last days, plus all attribute abilities, even the current Lu Ruobing can only compete with her ... If the 2 sides keep a certain distance, Lu Ruobing may still gain the upper hand. And Duanqing, as the 3rd master in the military region, his comprehensive strength may not be as good as these 2 women, but the knife in his hand is very strong. Ancient ingot knife. The yellow dragon hook and sickle used in the Dragon War is a product of the same period. The previous user was Zhongdong Tiger, Sun Jian. The 2 weapons were not found in the same place, but their power was almost the same. Such a few people paired with Liu are simply invincible. You know, in this secret realm, there was only one Lang Tianlin in Luo Kekai's original plot? It can be done with only one Lang Tianlin. Now that there are more Liu, Lu Ruobing, Qin Xiao, and Chen Yang, wouldn't it be easier and more enjoyable? Hearing what Liu said at this time, Luo Kekai took the initiative to act as an interpreter. A moment later. What? I'll leave within 10 seconds. Kill without pardon. This guy. What should I do? Do you want to fight? Can it be repaired? The 4 teams, 1 white, 1 black, and 2 Japanese, all gritted their teeth and frowned. The battle just ended quickly, and they didn't have time to support them. Now that Liu asked them to leave the secret realm directly, they were of course unwilling. It's just that they didn't dare to move when they saw that the ground behind Liu was covered in blood, corpses, and internal organs. Their strength will not be stronger than Oleg's team, even Oleg's team has no strength to fight back, how can they fight? Since you don't want to go, then go to die. Liu tightened the King's sword in his hand, and said something with a slightly cold look in his eyes. If it is 10 seconds, it is 10 seconds, and he doesn't want to give it one more second. But just as Liu was about to carry out a new round of massacre, a white man hurriedly said. No, wait a minute. Don't do it, buddy, you win. I'll go, can't I go? Hi, how are you? This kid is too powerful, we are no match for him. The white man spread his hands helplessly, no matter how important the treasure is, it is not as important as your own life, so. Goodbye everyone. As soon as the voice fell, the teleportation barrier on the white man lit up. Obviously, he was cowardly. Seeing that Liu killed Oleg's team in such a short period of time, he knew that he was no match. Staying here would only add one more corpse. Oh, no, how did this guy leave? In that case, I'll go too. You, aren't you? Hehe, I don't want to die either. Gone. Now that everyone is gone, I can only go too. One person took the lead, and the others could only be forced to teleport away one after another. First the whites, then the blacks. In the end it was the turn of the two teams of Dongying people. They stood up and struggled, trying to stay in another way. Little brother, although your strength is very strong, there are quite a few monsters in it, and it seems that they will become stronger and stronger. One of the Dongying warriors said respectfully, do you think we can stay? You, don't get me wrong, we just want to see what's going on in this secret realm, and we won't steal your treasure. Stay. After listening to Luo Kikai's translation, Liu sneered. Next second. Swish. The King's sword made a horizontal cut out of thin air, and threw a sword energy directly at the warrior. You are also worthy. Seeing this, the Dongying warrior couldn't help but change his face, and quickly dodged to the side. Although his strength is not bad, he barely avoided Liu's wind blade, but the middle-level bronze guy behind him was not so lucky. Puff. The samurai's reaction was half a beat slow, and Liu's wind blade slashed his shoulder and sent him flying. You. Hateful. What are you doing? The Dongying warriors frowned and pressed the handle of the knife at the same time, watching Liu become alert. The person at the head was full of anger in his heart. This guy actually attacked his own people without warning? What are you doing? So moody? The other party's words did not need to be translated, and Liu could understand them, so he didn't speak, but just took 2 steps forward with his green sword firmly grasped. Seeing Liu approaching him with coldness in his eyes, these Dongying people didn't have time to think about it, and quickly started the space teleportation. They stayed, of course, not simply to inquire about secret information. But Liu is not a fool, how could he give them a chance? Hello. Very good boy, we remember you. This hatred, our Dongying Empire will avenge it sooner or later. After seeing the space barrier light up, the two Dongying people each said a harsh word. Walk slowly, don't send. Hearing these words, Liu didn't even bother to answer. The hatred between the two countries is not a day or two, and I am still afraid of their revenge? Even if you want to take revenge, you should take revenge on them yourself. What qualifications do they have? Seeing that there was no living person in the entire giant tower except his own forces, Liu stopped talking nonsense, and directly turned around with his sword, and found Oleg's right hand that was chopped off by him before. Oleg has 2 storage rings on his right hand. Liu neatly took off the 2 storage rings above. Killing and stealing treasures. After killing a person, of course you have to get his treasure. Although the storage ring needs blood to recognize the owner before it can be used, and the storage ring cannot be nested. That is to say, one storage ring cannot be used in another storage ring. But after the master dies, it won't take long for the spiritual imprint on it to disappear. So Liu is not in a hurry. Wipe the ring clean with paper and put it in his trouser pocket. After doing all this, he searched the bodies of these corpses again, and then opened his mouth slowly. Look at the weapons and equipment around them. Is there anything you need? If not, throw their bodies and weapons out. Throw it out, why do you want to throw it out? Yeah, brother Liu, won't there be monsters here? Wouldn't it be better to stay here and let those monsters eat them? Why waste your energy moving the corpse? You guys don't understand this, do you? Pile the corpses outside, which is a deterrent to other awakened people. Generally awakened people don't dare to come in when they see so many corpses. Hey, that's right. Then I'll call someone in to deal with it. Duanqing also nodded. Nothing is important at this moment, the most important thing is to arrange for people to take the treasure of this secret realm first. Lu Ruobing also said at this time, Luu, we have to hurry up, it won't take long for monsters to appear here. Well, I know, uncle, do the monsters that appear here have crystal nuclei? Ah? Big uncle. Hearing Luu's words, and seeing Luu staring at him, Lu Xiaodong was a little unresponsive. He was just thinking about the scene where Luu solved Oleg, the speed, the sword move, he was simply amazed. But what's the situation now? What the hell is uncle? Let alone him, even Lu Ruobing and Luo Kekai didn't react, they looked at Luu with black lines all over his head. Lu Xiaodong didn't have time to think too much, so he quickly replied. Yes, every monster has it. Then it's easy to handle. You guys get rid of the monsters inside. I'll take 4 people to guard the tower gate. As for the treasures and crystal cores. Luu stroked his chin and hesitated for a moment, then threw the brand new storage ring that he got when he first entered the secret realm to Qin Zyro. Zyro, go on. Qin Zyro raised her hand subconsciously. The power of thought was activated, and the ring floated to her hand. Brother Luu, why are you giving me this? I've given you this storage ring. First you drop your blood and recognize the owner to help me collect 2 rounds of crystal nuclei and treasures. I'll go out and deal with the other survivors. Ah? Brother Luu, are you not afraid that I will run away with the crystal nucleus and treasure inside? Run and run. Luu waved his hand casually, if you really run away, it can only prove that I am blind. Hey, thanks to Brother Luu's love, but don't worry, Brother Luu, I, Qin Zyro, swear to the sky, even if the sky falls, I will never run away. Okay, don't fix these useless things. Luu didn't bother to talk to her, Wu Jiang, Shueli, Luo Kekai, Lu Zifeng, you 4 will guard the gate with me. I'll go. Luu, aren't we going to get the treasure inside? Of course you have to get the treasure, but don't worry too much, you go outside with me to kill someone first. Kill? Kill who? Yeah, bye. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 266. Knowing that there are tigers in the mountains, I prefer to walk in the mountains. There are many treasures in the secret realm. Although some treasures are useless to Luu, they are still very useful to his team. So it is impossible for Luu not to pay attention to these treasures. But before he entered the tower, he had reached an agreement with Long Zhan. He asked Cangyun to heal his wounds and avenge his subordinates, and finally they worked together to capture the tower. Treasures are divided into 3, and not only do I have the priority to choose, but I can also get 2 of them. Luu has a lot of chips in his hand, as long as Long Zhan agrees, he is not afraid of the other party's repentance. Faced with this condition proposed by Luu, can Long Zhan not agree? No. Even if Luu gets more treasures, this cooperation will be of great benefit to him. So the cooperation between the 2 parties was reached. With this agreement, Luu was not in a hurry, and decided to come out and deal with Ye Bai first. Ye Bai is the protagonist, and his awakened ability is to pick up attributes in the last days. According to the normal development of the plot, not only will he become very powerful, but he will definitely be his enemy in the future. Kill him yourself, not only to gain his abilities, but also to get rid of a future enemy. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, why not do it? As for why Qin Zyro was asked to collect treasures instead of others? That's because among the few women around Luu, Xiao Manli's betrayal rate was already lower than 20%. Lu Ruobing and Qin Zyro are already below 10%. Yan Yun and Li Wanning are even below 5%. Li Wanning didn't come in, and Yan Yun didn't have much fighting power. Of course, the dangerous work of collecting treasures and crystal nuclei could only be done by Lu Ruobing and Qin Zyro. Qin Zyro can fly, and her vision and efficiency have advantages over Lu Ruobing. So Luu chose Qin Zyro. Ye Bai? Who is it? Lu Zifeng looked puzzled. Among the 4 people Luu called out, except for Luo Kekai, the other 3 were all people who could attack Ye Bai without asking indiscriminately. It was Luu's cousin Lu Zifeng who was asking questions just now. The name Ye Bai was very unfamiliar to Lu Zifeng. I don't know why Luu wanted to kill him at all. You don't have to worry about it. Luu didn't bother to explain, he will definitely come here later, I'm responsible for attracting his attention, just find a chance to sneak attack him. This line. Lu Zifeng hesitated for a moment, but agreed without thinking too much. I never thought about whether I could win the opponent. Damn, what do you mean? Why don't you let us in? These guys want to monopolize the treasures here, let's kill them together. When Luu led the 4 of them out of the giant tower, the outside was already in chaos. Although the elimination rate of this secret realm is very high, there are less than 500 people after numerous screenings. But the military came in with a total of 28 people, and now there are only 15 people left. After Luo Kikai's 3 female subordinates were randomly teleported to the secret realm, they grabbed 2 treasures and were beaten out. 3 of Qin Zheng's subordinates, the assassin named Zhou Yun, were also besieged because they got a treasure, and had no choice but to leave the secret realm. In other words, Luo's team of 20 people now only has 16 people left. There are 31 people in the 2 teams. Not only do they need to kill the monsters in the giant tower to seize the treasures, but they also have to resist the siege of the remaining strong men. The difficulty is not ordinary. You must know that the remaining strong men are not only the elite among the elite, but also have treasures on their bodies. There are many kinds of these treasures, even Luo dare not take them lightly. At this time outside the giant tower, Long Zhan's injuries had almost recovered. 70 or 80 awakened people were blocked outside the giant tower by Wei Jianjun and Long Zhan leading people. The 2 sides were at each other's throats. There are still many awakened people in the distance, rushing towards the direction of the giant tower. In the open space ahead were the bodies of Oleg and his party. If it weren't for the deterrent effect of these corpses, as Luo said, it is estimated that the gate of the giant tower has been smashed by them. Luo Kikai, quickly translate for me and tell them that the treasure is inside the tower, let them go in and get it. What? Old Wei, Captain Long, you don't have to stop me, just bring your people in and prepare, just leave it to me here. It is good. Puff. It is on the Canyon Road less than 300 meters away from the giant tower. A big European man with flowery arms clutched his neck in disbelief, and slowly fell to the ground. After his teammates saw the scene, they began to flee in all directions quickly. There is no shortage of smart people in this world, let alone people who think they are smart. This European man with flower arms knew that other people would rush towards the giant tower, and also knew that the treasures inside the giant tower were not so easy to get. So he took his team to ambush other survivors on this necessary road. Going to grab treasures with a large number of awakened teams, how can I ambush other awakened teams here to grab treasures? He has succeeded twice along the way, which further strengthened his idea. It's just that he didn't expect that this young man from the Xia Kingdom, who was not big and looked easy to bully, was actually so strong. Don't even give yourself the chance to teleport out of the secret realm? Su Qiu, quickly see if there is anything useful on him. After Ye Bai said this, he didn't pay attention to the dead man with flower arms, but looked at the giant tower that was close at hand. He was in the opposite position to Luo from Qin Xiao and Yan Yun, and it was the outermost edge of the canyon. After giving up on the 2 women, both sides began to rush towards the giant tower at the same time. But Qin Xiao can fly, he can't, so he came very late. Find 2 storage rings, one has recognized the owner. Nothing else. No. It is estimated that all the things he robbed are in this ring. Let's go then. Ye Bai, why do I suddenly feel uneasy? What? You feel the same way? Hearing Su Qiu say this, Ye Bai couldn't help being stunned. After the sound of fireworks in the direction of the giant tower, he felt a little uneasy. And the closer you get to the giant tower, the more obvious this uneasy feeling becomes. At this time, even Su Qiu felt this way when he came within 300 meters of this giant tower. A little. After Su Qiu wiped the ring and handed it to Ye Bai, he nodded subconsciously, do you think there is any danger in this tower? There must be danger. Ye Bai narrowed his eyes, but with our current strength, it's okay to be careful, right? Ye Bai comforted Su Qiu in his mouth, and comforted himself in his heart at the same time. Knowing that there are tigers in the mountains, but preferring to go to the mountains, this is also a common problem of the protagonist. Especially if you know there is treasure in a place. No matter how much stronger the enemies and monsters in that place are than the protagonist, the ultimate secret treasure there must belong to the protagonist in the end. This is the usual routine in novels and movies. What's more, with Ye Bai's current strength, even if he is not the top among the awakened ones, he still doesn't even have a chance to escape. So Ye Bai still had some confidence. Right. Hearing what Ye Bai said, Su Qiu nodded in agreement. So the 2 of them continued to run towards the giant tower. There were no other robbers on the road. As time passed, the gate of the giant tower caught the eyes of the 2 of them. Hey, that kid! My mother, what's the situation? Seeing the situation at the entrance of the giant tower, Su Qiu and Ye Bai were dumbfounded. The entrance was blocked by them. So many corpses. They did it all. Oh my god! Before they could think about it, Luo's voice reached their ears. My young master once again reiterates that there are indeed treasures in the tower, but if you want to go in and understand the situation, you have to use the treasures as tickets. If you don't pay the tickets, you still want to go in? Then I'm sorry, they are your fate. Luo's voice was ice cold. After speaking, he pointed to the mountains of awakened corpses in front of him with the green sword in his hand. There are not many corpses, only more than 30. But there are more than 20 more than before. Seeing this scene, how could Ye Bai not understand what was going on? Grass, Luo, this guy, actually relies on his strong strength to collect tickets to the secret realm here. Chapter 267 You are not worthy, get out. Lu's current location is at the entrance of the giant tower in the secret realm. On both sides of the giant tower are unusually lush bushes, and in front of it is a huge open space. The clearing consists of dry compacted gravel and loess. At first glance, it looked very empty, at least equivalent to the size of 4 basketball courts. At this time, more than 30 human corpses and broken limbs were piled up in the middle of the open space, and the smell of blood and stench came out. The bright red blood gathered into a stream, making other survivors flinch. After Ye Bai and Su Chu came here, they took a quick glance. In addition to Lu's 5 people and more than 30 corpses, there are many attribute light balls and traces of fighting in the open space outside the tower. These attribute light spheres prove that within 5 minutes, a tragic battle took place here. On the other side of the corpse, there were more than 40 survivors who looked unwilling. Looking inside, the other 3 sides of the tower are closed, and there is only a huge arched entrance directly in front. Although this arched entrance has no door, and the width and height are more than 10 meters, the survivors can enter and exit at will. But now there is a huge earthen wall there. An earthen wall stands in the middle of the entrance to the giant tower. A large number of strong vine trunks are connected to the earth wall to completely seal the entrance of the giant tower. Originally, everyone was an awakener, and it was not a problem at all to break through such obstacles and enter the tower. But Lu's strong strength made this offensive and defensive battle extremely difficult. If other survivors wanted to go in, they had to either release large-scale abilities to break through these barriers, or kill Lu first. It is impossible to rely on other people to delay time and take the opportunity to break through these obstacles. Garbage, get the hell out of here. With a bang, a black shadow flew towards Lu. Lu didn't immediately fight back with his sword, but took 2 steps to the side. Because the person who flew over was a person from the cold country. This cold countryman didn't come to attack Lu, but was kicked over. The person who kicked him was so strong that he lost half his life in mid-air. Boom! The cold countryman fell heavily in front of Lu, and without any hesitation, he directly opened the space teleportation to save his life. In his current state, even if he didn't die by Lu's sword, he would die by other people's hands. So decisively leave the secret realm without explaining. He, I seemed to hear someone saying something just now, but I didn't hear it clearly. Ma'am, can you translate it again? Accompanied by the sound of banter, a strong black man with a height of more than 2 meters appeared in Lu's sight. It was Lu who was talking just now, and Luo Kikai helped translate. So the strong black man heard Luo Kikai's voice. Lu glanced at him. This guy's muscles are like Johnson's, and he looks very explosive, especially his arms, which are almost as thick as his own thighs. Our boss said you are unworthy and told you to go away. After Luo Kikai translated this sentence, she subconsciously glanced at Lu beside her, with a strange look on her face. In her previous life, she fell in love with Lu, but she didn't know that Lu was a scumbag. After being reborn, she woke up and wanted to seek revenge from Lu. But Lu's strength and handling style are completely different from the Lu in her memory. This feeling. Oh shit! The black man's cursing interrupted Luo Kikai's thoughts. After listening to Luo Kikai's translation, the smile on the black man's face disappeared. He stared at Lu with cold eyes, and then rushed towards Lu like a brown bear. Although he is a silver beginner, he is obviously a powerful type. The fist wind flashed, and Lu's figure had disappeared. Then a cold voice came into his ears. Want to die? Let me help you. Swish! The sword light flashed, and the head of the strong black man flew into the sky. Bright red blood spewed out from his neck like a fountain. Puff! The headless black man fell to the ground, and the power-awakened person at the beginning of Bian didn't last more than 3 seconds in front of Lu. The lifeless waste really disgusts me. Lu couldn't help cursing angrily. His voice was not low, and most of the people present could hear. I give you a piece of advice. Don't be too confident in your own strength. If you really don't know what level you are, just look at that golden retriever over there. If you think you can beat him, if you charge towards me again, you are not afraid of death, but I am afraid that my hand will be soft. The awakened ones present have not yet recovered from the killing just now. At this time, seeing this arrogant black strong man being instantly killed by Lu with a sword, immediately surprised to swallow an egg. You know, although this strong black man is powerful, his speed is not slow. Such an awesome person, was given a second by Lu? That, buddy, we are all Xiaoguo people, can't we be more flexible? After an unknown amount of time, a man from Xiaoguo stepped forward and said. With the end of the world coming, human beings should not kill each other like this. But he also knew that human nature is selfish. In other secret realms, he would not say such naive words, but it is different in this super secret realm where elites from all over the world gather. Humans are social animals, and it is human nature to be consistent with others. So accommodating. Liu raised his eyebrows and glanced at him. I don't think I've seen you before. Which city are you from? Yanjing. Yanjing? All right, people from other countries, one treasure can bring 5 teammates in. Since we are both from the Xia Kingdom, I will give you 10 positions. Is there any requirement for the type of treasure? No, just give me one. That. After the man asked clearly, he agreed without much hesitation. There are many treasures in the secret realm that are consumable, and their practical value can only be considered average. It's not a bad loss to exchange one such treasure for the tickets of 10 people. Seeing that the man agreed, Liu said nothing, and pointed to the position 5 meters away from him with his finger. 5 meters is a relatively safe distance at any time. Liu drew a circle on that position, which is specially used to put tickets. Call all your people over and put the treasure in that circle. It is good. The man nodded, gathered his staff, and placed a scroll in the circle. This scroll is a one-time scroll. There are offensive, defensive, and auxiliary types, and the grades are basically gold and dark gold. Of course, the power is also different. Someone tried to use this scroll to break through Liu's defense before. But Liu easily resolved it by relying on danger perception and standing in advance. A super large-scale ability was released, and Liu led people back to the tower in time. Not only did the ability not hurt Liu and the others, but it hurt other survivors. That person didn't want to be surrounded by others, so he could only open the space teleportation to escape. Master Liu. The man led the people away. Xueli picked up the scroll and handed it to Liu. Okay. Liu took it over and took a look. Ability Scroll, Thunder, Offensive Props. Explanation, contains the gold level Thunder System ability Thunderbolt, Thunderstorm weather can trigger thunder. There is no doubt that it is a tasteless treasure. Since Liu didn't ask for the type of treasures, these treasures will naturally not be very good. Brother Liu? You're safe and well. Ye Bai's voice brought Liu back to reality. Seeing that Luo Kekai controlled the entrance vines to spread out a small door, and the man led his teammates into the giant tower through the small door, he finally couldn't help it. Although Ye Bai wanted to kill Cangyun and Qin Xiero, he didn't take action, did he? So now he is confident. Ye Bai. Liu smiled with deep meaning in his eyes. Hee, you guys came here very slowly. No way, the place I came in is too far away from this tower, and I was ambushed several times on the way. Ambush? How many times? Are you not injured? It's not that you are injured, it's just a waste of time. What's your situation? Ye Bai looked at Liu, pretended to be puzzled and asked a question, as if he hadn't guessed Liu's intention. It's nothing, just collect some tolls. Liu didn't care, and said casually, come on, Wujiang, Liu Zifeng, Xueli, let me introduce you. This brother's name is Ye Bai, a master from Yanjing. We met at the position of 6 bronze treasure boxes before. His current strength is no worse than yours. That's the shit, Ye Bai, be careful. Before Liu could finish speaking, he suddenly looked to Ye Bai's rear right side with a look of horror. The sudden sound of vigilance made Ye Bai subconsciously look in the direction of Liu's gaze. Next second. Roar. Lightning and beast claws appeared at the left rear of Ye Bai at the same time. Die. Goodbye. Chapter 268 This step, lore. Obviously, except for Luo Kekai. Xueli, Wujiang, and Liu Zifeng all knew about Liu's plan. When they heard Liu call out the person's name, the 3 of them were already prepared. Liu asked them to introduce Ye Bai to them, and they instantly understood Liu's intentions. It's just that Ye Bai is the protagonist after all, so he is absolutely vigilant at all times. When they came out to get close to Liu, they kept a certain safe distance from Liu. Even if Liu deliberately moved closer when speaking, he didn't dare to get too close to him. The same goes for Liu Zifeng and the others. If they were too close, Ye Bai would definitely be alerted. At that time, under the protection of the secret teleportation mechanism, it will be too difficult for Liu to kill him. However, all 3 of them had Liu pointing them out. When they came here, their positions were very good, and the opportunity created by Liu was pretty perfect. You know, Liu was besieged by other survivors, is it strange that someone suddenly attacked them? Not surprising at all. So Ye Bai was tricked. The moment he turned his head, the 3 of Liu Zifeng launched an assassination operation. Liu Zifeng and Wujiang charged towards Ye Bai, while Xueli charged towards Su Qiu. Except for Wujiang, Xueli and Liu Zifeng both took a thick-backed machete as a weapon. Fuck you, sneak attack me. Ye Bai was extremely vigilant. The moment the 3 of them moved, he sensed that there was danger on his side, so he quickly turned sideways and slashed forward with the machete in his hand. Clang! Ye Bai and Liu Zifeng's 2 machetes intertwined together, making a metallic crisp sound. The machete that Liu Zifeng was holding in his hand was cut open in an instant. But Ye Bai didn't have time to care about this, so he quickly dodged in another direction. Wu Jiang's attacks followed one after another. With the help of Liu, Shueli, Wu Jiang, and Liu Zifeng are all beginners of Bian, while Ye Bai is intermediate of Bian, close to the advanced level of Bian. With this kind of strength, plus some fighting skills picked up, mastery of swordsmanship, if you want to avoid the sneak attack of Wu Jiang and Liu Zifeng, you can still do it. But Liu wanted to kill him, how could he only arrange for Wu Jiang and Liu Zifeng? Now that he has started to do it, how can he give him a chance to breathe? Once the sneak attack starts, it will be a storm. The moment Ye Bai had just avoided the attacks of Liu Zifeng and Wu Jiang, a stronger force appeared to his right. This force made Ye Bai's hairs stand on end. Suffer to death. Liu's cold voice sounded, followed by a black shadow and a golden glow. Fuck. Ye Bai cursed angrily, and quickly withdrew his knife to block. Clang. When the swords collided, there was another metallic crisp sound. But this time the opponent didn't hold back at all, the sword moves changed continuously, and the speed of the sword was also as fast as lightning. Ding ding ding. Swish. After several quick parries with the long knife, Ye Bai finally couldn't keep up with the opponent's attacking rhythm. A bloody arm drew a beautiful arc in the air. Seeing this scene, Liu raised a smile at the corner of his mouth, and quickly withdrew and flew back. After Ye Bai counterattacked with his knife, he clutched his bleeding left arm and let out a painful scream. What? Ye Bai. Seeing this, Su Chu yelled, and wanted to save Ye Bai. But Shueli tried his best to forcefully stop him. Don't bother young Master Liu. Get out of my way. Don't think about it. Clang clang. The two long knives kept colliding in the air. Although Su Chu is a transformation-type supernatural being, his melee combat ability is stronger than Shueli. But both of them are at the beginning level of silver, and Shueli still has a certain fighting ability, so it is very difficult for him to break through Shueli's defense in a short time. The battle between the two sides sounds slow, but it is actually between lightning and flint. Ye Bai's machete is of bronze grade, and has no potential in itself. Generally, they are sharp weapons made by modern casting techniques and mutant weapons used by some unknown generals in ancient times. Although there are some high-grade weapons of this kind, most of them are bronze and silver items in Ye Bai's hands. Liu Zifeng and Wu Jiang's sneak attack was very sudden just now, and Ye Bai's ability to block the two sneak attack without too much precaution is already the limit that ordinary awakened people can't do. Under such circumstances, how could he be able to stop Liu's sneak attack? Liu is at the full level of swordsmanship. He was no match for Liu in one-on-one, but this guy still attacked? Drafting, Liu, why did you attack Lao Tzu? After being attacked by Liu, Ye Bai naturally didn't need to pretend anymore. At this time, he looked at Liu and his teeth were about to gnaw. This guy is so powerful, how can he still use this method of sneak attack? It doesn't talk about Wuyud. Why did I attack you? You don't have any clues in your mind. What number can I have? Say, did you kill my brother? Liu's voice was cold, and Wu Jiang, Liu Zifeng, and Shueli were stunned. Ye Bai killed brother Liu, when? Didn't Liu meet Ye Bai after entering the secret realm? How could Ye Bai have the chance to kill Liu's brother? Not to mention them, even Ye Bai himself was in a daze. When did I kill your brother? It's useless not to admit it, today is your death day. Ho! Liu didn't want to give Ye Bai a chance to argue, so he threw sword energy at Ye Bai one after another. Ye Bai's complexion changed, and he dodged in panic. At the same time, he also understood the meaning of Liu's words in his heart. He originally thought that Liu had found out about his murderous intentions towards Cangyun and Qin Xiao. But if you think about it carefully, it's impossible. If you didn't take action before, how could the other party know? Unless he has the ability to hear the voices of others. Now it seems that Liu doesn't have the ability to listen to other people's voices. He just wants to accuse himself of an unnecessary crime? Grass. Thinking of this, Ye Bai no longer wants to fight. He knew that he was not Liu's opponent, and there was no point in continuing to fight. At this moment, what treasure is it for him, what face, everything is not as important as your own life. So decisively leave the secret realm without explaining. But just when he wanted to open the teleportation to leave the secret realm to save his life, he suddenly found that the space teleportation could not be opened. Can't teleport? What's going on? Do you want to leave? Liu sneered at the corner of his mouth, is it impossible to leave? My hand. Ye Bai suddenly came back to his senses and looked at Liu with cold sweat all over his body, my arm. The teleportation mark is on the arm. You bastard, you have already done this step. At the moment of entering the secret realm, a space imprint will be engraved on each awakened person's arm. This imprint is on the arm of each person's left hand. Only one thought of the awakened people is needed, and this space imprint will be triggered. So Lu's plan is to kill Bai before he teleports. If it is really impossible to kill, at least cut off his hand within 3 seconds. As a result, Lu succeeded. His left arm was successfully chopped off by Lu. Unless he can retrieve his arm or open the portal when the secret realm is closed. Otherwise, he would not be able to leave the secret realm. Isn't that obvious? Damn it, how did I offend you? Are you going to plot against me like this? What do you think? Lu looked at Bai, his eyes slightly cold. Bai, do you dare to say that in your heart, you have never wanted to kill me? When they first met, Bai's betrayal rate rose from 50% to 78%. Teleport to this huge canyon, but within 2 or 3 hours, the betrayal rate of this guy actually soared to 96%. Yan Yun's initial betrayal rate was so high because she was deceived by herself. Luo Kikai's betrayal rate is so high because she was cheated of her feelings. And Bai? I haven't offended him before, so how can he be promoted so high? Can't you tell? That's it. Lu sneered and looked at the other survivors. You all listen to me, this guy is named Bai, and he has a personal grudge with me. As long as you can help me kill him, no matter how much effort you put in, and whether you have any treasures on your body, as long as he is dead, I will let you enter the tower. Is this true? No lie. As soon as Lu said this, many survivors of the Xia kingdom were ready to move with their weapons. Following Luo Kikai's translation, some foreigners also surrounded Bai. Bai wanted to retrieve his arm, but Lu, who was holding a green sword, had already stopped him between him and his broken arm. This step, lore. Chapter 269 Bai and number 039, S death. Bai was attacked by Lu's men. Not only did he lose a hand, but he also couldn't use teleportation to leave the secret realm. In this case, even if Bai still has whole cards, Lu's chances of killing him have been greatly improved. But it's still the same sentence. Bai is the protagonist. The protagonist generally has strong strength and invincible luck, even if he is at the end of his life, there is still the possibility of a comeback. What's more, the other survivors are now Lu's enemies. If Lu concentrates on killing Bai, then other people will take advantage of the chaos and make things very troublesome. So Lu didn't want to give Bai any chance to turn things around. The task of killing Bai was handed over to other survivors. You know, these survivors saw so many corpses in the open space, why didn't they choose to leave? Because apart from some of them really just to watch the excitement, most of them are still greedy, wanting to see if there is a chance to enter the tower to get treasures. They don't have as many treasures as Lu and Bai, and they don't want to give Lu the treasures they have obtained through hard work. What should I do if I don't want to pay the treasure, but I want to enter the tower, but I can't beat Lu? I can only wait for the opportunity outside. At this time, Lu gave them a chance to enter the tower, and of course they had to grasp it. It's fine that so many people in the open space can't beat Lu, but can't they beat a one-armed Bai? So began a battle with outnumbered enemies. Boy, I'm sorry. Come on. There should be a lot of treasures on this guy, right? Kill him. Drafting? I already know this bastard. Seeing himself and Su Qiu surrounded by other people, Bai suppressed the severe pain from his shoulder and cursed angrily. After meeting Lu and Lu Ruobing, he regarded Lu as his imaginary enemy. I wanted to act first, but I didn't expect Lu to act faster than myself. One of his arms was cut off by Lu, and his combat effectiveness was weakened to a certain extent. At this time, not only did he have to face the siege of these people, but he also had to be vigilant against Lu who was staring at him next to him. Oh shit! Bai, what should we do? In this last days, it's nothing to lose your hand. As long as you can get your arm back, you can easily connect it with a healing-type supernatural being for a short time. Even if you can't connect, maybe you can find a way to regenerate the severed limb in the future. But now not only has his hand broken, Lu also wants to kill himself. Don't worry about other things, let's kill them first. Bai didn't have time to think about it, so he quickly concentrated on facing the enemy. Although these survivors are not his opponents, if there are too many ants, they can kill the elephant. In the absence of absolute power, these people can consume him to death. Ding ding ding. Boom. Bai and Su Qiu forcibly repelled the two of them, back to be wary of the others. At this moment, Lu's voice sounded again. Your name is Su Qiu, right? How do you know? Don't worry about it, I just want to ask you. Are you sure you want to fight out with him? Bai, dot. Su Qiu, dot. Hearing Lu's words, Bai suddenly had a bad premonition. Su Qiu was also stunned for a moment. Bai is mortal today, you don't need to be buried with him. As soon as these words came out, Bai's mind exploded. Bastard. Su Chu also gritted his teeth and shouted at Liu, you don't want to try to provoke discord. Hehe, I'm giving you a chance to live. Since you don't cherish it, I don't mind killing one more. What are you still doing? Kill them quickly. If you don't want to do it, then please go out, it's useless to stay here anyway. Hearing Liu's words, the others stopped writing and started the war of attrition against Bai again. Liu, I'm an idiot. Bai cursed angrily, holding a knife to face the enemy desperately. Without a doubt, Bai lost. Lost completely. He originally thought that the uneasiness in his heart came from the monster in this giant tower in the secret realm. But I didn't expect it to be from Liu. This guy who has only met him once, is actually trying to get rid of him? How could this be? Could he really hear his own voice? I don't know how long it took. A burst of spatial fluctuations and bright light suddenly came from behind, attracting Bai's attention. Bai quickly threw out several wind blades and fireballs to force back several surrounding enemies, and turned his head to look behind him with an incredulous expression. Su Chu? You? Bai, I'm sorry, I don't want to die yet. Su Chu's face was full of guilt at this time. He was rescued by Bai, but the two had only been together for more than a month. It might be impossible for him to betray Bai for profit. But let him give up his life for Bai, also impossible. So. Phew. Before Bai could react, the beam of teleportation light disappeared in place with Su Chu's figure. Seeing this scene, Liu was as expected. After all, in this world, apart from biological parents, how many people are willing to give up their lives for others? Even if this person is his savior. Bai also smiled miserably, hehe, good, it's good, we met by chance, and I never thought that you could live and die with me. However, I'm not at the end of the road yet. Bai roared angrily, clenched the machete tightly in his hand, and rushed out of the encirclement with all his might. You still want to run? Hat. Seeing this scene, Liu instantly understood his intention. It's okay for these survivors to help stop Bai, but seeing Bai rushing out desperately, they are not Bai's opponents, so naturally they don't want to fight Bai for their lives. Liu didn't care, and directed the three of Liu Feng to disappear in place. Bai, who was running for his life ahead, turned his wrist, and the notched bronze long knife disappeared. Then he wiped his right hand on his body, and an offensive ability scroll appeared in his hand. Bai gritted his teeth and easily broke the red rope that bound the scroll. Then quickly turned around and opened the scroll, and pointed the front at the crowd. There was a burst of fiery red light on the scroll. Go to hell! Boom! The overwhelming fire started from the scroll, and swept away the survivors in a fan shape. The impact of the fire was as strong as the fire that Liu released before. The terrifying heat wave instantly engulfed the entire giant tower. More than 30 corpses piled in the middle of the open space were sizzled by the fire. Dark gold level fire type ability, wildfire starts a prairie fire. Bai also has it. The widest part of the fire is more than 50 meters, and the distance is more than -meters. After the fire, the front was endless. Bai was gasping for breath, obviously he had lost too much blood. But he didn't have time to think about it, so he turned around and prepared to flee the scene. After running a few steps, Liu Feng and Wu Jiang blocked his way again. Stay! Annoying flies, get out of my way! Bai roared angrily, but Liu Feng's saber light greeted him. He was very helpless, so he could only draw his sword again to meet the enemy. Clang clang! The long knives of the two sides kept colliding, and the flames of metal collisions splashed everywhere. But what is a little surprising is that apart from the difference in weapon grades this time, the two sides actually fought a tie. I've lost too much blood, are you starting to feel tired? Looking at the broken knife in his hand, Liu Feng threw the broken knife on the ground with a sneer on the corner of his mouth. If it was Bai who was in full condition, he would be forced to retreat and lose within a few rounds. But now, I'll paralyze you. Bai dodged Wu Jiang's animal claws, and cursed Liu Feng angrily. Just when he felt that there was no hope of running for his life, a deep voice sounded in time. Bai, let's go, I'll help you hold them back. Fatty. Seeing the person coming, Bai was taken aback for a moment, then he was overjoyed and quickly fled towards the distance. Good brother, show loyalty, thank you. Swish. A golden sword light flashed, and Bai, who was running away, came to an abrupt stop. Hey, did you forget me? Liu's teasing voice sounded faintly. This sword took away Bai's body temperature, and also took away his whole body's strength. Bai looked at the figure holding the golden long sword in front of him, and then at the sword marks on his body, his face was full of disbelief. At this moment, he could even hear the rapid beating of his heart. How is this going? Why can't I control my body? Is this going to die? Do not. How can I die? I am a time traveler, not only came to this world from the earth, but also got such a heaven-defying ability. I am the protagonist of this world, how can I just die like this? No. It's not true, it's definitely not true. Boom. Ye Bai's body fell straight to the ground, directly breaking into 2 pieces. Blood flowed all over the viscera. The eyes are also wide open, obviously not to rest in peace. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing the hidden protagonist Ye Bai and gaining Ye Bai's talent ability, attribute pickup, danger perception. Chapter 270 Advance to Gold. Ye Bai has a habit of wearing the storage ring on his right hand. And it was his left hand that Liu cut off. So he was able to break out of Liu's encirclement by relying on his own strength and the treasures he had put in the storage ring before. The Wildfire Prairie Fire move is indeed very powerful, a powerful move that can only be released by a dark gold level power user. You know, Liu's current fire ability is only high level silver. Dark gold surpassed the existence of Liu's 2 large segments. A fire type ability swept over, destroying everything, leaving no blade of grass. Except for some timely use of teleportation, some earth-type supernatural powers, and some awakened ones who occupy a good location, the others are basically not spared. But the current Liu is no longer the original Liu. When he came into contact with the secret realm for the first time, the end of the world had just come one day, and Liu was still very weak at that time. He is not used to this end times, and he does not have a clear understanding of the abilities of the end times. That's why Chu Feng was able to escape from him. But now, Liu is already a top powerhouse with all kinds of powerful powers. In this situation, such despicable and shameless tactics of sneak attack were used. How could it be possible for Ye Bai to escape? Even though he was inciting the crowd to besiege Ye Bai, he didn't forget to let his own people take advantage of the chaos to break Ye Bai's back. Liu Zifeng and Wu Jiang copied Liu's order from both sides. So the two were able to avoid the impact of the fire in time. And Ye Bai had his left arm cut off by Liu. Although he stopped the bleeding in time, he had lost too much blood. Coupled with the high-intensity fighting in a short period of time, his combat effectiveness has dropped significantly. In the end, even Liu Zifeng was able to fight him a few tricks. In this state, even if the fat man arrived in time, he could not help him escape from Liu. 1 sword, 2 paragraphs. Ye Bai, bastard, you actually killed Ye Bai. Seeing Ye Bai being beheaded by Liu with a sword, the fat man roared in pain. There is a good-for-nothing fat man next to the protagonists of many novels, and he is one of them. The fat man's name is Chen Han. He is 174 centimeters tall and weighs 203 kilograms. He is a real fat man. He is different from Su Qiu. Before Su Qiu met Ye Bai, he was doing well, but he was rescued by Ye Bai when he was in danger. And if he wasn't Ye Bai, he would have been thrown out to feed zombies by other people in the base because of his greed for life and fear of death and his own food intake. In addition, he himself values affection more than ordinary people, so he is more grateful to Ye Bai than Su Qiu. Wu Jiang, kill this fat man together. Liu's cold voice brought Fatty back to reality. Okay, boss. Upon hearing this, Wu Jiang rushed towards Fatty decisively. Fatty, I'm sorry. Having experienced the end of the world for so long, killing people has become commonplace for Wu Jiang. In this case, it is also normal to cut the weeds and roots. Just when Wu Jiang rushed in front of Fatty and slapped his chest with his paw, a miraculous scene appeared. Crunch! Wu Jiang pulled the fat man's clothes with an unusually strong claw, and made a grinding sound that made the teeth sore. But there was no blood? You know, Wu Jiang is a Deinonychus transformation type supernatural being. Even if Deinonychus is not a powerful type of dinosaur, the lethality of its claws is no less than that of ordinary cold weapons. At this time, he didn't break through the fat man's physical defense? Don't think that I was a waste before, and now I can only be a waste. Fatty Chen roared with grief on his face, the hard carapace looming on his body. Turtle. Wu Jiang was also taken aback, and then decisively patted the opponent's head. Damn. Fatty Chen quickly raised his hand to block. Boom. Wu Jiang's attack was blocked again. Taking a closer look, Fatty Chen actually has a round shield made of tortoise shells in his hand. Wu Jiang continued to attack, and Fatty Chen continued to block. Although the fat man's movements are a little ugly, he defends them just right every time. The snapping turtle ability is the reason why Fatty Chen dared to come out to rescue Ye Bai. His attack power may not be as strong as masters like Liu and Ye Bai, but his defense ability is definitely not inferior to that of Wei Jianjun in Liu's team. Does this fat man have something? Seeing this scene, Liu also narrowed his eyes. Get out of the way, let me do it. He still doesn't believe it, no matter how hard this turtle's shell is, how many swords can it hold against him? A cylindrical white mask formed by a 6-pointed star enveloped Fatty Chen inside. Even Liu's King Z sword cannot break through this layer of light. And the Guardian Jade Pendant? Liu's eyes froze slightly. Yes, Guard the Jade Pendant. Fatty Chen is not only a snapping turtle awakener, but also because of Yabai's luck, he got 2 guardian jade pendants on the way here. He was going to come over to give one to Yabai, but because his running speed was too slow, when he got here, Yabai was at the end of his rope. He never had time. Yabai, I'm sorry, I don't seem to be able to get your body back, but don't worry, I will avenge you. Fatty Chen quickly wiped away the tears on his face, and then directly opened the space teleportation. He originally wanted to rely on his strong defense force to snatch Yabai's body back, but Lu's sword shattered his hope. If he wanted revenge, he could only abandon Yabai's body. Fatty Chen understood this very well. Call out! Fatty Chen's figure disappeared into the secret realm under the double protection of the Guardian Jade Pendant and the teleportation barrier. Seeing this scene, Lu was a little confused. Damn, Yabai is the main character, or is Fatty Chen the protagonist? Or can Fatty Chen upgrade from a supporting role to a leading role? Why do you feel that Fatty Chen has more life-saving skills than Yabai? Forget it, let's go. Fatty Chen had already left, so there was no point in thinking about it. After glancing at the prompt given by the system, Lu smiled. Attribute pickup? This ability is fine. Yabai only has 2 abilities. Danger perception is also an overlapping skill, so for Lu now, only 1 attribute pickup is useful. But this is enough, after all, this ability is very powerful, and Yabai also has other treasures on him. Without further ado, I searched Yabai's body for everything. 3 storage rings? Tisk tisk, it's a lot of money. This bronze machete seems to be useless, but it should still be usable after being repaired by the foundry master? Shueli. Master Lu. Together with Wu Jiang, find some inflammable materials such as clothes and dead branches, and burn this corpse. As he spoke, Lu took out a barrel of gasoline and a lighter from the ring and handed them to Shueli. Okay, young Master Lu. Shueli didn't say much, and called Wu Jiang to get busy together. Lu stopped asking, and led Lu Zifeng towards the giant tower. At this time, the open space in front of the giant tower was in a mess, and the vines at the entrance of the giant tower were also burned by Yabai's fire scroll. However, there are very few survivors left, and they are all extremely embarrassed. So Luokikai was safe and sound for the time being by guarding alone. Lu, why did you kill Yabai? Seeing Lu come back, Luokikai couldn't help asking. She didn't have time to ask about the lightning-fast battle between the 2 sides just now. Now that the battle is over, of course she wants to figure this out. One must know that they had just met Yabai not long ago, and there was no dispute between the 2 parties, so why did Lu kill him like this? This is not normal. She didn't believe that Lu was just trying to grab Yabai's treasure, and she didn't believe that Lu was jealous of Lu Ruobing. I do not want to tell you. Lu's casual words extinguished all her thoughts. Luokikai, dot. Brother Lu. When Luokikai was speechless, Qin Zyro suddenly flew out of the giant tower with a happy face. Zyro? What's the matter? Those survivors were solved. Solved? Where's the treasure? The treasure is also taken, here, this is for you. Qin Zyro handed over a crystal clear, round, and plump spar with a little silver pattern. Seeing this spar, Lu raised his eyebrows. Silver essence? Where did it come from? I just solved that wave of monsters, and one of the treasures is it. Sister Ruobing knows that you have been stuck in the bottleneck for a long time, and specially asked me to bring this to you first. Hehe, this woman is quite considerate. Ding, you have used silver essence on your body. The strength of vitality has reached the standard, and the silver essence is taking effect. The familiar warm current spread all over Lu's body. Ding, you got all attributes plus 30. Strengthening level, Gold Primary. Chapter 271 Awakening Scroll. Vitality, 250. Mental Power, 256. Power, 251. Agility, 272. Enhancement Level, Gold Elementary. This is Lu's current 4-dimensional attribute. The value of 250 is a bit unfriendly in the impression of the Xia people, but the strength brought by this value is very terrifying. 25 times that of a normal adult male, even without any supernatural powers, Lu can still hold a knife and cut all the way from Tsim Sha Sui to Causeway Bay. Not to mention, Lu still has a lot of abilities to cooperate with the battle. However, the strengthening of the body did not improve Lu's combat effectiveness as much as before. Even if the attributes were increased by 30 points, Lu did not have the feeling that he had become much stronger all of a sudden. On the contrary, the ability obtained by killing Yabai attracted Lu's attention. Attribute pickup. It was originally Yabai's awakened ability. Whether it's personal attributes, abilities, or fighting skills, it can all be obtained through the light balls dropped by others in fights. However, when Bai uses this ability, he cannot use the crystal nucleus. After Liu got this ability, it also became two versions. 1. Like Bai, pick up attributes to increase strength, there is no bottleneck in the level of enhancement, and there is no need to rely on cultivation, fighting or essence to break through the bottleneck, but the crystal core cannot be used from then on. 2nd, the crystal nucleus can be used at the same time as picking up attributes, but there is a bottleneck in the enhancement level, and it still needs to rely on cultivation, combat, or essence to break through its own bottleneck, and picking up any attribute light balls is invalid when reaching the bottleneck. The two versions are two completely different cultivation routes, and Liu can only choose one of them. And once chosen, it will affect Liu's subsequent development. After a short thought, Liu decisively chose the second one. Because of the first method, although there is no improvement bottleneck, it is also very troublesome, and you can no longer use the crystal nucleus to improve yourself. You know, Liu now has great strength and Su Chen's ability to copy. For him, using crystal nuclei to improve strength is definitely faster than picking attributes to improve strength. And the second method can not only use the crystal nucleus, but also use the pick-up attribute to improve yourself. At most, there is a bottleneck period. What is the bottleneck period? Didn't you have it before? So decisively choose the second method without explanation. Brother Liu, how do you feel? Good. Then what do we do next? Follow the previous plan. The corner of Liu's mouth raised a sneer, those who want to come in to grab treasures are not worthy of sympathy, even if we die here, we deserve it. Yes, got it. The end of greed is destruction. At the very beginning, there were 80 to 40 people outside the tower gate. Why did it become more than people later? This is not because Liu killed more than 30 people, but because Liu put them all into the tower. The more than 40 people gathered in front of the tower gate later, and the tickets were only collected from that time. As for the 70 or 80 survivors who were put in, where did they go? Of course they were beaten out by Long Zhan and Wei Jianjun. In this secret realm, except for Long Zhan and Liu's team, those who knew that monsters would appear in the giant tower had already been wiped out by Liu's urn. After these people went in, it didn't take long for monsters to appear inside. The third wave of monsters that appeared in the giant tower was the iron-toothed hyena at the first level of bronze. 10 hyenas will appear one after another in a hexagram formation, and 120 hyenas will appear in a 12 hexagram formation. This group of survivors was caught off guard, and faced with 120 low-level bronze monsters, they all fell into a bitter fight. The military and Liu's teammates are not bloodthirsty, but it is no problem to force them out while taking advantage of the chaos. So the 70 or 80 survivors had to face not only the monster, but also Long Zhan and Liu's subordinates. In less than a moment, they were defeated one by Long Zhan and Wei Jianjun. Almost at the same time, more than 40 survivors outside were also burned out by Bai. That is to say, there are less than 400 people left in the whole secret realm except Liu and Long Zhan's team. Liu's plan was the same as before. When the number of survivors gathered outside was about the same, he would let them in. Continue to block others. Wait for the survivors that were put in to be settled, and then let another batch come in. It's like a dam blocking the flow, dividing the enemy and hitting them. Anyway, Bai has been killed, Liu is completely letting himself go now. Asshole, why are there so many monsters here? Whatever, kill these monsters first. Anyway, each of these monsters has crystal nuclei. That's right. Fuck, there are too many of these monsters, we can't beat them. Pull away, don't let these monsters get together. Be careful behind you. Get out of here too late, or you will die with the next stab. Roll. Okay, I'm going. Buzz. A large number of teleportation light beams lit up in the giant tower. Survivors, no matter whether they have tickets or not, as long as they dare to appear below the 5th floor of the giant tower, they will definitely be attacked by Liu and the Long Zhan team. Strength plus 0.04. Agility plus 0.07. Wind attribute plus 3. Fire attribute plus 5. Vitality. The 4th wave of monsters is bronze intermediate. There are fire cloud leopards, blast wolves, and rock pattern scorpions. Another wave of survivors was driven out by monsters in Liu's team, and many attribute light balls also appeared in Liu's sight. Are these survivors fools, just being tricked by Liu so foolishly? Of course not. It's just that their strength is much worse than that of Liu's team. They couldn't beat Liu, and they wanted to come in to get the treasure, and they didn't know the situation in the tower. What can they do? Unless everyone unites and launches a fierce attack on Liu. Otherwise, he could only be led by the nose by Liu. But except for those under Oleg, most of the others are strangers, so how can we form an alliance? Let alone whether dogs and wolves can unite, even if they unite, they will not be opponents of lions. So after the 4th wave of monsters appeared, the survivors cried. And because Liu had to guard the goal, he didn't bother to pick up those attribute light balls at this time. These light balls are not good. Picking hundreds of them is equivalent to a crystal nucleus. If there is no larger survivor base, the efficiency is not as good as hunting monsters. And the visual effects of this light ball should be able to be turned off, right? Otherwise, when there is a fight, there will be balls of light everywhere, and people will not be able to react to a sneak attack. Okay. Liu only used one thought, and all the balls of light disappeared. The use of this ability is the same as the villain's eye. Dark attribute plus 5. Life absorption plus 3. Mental power plus 0.1. Hey, Qin Xiao's dark ability, can I pick it up myself? In the blink of an eye, the ability to pick up attributes was activated. Seeing the ability that Qin Xiao dropped out, Liu couldn't help being stunned. This ability is only secondary for picking up four-dimensional attributes, the key is to develop new abilities. What the hell? Liu was a little surprised, and glanced decisively at Wei Jianjun's direction. Metallic ability plus 4. Fighting skill plus 3. Yan Yun. Healing ability plus 4. Healing ability plus 5. Lu Ruobing. Fighting skill plus 3. Agility plus 0.2. Liu was dumbfounded when he saw these attribute light spheres. At the same time, I secretly rejoiced in my heart. Fortunately, I killed Ye Bai by myself. If he is allowed to develop like this, wouldn't it be a day? In fact, every protagonist continues to develop and can exist every day. It's just that Ye Bai's ability is too easy. Xiao Fan and Su Chen's crystal nucleus suit ability, after all, they still need to hunt monsters by themselves to develop new abilities. Is it enough for this guy to just watch people fight? Although Lu Ruobing's psychic power, Chen Yang's spell, and special abilities such as Dao Soul and Pen Spirit, cannot be dropped in the form of attribute light balls. But this is enough to make Ye Bai a dragon and phoenix among men. Brother Liu, quickly see that this scroll is different from other scrolls. After clearing the fourth wave of monsters in the tower, Qin Xiao flew to Liu with a special scroll after collecting the treasures. Liu took it and glanced at it casually. Awakening Scroll, Ice Awakening Item. Description: a treasure containing powerful ice power, which can change human physique and help humans awaken ice powers. Note: one-time props, you can know how to use them after injecting spiritual power. Liu. Chapter 272 God, Omniscient. There are 12 six-pointed star formations with a diameter of 10 meters in the giant tower of the secret realm, and monsters will appear in these six-pointed star formations every half an hour. The number of monsters that appear each time is 10. However, these monsters did not appear together, but appeared one by one. The interval between monsters is about 5 seconds. When the six-pointed star shines brightly, they will be sent into the giant tower by the space power of the six-pointed star array. In other words, if you have enough manpower, stand beside these hexagrams and kill these monsters within 5 seconds of their appearance, then you only need to face one monster from the beginning to the end. Bronze mid-level monsters are not weak if they are weak, and they are not strong if they are strong. Liu's team, Lu Ruobing and Qin Xiao. Wei Jianjun and Chen Yang. Long Zhan and Lu Xiudong. Duanqing and Guo Jun. It is basically not difficult to solve one in 5 seconds in groups of 2. For others, such as Li Hai, Wang Xiaomei, Luo Yin, Cao Meng, etc., it's okay to bring 1 or 2 more people to guard a hexagram teleportation formation. But none of them made a move, but gave up these places to other survivors. It is difficult for other survivors' teams to have the combat effectiveness of Liu's team at this time. If the first one can't be solved within 5 seconds, it will take them longer after the second one appears. As the monsters appear one by one, they will become more and more scrambled. At this time, Liu's team took action to deal with them, and it was as easy as pie. After solving them, Qin Xiao can collect treasures unscrupulously. These treasures do not exist in the form of treasure chests, nor do they exist in the form of stone pillars. Instead, it uses the six-pointed star array to transmit. A white light flashed, and the treasure floated above the hexagram. After all the treasures are taken away, the countdown to the next round will start. Awakening Scroll? There is such a treasure. Seeing the scroll in Qin Xiao's hand, Liu couldn't help raising his eyebrows. After he obtained Ye Bai's ability, the ability to pick up attributes was refreshed. So 3 balls of light appeared on Qin Xiao's body again. But before Liu could pick it up, Qin Xiao gave him a surprise. The scroll that was brought over was the most distinctive one among the 12 treasures in this round. The material is the same as other disposable scrolls, using congealed paper. The whole body is snow white, and the whole body exudes a layer of cold air. Brother Liu, what is this scroll for? Ordinary scrolls need to be unfolded and injected with mental power at a specific location to know how to use them. Having been with Liu for so long, Qin Zyro certainly knows how to use it, but she can't open it without Lu's permission. Open it and see for yourself. Hee. This kind of treasure appeared in the 4th round, and the treasure behind it. The treasure in this tower is obviously stronger as it goes to the back. This happened in the 4th round, and Lu couldn't imagine what happened after that. You must know that although ordinary people have the opportunity to become awakened by using crystal nuclei, they will have a high mortality rate. The death rate of non-attribute crystal nuclei is as high as 50%, and the death rate of attribute crystal nuclei such as water, fire, and earth has exceeded 70%. The death rate of crystal nuclei with attributes such as thunder, gold, light, and darkness exceeds 90%. And after using these crystal nuclei, you can only get some basic abilities, such as ice, magma, and magnetism, which are variant abilities that cannot be obtained. So this kind of awakening scroll is very precious, and it is a kind of treasure for any team. My god, can you awaken the ice ability? Qin Zyro was surprised after sensing it. Then let's use this quickly, it can just increase the combat effectiveness of our team. Well, take it and give it to them. Brother Luu, who is it suitable for? Of course there are so many people in Yunar, she is the only one who has no fighting power. Although Li Wanning has no fighting power, she is a logistics supporter and doesn't need to go out with the team to take risks. Yan Yun is different. Not only does she need to go out with the team to take risks, but she can also easily become the target of assassination by other forces in the future. There is nothing wrong with adding some life-saving capabilities to medics. Okay, I'll send it to Yan Yun right now. Qin Zyro also felt that it made sense, and flew towards Yan Yun after speaking. Luu also stopped guarding the gate, and entered the tower to pick up the special attributes dropped by Qin Zyro and Wei Jianjun. Metallicity, Dark Attribute. The 5th wave, Bronze High-Level Iron-Backed Rhinoceros. Luu fought a decisive battle with the remaining 200 survivors, saying that the decisive battle was actually performed by Luu alone. Anyway, if you close the door and beat the dog, you will die if you leave the secret realm. In the game, when a high-end player is holding a weapon that can kill people, other players may still be able to struggle with the advantage of numbers. But in reality, the awakened ones cannot be resurrected after death. Facing a group of high-end players raised by Luu, they are not even qualified to take a look at the treasure. As time goes by, other survivors are eliminated one by one. The strength of Luu's team is getting stronger and stronger. Crystal nuclei and treasures can be used immediately. Luu can't copy the treasures of the secret realm, but both the crystal nucleus and essence can be copied. So don't worry about the team's strength not keeping up. After the 5th wave of monsters was resolved, Luu used the copy ability to change the 120 bronze nuclei into 240. He was not stingy, and used these crystal nuclei to raise some soldiers who were not as strong in the military to the bronze rank. The hexagram lighted up again, and 12 treasures appeared. This time the treasures are 12 alien weapons. The treasures in the secret realm actually belong to the other world, but the weapons in the other world are not necessarily stronger than the mutated weapons on the earth. Therefore, these 12 weapons are all ordinary alien weapons with little potential. 6 silver weapons, 6 bronze weapons. There are swords, guns, halberds, axes, hooks and forks. Luu asked everyone to choose a handy one. With the strengthening of the crystal core and weapons, the team of Luu and Longzhan has greatly improved the efficiency of killing monsters. The monsters in the 6th round are the same as those in the 4th round, but the level has changed to a silver beginner. 240 silver crystal nuclei, 12 sets of armor from other worlds, the ancient patterns on them exude bursts of luster. 1 set of Xianming heavy armor, gold, and 11 sets of fish scale armor, silver. In the 7th round, the 12 hexagrams merged into one, forming 6. The monster has also been upgraded by one more level, the silver high-level silver scale python. Be careful, everyone, this round of monsters is very strong. With these silver weapons, there should be no problem. Xiao Ro, take cover. Yan Yun, pay attention to saving people. Okay. Clear. Get rid of them. With a loud shout, Luu took the green sword and chopped off the head of a giant silver-scaled python. At this time, he didn't know at all that this secret realm contained a lot of power of space, which was different from the time flow outside the secret realm. After officially entering the secret realm, an hour inside is equivalent to a day outside. When he was still leading the team to snatch the treasures of the giant tower, the outside world had undergone earth-shaking changes. Tang Cheng, the Corpse King, used his powerful psychic abilities to control the boss of a survivor base. Let the boss deliver food to Qin Weiwei. And he himself is desperately improving his own strength. Lang Tianlin also gave up on Luo Kekai for revenge. On the morning of the 2nd day after Luu entered the secret realm, he left the military base under the escort of the military. And he met a woman on his way back to Shanghai. Although this woman's figure and appearance are not top-notch, her strength is very strong. The same dual-line enhancement, the same full line ability. Beauty, what did you say your name was? Looking at the woman in front of the city exit in the southeast direction of Nanxi, Lang Tianlin narrowed his eyes. Peng Qin. Are you sure you want to go to Shanghai with me? Of course. With your current strength, you can't be his opponent. I'm here to help you in the name of God. In the name of God? What do you know? God knows everything. Chapter 273 This world is up to me, Lu, to decide. Although Lang Tianlin is domineering, he is definitely not a fool. Knowing that he and Luu had formed a hatred, and he couldn't beat Luu, how could he wait for Luu to come back and kill him? It's just that Peng Qin's sudden appearance made him feel a little funny. Although this woman is strong, she is not so strong that she can't understand it. Not to mention Luu, even Luo Kikai's strength is above hers. At this time, opening and closing his mouth in front of him is actually a god? God? Ha ha ha, little girl, although the world has indeed changed a lot, but playing tricks in front of me? Do you think it's appropriate? I know you don't believe it. Seeing the disdain on Lang Tianlin's lips, Peng Qin didn't care too much, but time will tell. This. Lang Tianlin adjusted the sleeves of his white suit, looked at Peng Qin and hesitated for a moment before he said, all right, I'll believe what you said, but how are you going to help me? That kid's fighting power is very strong, you should know this better than me. I have my own solution, but let's talk about it after we arrive in Shanghai. Peng Qin didn't want to talk nonsense with Lang Tianlin at all. Because the current Lang Tianlin is a defeated general. His opponent is still the powerful Luu, he has no other choice at all. This is true. Thinking of the gap in strength between himself and Luu, Lang Tianlin felt a little unstable. I passed all the way, how many monsters I killed to achieve today's achievement? In the end, in front of Luu, he only lasted for a few rounds. How could this Nima bear it? So facing Peng Qin's joining, Lang Tianlin raised his hands in favor. At the same time, inside the secret, Lu Ruobing leaped into the air and pierced the fire phoenix sword into the skycap of a giant python. The giant python suffered from pain, and its huge body swayed from side to side. Lu Ruobing forcibly stabilized her figure, but was thrown away by the giant python at the end. Boom! The silver lines on the fiery red longsword were covered by a dazzling golden light. Sensing his physical condition, Lu Ruobing hurriedly gave a soft drink while he was still in the air. Luu! Coming! With quick eyes and quick hands, Luu pinpointed Lu Ruobing's foothold and picked her up firmly. Luo Kikai, hurry up! Luu, I owe you this time. Luo Kikai glanced at Luu with a complicated expression, then took a deep breath, clenched the Liquan gun in her hand, and rushed towards the silver-scaled python in the middle of the giant tower. The monster in the 7th round is a giant silver-scale python. This kind of giant python has a bucket thick and thin, and is more than 10 meters long. Not only is it agile, but it is also bloodthirsty. The silver scales on its body are stronger than ordinary steel. It is obviously not something that ordinary awakened people can handle. Even if the other survivors were forced out by Luu, it would be difficult for everyone to deal with so many high-level silver monsters in a short time. So Luu regarded this place as a testing ground. After Luu copied the 120 silver crystal cores obtained in the 6th round, he gave all he could. Luu would naturally copy the previous silver essence when he ate it. It's just that he ate one of them himself, and he gave the other one to Cangyun. After all, other people can advance through combat, but Cangyun can't. Even at this time, combat power is needed, and Luu doesn't want to mess up the order. So when there were more than a dozen or 20 silver-scaled pythons left, Long Zhan, Duan Qing, Lu Xiudong, Lu Ruoxi, Wei Jianjun, Luo Kikai, Qin Xiero, who had been promoted to the silver bottleneck, were sent by Luu in groups of 3 to fight these silver-scaled pythons. Anyway, with so many people watching, I'm not afraid of them dying. As for why the Liquan gun is used, of course, it is to increase the difficulty and upgrade weapons. Luo Kikai wasn't used to using long spears, so it happened to consume a little more energy. When the mutant weapon is in the silver rank, it only has 1 to 3 points of energy to kill the bronze monster. But when killing the silver monster, there are 100 to 300 points. Luu didn't know why there were so many, but that was the truth. Even if it's a gold-grade green sword, if you kill these silver-scaled pythons, you can get 10 to 30 energy points. So it's rare to encounter so many silver monsters, so of course we have to use them. With the passage of time, the 7th round ends. The 31 members of the 2 teams have 16 gold beginners, and the rest are at least silver intermediates. This is the result of Luu not taking out 240 silver crystal nuclei in order to hide his ability to copy. If you take them all out, absolutely all of them will be at the elementary level of gold. My god, so many treasures. It's incredible. Ha ha ha, we got rich, we got rich. In the 7th round, although there are only 6 treasures, But except for an awakening scroll, Bao, the others are obviously stronger than any previous treasure. The blood of the beast, the scroll of awakening, eagle, the scroll of awakening, Nian, and the 2 gold-grade weapons of Lang Yan Saw and Ghost Howling Battle Axe. In the 8th round of monsters, the 6 hexagrams merged into one again, changing from 6 to 3. The monsters are 30 golden high-level golden tarantulas and 3 golden bottleneck golden tarantula kings. The spider's legs are fully 10 meters long. After killing it, the crystal nucleus and essence are all copied again. 60 gold crystal nuclei and 6 gold essences were obtained. Treasures, Blood of the Phoenix, Holy Grail of Healing, Soul-Fixing Bow Forging Book, Legendary. In the 9th round, the 6-pointed star formation is 3 in 1. All the hexagrams merged into one. The monsters were 10 decapitated cavalry in dark golden armor. They have no heads, and their crotches are demonized unicorns, and their hooves and eyes are wrapped in ghostly flames. They didn't come out one by one, but were brought out by a leader of the severed cavalry with a dark gold bottleneck. After a burst of fighting, the secret realm ended and the portal opened. Treasure, the Language of Nature Forging Book, Artifact. This is a super secret realm with more than 2,000 people and nearly 3,000 people. There are not only all kinds of treasures in it. You can also get a lot of crystal nuclei by killing monsters. Those who can survive to the end are all super strong. Originally, only Luo Kekai was in this secret realm, and after the others killed each other in order to seize the treasure, they could survive until the 7th round of monsters at most. Because the 8th round of 30 terrifying golden tarantulas will clean up all the survivors. Among them, of course, was Luo Kekai. You must know that this kind of tarantula not only has spider legs as sharp as titanium alloy steel knives, but also can spit spider silk with strong poison. There is currently no cure for this spider venom. If you can't be immune to toxins, and you don't have supernatural powers with a healing system, no one can withstand it. However, the appearance of Liu broke this balance. Not only does he have strength beyond others, but he also has a team of survivors beyond others. It even has the ability to replicate crystal nuclei. While improving himself, he also improved the strength of the team, and finally led the team that should belong to the protagonist, and abruptly cleared this secret realm. Vitality, 510. Mental power, 528. Power, 519. Agility, 582. Enhancement level, Dark Gold High Level. Sacred Body, Dark Gold Powerful Healing, Recovery of Physical Strength, Invulnerability to all poisons, Regeneration of severed limbs, Repair of internal organs. Ha 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 ha. Liu, who was lying on the ground, couldn't help laughing out loud after looking at the vast number of secret treasures in the ring, and at his current attributes. From now on, this world will be decided by me, Liu. Chapter 274 Luo Kekai and number 039, S Reward. The sacred body that Liu snatched from Chu Feng can be immune to the same level of corpse poison when it reaches bronze. Starting with silver, it has good resistance to many toxins. At the gold level, this body is already invulnerable to all poisons. The body that is invulnerable to all poisons, coupled with the golden Cangyun that can help detoxify, is the key reason why he can lead the team to kill those golden tarantulas. After killing the golden tarantula, Liu not only upgraded the King's E-sword to the dark gold level, but also got 30 golden crystal nuclei. Although not all of these crystal nuclei are non-attribute, the golden tarantula will not have crystal nuclei of other attribute types. It has only 3 basic nuclei. After Liu copied it once, he got 38 gold non-attribute crystal nuclei, 12 life-attributed nuclei, and 10 spiritual attributed nuclei. From the first stage of gold to the bottleneck of gold, only about 30 crystal nuclei are enough. So Liu used these crystal nuclei to upgrade to the gold bottleneck. Kill the golden spider king, get the golden essence, copy it, and upgrade to the first level of dark gold. The body of the first level of dark gold plus the green sword of dark gold level, plus Li Hai and Qin Zyro who can help weaken the fighting power of monsters. Facing the 9th wave of decapitated cavalry, damage is not considered scraping. Liu can defeat them one by one with the help of other people. What's more, the weapons of the gold rank are not completely immovable. Cao Meng's Lenjian Saw, Wei Jianjun's Ghost Howling Battle Axe, the Yellow Dragon Hook Sickle that cooperates with Long Zhan, and Duan Qing's Ancient Ingot Knife are equally powerful. Finally, kill the Headless Cavalry to get 10 dark gold level non-attribute crystal nuclei, copy these crystal nuclei. The 20 non-attribute crystal nuclei of the dark gold level directly promoted Liu from the primary level of dark gold to the high level of dark gold. This is the origin of Liu's rank. It can be said that Liu was able to upgrade to his current level in such a short period of time. The green sword, the full level of swordsmanship given by the system, Chu Feng's sacred body, Su Chen's copy ability, and Xiao Fan's danger perception full attribute ability, all abilities are indispensable. Otherwise, even if the golden tarantula didn't kill Liu, the 10 decapitated cavalry could easily kill him. In the open space on the bottom floor of the giant tower, the leader of the decapitated cavalry disappeared in place with his dark gold armor. All the survivors were divided into 2 waves, sitting on both sides of the open space against the wall, panting heavily. Lulu, I'm so tired. I'm so tired too. I can't take it anymore. Lulu is fine, after all, his body has the highest strength, and there is also a sacred body to help recover his injuries and strength. The others couldn't stand it anymore. Because the decapitated cavalry has extremely strong dark gold heavy armor, and black magic that can devour other people's physical strength just like Qin Zyro. If Lulu's fighting power was not strong enough, it is estimated that none of them would have the courage to face the 11 cavalrymen. Everyone, let's have a rest. Lulu also leaned against the wall, looked at the opposite side, and let out a sigh of relief. Captain Long, I won't give you crystal nuclei above gold, can I give you 2 more treasures? As a villain, you still have to give credit to this point. Villains who don't have any credit usually end badly. It's good to become a loner and a bare-handed commander. If heaven pays attention, it will be troublesome to directly send a super lucky son to kill him. What, even the son of luck can't beat it, the One Punch 999 level system teaches you how to be a human being. Of course it's fine. Long Zhan's face was pale at this time, and he held his shoulders and said in pain, Duanqing and I didn't kill 2 of the 30 golden tarantulas. Now, except for Luu and Yan Yun, who rely on the duplication ability and the few gold crystal nuclei to raise the dark gold level, everyone else is basically a gold beginner. Even Lu Ruobing is still close to reaching the golden middle level because of the insufficient number of crystal nuclei. Then the first 4 treasures are the best, but we can't use the 2 forging books now. Only the Holy Grail of Healing and the Blood of the Phoenix can be used directly. I will keep the Blood of the Phoenix, and the Holy Grail of Healing will be given to you. 2 forging books, one is the Fixed Soul Bao, legendary, and the other is the Language of Nature, artifact. The Fixed Soul Bao is a bow, and the Language of Nature is a sword. The words in brackets at the back represent the grades of these 2 weapons. Luu didn't know the specific function of the artifact, nor did he know what grade it was. He only knew that the level of the awakened weapon was the same as that of the weapon, which was divided into 9 levels in total, and the dark gold could only be regarded as the 5th level. After dark gold is sapphire, after sapphire is epic, after epic is legend, after legend is holy rank. On the surface, the capping is the 9th level, the holy rank, but the level of this artifact is obviously still above the holy rank. So can such a high-level treasure be created in this time period? Of course not. Leaving aside other things, it is estimated that it will take 3 to 5 years just to collect materials. So this thing is useless to both parties now. Healing Holy Grail. Long Zhan was dumbfounded when he heard this. The other soldiers looked at Luu with disbelief. Oh my god! Are you sure you want to give us the Holy Grail of Healing? The Holy Grail of Healing is a cup full of magic. The appearance is purple gold. It looks a bit like a trophy, but its size is about the same as an ancient bottle. Others are not important, what is important is its function. Holy Grail of Healing, healing props. Explanation: for props with super healing and detoxifying effects, you don't need to drop blood to recognize the owner. You only need to pour a cup of water into the Holy Grail, and after 3 seconds, the water will be transformed into holy water with super healing effects. Note: this prop is a reusable prop, and the best healing effect can be recovered once in 3 hours. Bathing in the sun and moonlight will shorten the recovery time for the best healing effect. Pour clean water into the Holy Grail, and the Holy Grail can turn the clean water into holy water for healing. Although the effect is best when used once every 3 hours, it does not say that it cannot be used at other times. It can also be used for half an hour, but the therapeutic effect is slightly worse. In other words, with this cup, it is equivalent to having an extra healing system user in the team. Luu actually gave them such a treasure? Don't you want it? If not, I'll keep it for myself. Yes, why not? Long Zhan spoke quickly, not even caring about his weak body. However, how did you give us the Holy Grail? Yes, such a good treasure. With Luu's current strength, even if they don't give it to them, they have nothing to do. But now, my team is small, a healer is enough. Luu explained casually. How could he say that this thing has no effect on himself who has a sacred body? And in my team, there is more than one healer with abilities. With Ye Bai's ability to pick up attributes, he can become a supernatural being in the healing department within a few days. It is still a stronger healing system than Yan Yun. So the Holy Grail of Healing is a treasure of healing for others, but it is really a dispensable treasure for Luu. That's it, thank you very much. No, there are other treasures. Give you the Awakening Scroll, Eagle, I will keep the Bao, and Nian, and I can't give you the Blood of the Beast. As for the weapons and armor, I'll use the Lang Yan Saw and 2 silver weapons, can I change it for your ancient ingot knife? This. Long Zhan and Duanqing looked at each other, and finally nodded, okay, you gave us the holy grail of healing, and it's nothing to change weapons. Just treat it as making friends. Duanqing directly put the ancient ingot knife on the ground. Thank you. Polite. Qin Xiao handed it to Luo with the remaining thought power. Luo took the Gu Ding Dao and handed it directly to Luo Kekai beside him. Here it is for you. Give it to me. Luo Kekai obviously didn't come back to her senses, she looked at Luo with disbelief on her face. This guy deliberately changed weapons for himself? How come? Who don't give it to you? Besides Ruo Bing and Lao Wei, you have the strongest melee ability. Ruo Bing has his own weapon, and Lao Wei has an axe now, but you don't have it. But if you tell you to take it, you can take it, why so much nonsense? Ding, congratulations on successfully changing the heroine's fate of Luo Kekai, get the basic reward, all attributes plus 10, get additional reward, combat skill selection authority *1. Luo. Chapter 275. The battle in the secret realm has become somewhat difficult since the 7th round of the Silver Scale Giant Python. Injuries often occur in combat. After the 9th round of fighting, no matter how high the level of Yan Yun's treatment was, she was already somewhat exhausted. So there were 2 seriously injured soldiers who were healed by Luo with the Holy Grail. This is why the military knows the function of the Holy Grail of healing. It is also the reason why the military agreed to exchange weapons with Luo. You must know that the ancient ingot knife can be upgraded by killing monsters, because it has killed a lot of silver monsters, and it has already been promoted to the gold rank at this time. It stands to reason that this kind of weapon is more valuable than the golden glamorous saw and 2 silver weapons. But the prosperity of the world is all for profit. Luo's team value is more worthy of the military to win over, not to mention the military people are not too bad. Because weapon type, sword. Weapon name, enchanted cyan sword. Weapon grade, dark gold, max. This is Luo's current weapon attribute. It is impossible for monsters to advance infinitely, and weapons obviously cannot. The dark gold rank is already the limit of the King Z sword. Luo didn't know if other mutant weapons were like this, but as long as they weren't infinitely advanced, Luo didn't take much advantage. Of course, what Luo didn't expect was that this Luo Kekai will be rewarded as a heroine. What do you mean? Although the heroine is also the heroine, but I haven't slept with her, just give her a weapon, and she fell in love with me again? It's not scientific, is it? Thank you. Luo Kekai took the ancient ingot knife coldly, and didn't say any other words of gratitude. He just turned his head to the side, hiding his inner emotions. You're welcome. Luo didn't care either, and divided up other bronze, silver, weapons, armors, and scattered treasures. In addition to Luo himself taking a set of gold heavy armor, Wei Jianjun shared a ghost howling battle axe and a set of silver armor. After Lu Ruobing and Luo Kekai had weapons, they each took a set of silver armor. Wu Jiang, Cao Meng, and Luo Yin belonged to the transformation department, but because of their transformation characteristics, they didn't wear armor. It was just that one of them took a handy silver weapon. After distributing the treasures, Luo gave up the right to select combat skills. Soldier proficient at full level? Firearms proficient at full level. I have a full level of hidden weapon proficiency, and firearms proficiency is no longer important. Plus the existence of Liquan sharp gun. Therefore, decisive and proficient in the long soldiers do not explain. What? Half a month. It was around 11 o'clock in the morning when Luo and his party left the secret realm. When the soldiers guarding outside reported the situation, everyone was stunned. Yes, we checked the time with the fighters who entered the secret realm before, and an hour inside is almost equivalent to a day outside. All right. Starting from the 7th wave of monsters in the secret realm, the interval between the next 2 waves of monsters is 1 hour. Including the time for killing monsters and searching for treasures in the secret realm, everyone stayed in the secret realm for a total of 15 hours. 15 hours, 15 days outside the secret place. Although nothing can be changed in 15 days, there have been quite a few changes outside. Luo didn't have time to think about it. He used the dark contract to recall his 5 battle pets. After leading the team back to the military base, Xiao Manli on the chariot told Luo what happened recently. Since the military region didn't have enough habitats, Qin Zheng could only take the entire survivor team to temporarily live in the hospital where Luo had cleaned up a large number of rock scorpions. Lang Tianlin returned to the capital. Su Ling went out to find his girlfriend and didn't come back for 3 days. You said. Su Ling went out for 3 days and didn't come back. Hearing Xiao Manli's words, Luo narrowed his eyes. In the secret realm before, when Su Ling proposed to find a girlfriend, he always felt that something was wrong. So Su Ling was asked to bring 2 more people, but unexpectedly something happened? Well, that's what President Qin told me. Yan Yun was also stunned. Then what about my dad? Of course we went together. Your father and young Master Lu's bodyguard named Ding Feng go out early and return late with Su Ling every day. Come on, let's go back to the hospital first. Liu made a quick decision. It is normal for accidents to occur in the last days, but if the accident comes from human beings themselves. Not to mention Liu, even the bosses of other bases probably wouldn't allow this kind of thing to happen. Not to mention that one of these three people is Yan Yun's father? Hit me hard, damn it. On the afternoon when Liu came out of the secret realm, there was a villa area called Shangcheng in the east of Nanxi. There are more than 200 villas here, and more than 1,000 survivors live here. A high city wall has already been built around it. There are sentries on the city wall, and there are people patrolling inside the city wall. The basement of one of the villas. Looking at the three men in chains in front of him, Chen Sihai cursed with a smirk on his face. Three guys from outside, dare to threaten me? Give you face, Xiao Huang. Understood, boss. Hearing his words, a younger brother flatteringly picked up the whip on the table in front of him. The whip has been soaked in chilly water, which looks very professional at first glance. Snapped. A whip hit the man in the middle, making a crisp sound. There was also a bloodstain on the man's body. Let you be arrogant. Let you be arrogant, grass, grass. Snapped, snapped, snapped. The younger brother took one whip after another, without any intention of stopping, and would repeat it every time he was whipped. As if this would increase his strength. 3 days ago, these three men came to their base, saying they were looking for a woman named Shi Shanshan. Shi Shanshan is an intern nurse. Although her appearance can only be regarded as above average, her figure is not bad. Chen Sihai has always coveted this woman, but Chen Dashan, the boss of the base, disagrees. He has no choice but to look for opportunities secretly. As soon as he heard that the three were looking for Shi Shanshan, he asked a few more questions. Chen Sihai told the other party that there is no one you are looking for here, so look elsewhere. At that time, there was no conflict between the two sides, but shortly after the other party left, they suddenly turned back without a sound. And found out that Shi Shanshan is at this base. That little man held him hostage with the hidden blade without saying a word, and forced him to ask Shi Shanshan's whereabouts. Fortunately, the other party has a weakness, and it's also fortunate that the other party is still inexperienced, otherwise Chen Sihai would really fall. Okay. Seeing that the fight was almost over, Chen Sihai hurriedly stopped Xiao Huang. I saw him standing up slowly, walking towards the thin man in the middle with a playful look on his face. Boy, take it. I admire your uncle. The thin and small man covered in injuries, resisted the pain in his body and said with a sneer, Chen Sihai, do you know what the consequences will be if the three of us are locked up here? What consequences? Chen Sihai smiled disdainfully, ha ha ha, boy, do you think I'm afraid of those people behind you? I tell you the truth, with the level of chaos outside, even if I kill you here, no one will know. You still dare to say harsh words to me? You want to die. That's why you don't know anything about power. The skinny man said in a cold voice, Chen Sihai, I guarantee that young Master Liu is here, you will die miserably, absolutely miserably. Young Master Liu? The person behind you is called Young Master Liu? Is he a rich second generation? So what? Ha ha ha, boy, I see that you are quite strong, why is your brain so bad? Let alone whether a rich second generation awakened is strong enough, even if he is strong enough, do you think he can find this place? What an idiot, I will now. Boom boom boom. Who? Chen Sihai was about to order to clean up, but was interrupted by a knock on the door. It's me, Brother Hai, the boss is back, let you go over there. Chen Dashan is back? Damn, why did he come back so early today? Chen Sihai cursed angrily. Chen Dashan is his eldest brother. Recently, every 3 or 4 days, he would take a few people out with a big bag of food for a walk. Every time I go in the morning and come back in the afternoon, I ask him where he is going, but he doesn't say anything. Chen Dashan's behavior made Chen Sihai very dissatisfied, but in this base, he is only the second child. The real leader is Chen Dashan, so he has resentment in his heart, but it is not easy to explode. And isn't it only noon, how did he come back? Okay, I get it, I'll come right away. Saying what I said, Chen Sihai turned to look at the three men in front of him, and said viciously, you three, I will wait for you, and I will deal with you when I come back. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 276 Evolution, Hellhound. Chen Sihai is Chen Dashan's younger brother, and the two are brothers. However, Chen Dashan is the contractor on the construction site. He is appreciated by the boss of the company because he is kind, and capable. Usually popularity is also very good. But Chen Sihai is just the opposite. Before the end of the world, he was a social person who cheated, kidnapped, and did all kinds of evil. There are also a group of like-minded brothers under his command. The completely different lifestyles of the two brothers gave them completely different personalities. After the end of the world, the two brothers who could not get together no matter what, miraculously gathered together. This villa group base is the product of the joint management of the two. It's just that when Chen Sihai escaped here, because his brother suffered too much damage and his awakening ability was not as good as Chen Dashan's, he was overwhelmed by his elder brother everywhere. At present, he can only be aggrieved as the second leader of the base. You two, I'm so sorry. I'm the one who has troubled you. Looking at the back of Chen Sihai leaving, Su Ling, who was covered in injuries, endured the pain, and felt guilty. Yes, the three people bound by iron chains were Su Ling, Yan Qiaoban, and Ding Feng. They helped Su Ling find a girlfriend and found here all the way. When asking about Shi Shinshan's whereabouts, Yan Qiaoban noticed that Chen Sihai was lying when answering the question, and then Su Ling came over to investigate alone. And then what happened before? Originally, the three of them were not weak, especially Su Ling, the shadow assassin. There is stealth, and there is stabbing. But it was a problem that the three of them did not have offensive abilities. In addition, Chen Sihai threatened Su Ling with Shi Shanshan, which made Su Ling lose the ability to resist. So the other two were also arrested because of Su Ling, and Chen Sihai beat them to a broken calf. Where did you say? It's just that our skills are inferior to others. Yeah, don't talk about this now, as long as there is life, everything is not a problem. Fortunately, this Chen Sihai has some scruples, otherwise we will really be finished. Well, I don't know when young Master Lu will come out. I hope Mr. Qin can find us as soon as possible. The three of Su Ling were actually very desperate. Because before the end of the world, if a person's mobile phone is confiscated, he may be trapped in an MLM organization for several years. What's more, this is the end of the world where there are no phones, no cameras, and monsters may be encountered outside at any time. So they could only pin their hopes on Qin Zheng. But what can Qin Zheng Neng do? There was no need to report the whereabouts of the three of them to him every day. He didn't even know a general location. How could he find them? Fortunately, Lu came back in time. He has predators. As long as the three of them are still alive, Lu can find them by relying on their belongings. Although the target of the hunter is Tang Cheng, the Corpse King, after changing the target, the previous blood samples will not lose their effect. So after finding out that the three of them hadn't come back, Lu went directly to Yan Qiaoban's place. Looking at the jumping pointer on the predator, he breathed a sigh of relief. Lu, my dad? Yan Yun asked anxiously. Except for Lu himself, no one knows the role of the hunter, not even Yan Yun. But it was about her father, so she couldn't help but be in a hurry. Don't worry, he's fine. Then you take me there, I can help now. Yan Yun was also relieved to hear that her father was not dead. But how could Lu take her? Take you there? Let's not talk about whether you still have the strength now, even if you do. The less people know about your awakening ice ability, the better. But it's nothing but, go back to the car and wait for my news, I'll be back in a while. Ah? Are you going by yourself? Why don't you bring a few more people? I'm a little worried about your current physical condition. Which one of you has strength now? Lu looked at the exhausted crowd, that's it, I'll just take Xiajin and them. After saying this, without waiting for Yan Yun's reaction, Lu went out with 5 pets. The battle of the secret realm caused all the strong members of Lu's team to enter a weak state. Only Lu himself, relying on the sacred body, recovered his body to %% in such a short period of time. With his current combat power, %to %% is enough to stand out from the crowd. Therefore, there is no difference between the 5 war scum outside of your own team, with or without it. But when Lu went out and passed by the chariot, the woman with gold-rimmed glasses and a superb figure caught his eyes. This figure, tisk tisk. Not even loose-fitting sportswear will cover it. Hey? It seems that you can bring someone with you. Lu suddenly thought of something, Ms. Li? How about, you go with me? I. Hearing Lu's words, Li Wanning was a little confused, what's the use of me going? Am I holding you back? Of course not, if I give this to you, it won't hold you back. Lu quickly took out a scroll from the ring and handed it to Li Wanning. What is this? According to Yunner's previous usage, 1 minute is enough, come. I will teach you how to use it. 3 minutes later. I'm going, who is this? It feels so awesome. Haven't seen it before. Seeing Lu running wildly on the road, some patrolling survivors talked a lot. I was completely overwhelmed by Lu's awesome way of traveling. Lu took a superb beauty and rode on the back of the wind wolf. A golden monkey rides on the back of the scorpion, followed by leopards and wolf dogs. Just such a battle pet lineup is already a nightmare for some survivors, not to mention Lu who can tame these battle pets. Liu didn't have time to pay attention to them now, he just ran wildly in the direction guided by the hunter, while paying attention to the changes of Li Wanning in his arms. Black iron, bronze, silver. How do you feel? Brain. Unprecedented clarity. That's good, you should familiarize yourself with your abilities first, and I'll confirm their positions. It is good. It should be here. Half an hour later, at the entrance of the Shangcheng villas. Looking at the huge villa area across the street, Liu narrowed his eyes. This was once a wealthy area. Although the city wall is not high enough or thick enough now, there is a moat not far away. Seems like it would be good to use as a base. Liu didn't go in a hurry, but took out a porcelain bottle from the storage ring first. The porcelain bottle is milky white with a red cotton stopper on it. The body of the bottle exudes a faint red halo. Blood of the divine beast, let the mutant beast have a trace of the blood of the divine beast, and increase the evolutionary potential and loyalty of the mutant beast. Note, it only affects the local mutant beasts on the earth, and it is invalid for secret land creatures and alien creatures. Please use it with caution. This is one of the 6 treasures of the 7th round of the secret realm. It only works on earth mutants, other mutants cannot be used. In other words, Liu now has 5 battle pets, and only He Shui can use this thing. Originally, Liu wanted to catch a mutated tiger or lion, and then use the blood of this divine beast after replacing the commander-in-chief. But lions and tigers are hard to find, and only zoos have them. The animals in Nanchang Zoo have long since disappeared. In addition, this thing only appeared in the 7th round of the secret realm, so it is not so precious after all. So on the way here just now, after thinking about it for a while, Liu decided to use it for He Shui. He Shui, come here. He Shui got the order, stuck out his long tongue, ran up to Liu and sat down in front of Liu. When Liu reached out to pull out the red cork of the porcelain bottle, it seemed to sense something, and the whole dog became excited. Don't worry, this is for you to eat, quickly raise your head and open your mouth. Liu stroked He Shui's dog's head to appease the other party's emotions. He Shui was indeed in a hurry, but because of the contract, he sat down obediently. While wagging his tail at Liu, he raised his head and opened his bloody mouth. The blood of the beast is not a bottle, but a drop. This drop of blood is about the size of a crystal nucleus, it will not connect to the bottle, and it will not evaporate. When the drop of blood poured out, Liu saw that it was a drop of blood exuding a faint blood-red light. After the blood of the divine beast dripped into He Shui's mouth, the drop of blood disappeared before He Shui even swallowed. But He Shui seemed to feel something, and hurried to the middle of the street, shaking his head while pawing the ground with his claws. It seems to be venting excess energy. Soon its body started to grow bigger and its hair started to turn black. Fiery red flames ignited everywhere on his body. These flames are intertwined with a large amount of black air, which looks extremely strange. The silver-white lines on its body also kept shining with silver-white light. My god, what did you feed it? Of course it's a good thing. Seeing the taller, bigger, stronger, and hideous He Shui, Liu smiled. Name, He Shui, Hell Dog. Level, Silver Advanced. Attributes, Fire, Darkness. Chapter 277. Of course I killed him. He Shui is just a mutant wolf dog. The hair on the body is black and yellow, and the body is smaller than the wind wolf of the same level. Its level was originally only the elementary level of silver, and the elementary level of silver was also the limit of its bloodline evolution. But when Liu's drop of blood of the beast fell, He Shui's entire body underwent earth-shaking changes. First of all, the hair has become pure black, black to shiny, without a trace of stray hair. Secondly, the thin body became stronger than the wind wolf. The wind wolf is more than 4 meters long, and its back is more than 2 meters high. And He Shui's current body length is more than 20 centimeters longer than Feng Glang's, and his back height is also about 10 centimeters higher. The muscle ratio is at the level of a lion and a tiger. The level has evolved directly from the beginning level of silver to the same silver bottleneck as the rock-patterned Scorpion King. The two attributes of flame and darkness are fused together, giving it a powerful elemental attack ability. Most importantly, it can now control its size at will. Although its limit size has not changed, the degree of reduction is much more random. A small black dog that is 1 foot long, a big black dog that is more than 1 meter long, and a mutant dog that is more than 2 meters long are all fine. This ability is a bit similar to Xiaojin's battle state, but it is more flexible and changeable. And in the past, no matter if it was a wind wolf or a fire leopard, they could bully it at will. And the current He Shui, with his aura alone, can make these two beasts from other worlds tremble. This world. It's incredible. Seeing the handsome He whose black energy and flames gradually disappeared, Li Wanning couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Whether it's the coming of the end of the world, or the emergence of supernatural powers, treasures and secret realms, they are constantly refreshing her 3 views. At this time, seeing a drop of blood can make He Shui like this, she can no longer describe her mood in words. Luu, you got all these things from the previous secret realm. Of course. Apart from the secret realm, how can there be so many and such powerful treasures in other places? Isn't this a bit beyond understanding? Hehe, just get used to it, let's go. Luu looked at the pets, Xiaojin, He Shui, you two will follow me, and the three of you will stand by. Whoa! He Shui got the order and turned into a solid-colored little black dog, lying at Luu's feet and whimpering non-stop. Ha ha ha. Seeing this scene, Luu couldn't help but burst out laughing. Xiaojin's normal state is only 1.5 meters, and He Shui can now become a little black dog. In this way, wherever you take them with you in the future, you won't be afraid of attracting others' attention. Hey, stop, what are you doing? The entrance of the Shangcheng Villa area. A sentry standing guard on the 5-meter-high city wall stopped Luu. Before Luu entered the secret realm, only some human beings discovered the function of crystal nuclei. At that time, someone who could have the bronze intermediate level was already regarded as the best among human beings. Now half a month has passed, and the strength of most awakened people still hasn't improved much. So this sentinel is also at the elementary level of bronze. He first looked at Luu, then at Li Wanning who was holding Luu's arm, and subconsciously swallowed his own saliva. This is the villa area of the rich. When they occupied this place, there were some beauties in the base. But he has never seen Li Wanning at this level. This appearance, this figure. Fake? My name is Luu, looking for your boss. Our boss is entertaining distinguished guests. Which base are you from? What do you want our boss to do? It's just a little guy, there's no need to know so much, Wan Ning, throw him down. Ah. Hearing Luu's understatement, Li Wanning obviously didn't react. Just a few words, are you going to throw others down? What is this operation? After hearing Luu's words, the sentinel quickly took out his axe, looked at Luu vigilantly, and blew the whistle he carried with him. In the last days without electricity, the way people transmit information has returned to the original. Whistle is a very useful way of warning. Boy, are you looking for trouble on purpose? Come on, come on. The sentinel's whistle gave Luu a headache. I'm going, Mr. Li, I forgot to tell you just now, you have to follow my instructions when you go out, or you may die. I'm sorry. Stop talking nonsense, throw him down quickly. Luu didn't want ink marks. Li Wanning also realized the seriousness of the problem at this time, and quickly raised her right hand. At this moment, the sentinel saw that Luu was coming in a bad manner, and was blowing his whistle to summon his companions, when suddenly he felt as if something had pinched his throat. Soon he soared into the air, and was thrown down from the 5-meter-high city wall by an invisible force. Almost at the same time, in Luu's sight, 2 grey translucent light balls fell from Li Wanning's body. Mind power +4. Mental power +0.1. Awakening scroll, read awakening item. This is the scroll that Luu gave to Li Wanning. The neon on the scroll means the power of neon. The kind Qin Zyro uses. Luu originally wanted to use this scroll for himself. Because of my current wind ability, I can't fly myself. With this power of thought, you can fly yourself. But when he was going out, he suddenly thought that he could pick up attributes now. It's just because Qin Zyro's mind power was captured by a supernatural power, that's why she couldn't pick up this supernatural power from Qin Zyro. If it is the mind power awakened with a scroll, can I pick it up? With this doubt, Luu gave the awakening scroll, read, to Li Wanning. And gave her a large number of crystal nuclei, allowing her to upgrade at the speed of light. I don't ask how strong she is, just ask her to have the ability to protect herself. If she can drop the mind force light ball, then she will only earn a mind power ability. If you can't drop the ball of light, then it's nothing to Li Wanning. Anyway, according to the strength of his wind ability, the ability level has been raised to the dark gold level, so he should be able to fly. She is now her own woman, there is nothing wrong with giving her an extra security guarantee. It turned out that Luu was right. The ability to copy cannot be used to copy secret treasures, so I will copy them by picking up attributes. Anyway, with so many protagonist strengths, there is always one that suits you. However, although Li Wanning has seen monsters eat people, she has also seen people kill each other. But she hadn't fought with others in person, so the sentinel wasn't really thrown down, but was supported by her thoughts when she was about to reach the ground. Luu didn't care anymore. After quietly picking up the light ball, he went to pinch the sentry's neck. What do you guys want to do? Let them open the door. The cold voice and the powerful force coming from Luu's hands made the sentry dumbfounded. After all, I am also at the bronze beginner level, so how come I have no resistance at all in front of this guy? Didn't even react just now? Open the door. The sentinel didn't have time to think about it, but still felt that saving his life was the most important thing. As the gate of the base opened, the base guards looked at the young man with a little monkey and a little black dog in front of him, and his companion in one hand, with expressions of horror on their faces. Without further ado, he picked up his weapon and surrounded Luyu. Seeing this scene, Li Wanning couldn't help feeling a little nervous, and her nerves also tensed up. Because since she was with Luyu, she has never experienced such a battle like today. Surrounded by so many heavily armed survivors at this moment, of course she would be nervous. Subconsciously glanced at Luyu beside him, calm and calm, like still water? Well, today is considered to have seen what is called, Mount Tai collapsed in front of him without changing his face. Isn't he too calm? Seeing that Luyu was so calm, she couldn't help but feel relieved. At the same time, she also had a doubt in her heart, is there such a big gap between Luyu and other men? Look how nervous these people are. Give you 10 minutes, let your boss come out to see me. Luyu's voice interrupted her thoughts. After a few minutes, a burly, dark-skinned man with a fleshy face and a prisoner's hairstyle appeared in the sight of the two of them. Who the hell has the guts of a bear? Dare to come to Lao Tzu's base to make trouble? The man wears a large gold chain around his neck and carries a dozen of his men. As soon as he came out, he was shouting, and he seemed very difficult to mess with. You are the base leader. Boy, is it you who made the trouble? Hey Shui, what should I do if this guy can't understand human language? What else can I do? Of course I killed him. Hey. Fuck, hey Shui, how can you speak human language? Hey Shui, ... Chapter 278 The Scary Hell Dog. Before the end of the world, He Shui was an ordinary wolf dog. After the end of the world, although it has become a mutant beast, it still cannot change its wolf dog nature. Therefore, among Luyu's 5 battle pets, Xiajin and Xioxi are tied for the first place in terms of combat effectiveness. He Shui's combat effectiveness is the lowest. Now that it has eaten a drop of the blood of the divine beast, not only has it leapt to become the strongest in battle, but it can also speak? Luyu swears, he just asked in passing. Didn't expect to find a surprise? Although this voice only appeared in his mind, it was enough to surprise him. Leave the woman, and destroy the man and throw him out. Chen Sihai's impatient voice brought Luyu back to reality. He was drinking with the guests inside, and when he heard his younger brother report that someone had come to the base to make trouble, of course he volunteered. It was only a young man who came out to see the trouble, and he didn't take it seriously, but it was Li Wanning who caught his attention. Li Wanning is wearing a red and white sportswear today. Although the sportswear is relatively loose, the cool and beautiful face, fair skin, and looming curves can arouse a man's desire even more. This kind of top quality tastes better than any woman in this base. Must stay and enjoy yourself. Okay, boss. Leave it to me, boss. Boy, you don't even look at the place if you want to die. Pay attention to this woman is a supernatural being. Supernatural? Hey, I like it better. Chen Sihai became even more excited when he heard that Li Wanning was a supernatural being. Because ordinary supernatural beings are existences whose eyes are higher than the top, and most female supernatural beings have an unruly arrogance. For a man, this type of woman is more fulfilling to conquer. Hearing Chen Sihai's words, Li Wanning finally understood why Luyu was so direct just now. So in the last days, the communication between other survivors has become so simple and rude? Ho ho! A sudden roar of a beast frightened the crowd who wanted to go forward. They looked around subconsciously, but they didn't find out what animal made the roar. At this moment, Luyu's understatement sounded. Hey Shui, Xiaojin, the leader, give me a sigh of relief, and kill all other people who approach. After speaking, Luyu threw a mace at Xiajin. Xiajin reacted quickly, and after growing bigger, he quickly caught the weapon thrown by Luyu, and bared his fangs at the crowd. Damn it, this is... There are a total of 14 weapons in the secret realm, excluding those brought by everyone. Among them, there are 2 gold-grade weapons, 6 silver weapons, and 6 bronze weapons. According to the ratio of spoils, Luyu can take at least 9 to 10 weapons, and he can pick up all high-grade weapons first. Because of the replacement of the ancient ingot knife, he ended up with only a golden ghost howling battle axe, 4 silver weapons, and 2 bronze weapons. The ghost howling battle axe is now in the hands of Wei Jianjun, and one of the 3 transformation-type supernatural beings is holding a silver weapon. The remaining silver weapon is the dagger that Luyu took for Su Ling. As for the 2 bronze weapons, one was the same thick-backed machete in Ye Bai's hand, which Luyu gave to Li Wanning's mother, Wang Xiaomei. The other one was the mace that was thrown to Xiaojin just now. A mace is a top-heavy, one-handed blunt weapon, which is more effective against armor than some sharp weapons. As I said before, the improvement of the weapon grade will affect the quality of the weapon. So this mace is not only stronger than a normal hammer, but also heavier than a normal mace. After hearing Luyu's order, a large number of arrows flew towards the two of them. Liu didn't even move, and a terrifying gust of wind raged around the two of them. The wind is so strong that ordinary arrows cannot penetrate it at all. Boom! The 2-meter 5-meter tall golden retriever gorilla jumped into the crowd with a hammer, and instantly knocked one person flying. The little black dog, which was harmless to humans and animals, also became more than 4 meters long under the eyes of everyone. Ho ho! Even the roar became much more ferocious. Quick, stop them quickly! Damn it, what kind of monster is this? Is this still a dog? Boss, save me! These two monsters are too strong. No, I can't stand it anymore, call someone quickly. Boss, there are 2 more monsters outside. What? Chen Sihai's complexion changed, and then he saw 2 huge monsters appearing outside the base. Close the door quickly. Late. Boom. Liu's icy voice sounded, and a huge scorpion like a car suddenly burst out of the ground. Several survivors who wanted to close the door were directly thrown out. In the next second, Liu disappeared. Chen Sihai was kicked down, and Xiao Jin quickly followed. Boom. One blow broke his thigh. What? Chen Sihai let out a scream. It was a melee, a one-sided melee. With the help of Liu, 5 monsters crazily plundered the villa base. Needless to say, Xiao Jin, Gale Wolf, and Fire Cloud Leopard, they are not only strong enough, but also fast enough. Ordinary awakened people are not opponents at all. That Scorpion King was even more like a tank, completely immune to ordinary weapons, rampaging through the crowd. It is worth mentioning that He Shui, after being promoted to Hell Demon Hound, it is not only extremely fast, but also has extremely well-developed muscles. It is full of flames and black smoke, giving people an extremely weird feeling. Anyone who is close to it can feel a strong heat wave. Not to mention the people who were wiped by it. Even a bronze-level enhancer would be instantly burned by the black flames. The most important thing is that it can also spit fireballs. The fireball it spits out is not the same as the fireball released by the fire-clouded leopard. Huan Bao's fireball will only burn others, but He Shui's fireball will explode. Burst flames. The release speed is also faster than the fire cloud leopard. Although the base also has some hot weapons that can stop these raging beasts, but Liu also has hot weapons? And he also has the temporary worker Li Wanning. Li Wanning didn't have much combat experience, but using her thoughts to form a barrier to defend against bullets, or to help grab bows and guns, there was no problem. Stop! A voice full of anxiety suddenly sounded, and Chen Dashan finally rushed over with a large group of people. At this time, his heart was bleeding when he saw the dead and injured brothers in the base, and the 5 monsters raging. How the hell are they all my brothers? How could they lie down so much in just 2 minutes? Just now Chen Sihai wanted to deal with things alone, so he was a little worried. I didn't expect that I was still late. Under the command of Chen Dashan, the survivors of the base quickly left Liu's attack range. The wounded were also carried away one by one. The black smoke and flames on He Shui's body disappeared, and together with the other 4 battle pets, they surrounded Liu and Li Wanning for protection. Chen Dashan hurried forward and said to Liu, "Brother, what do you mean? Why do you come here to hurt people?" Seeing Chen Dashan approaching, Chen Sihai hurriedly dragged his broken right leg and crawled to his elder brother. Liu didn't stop him either, but just glanced at the 3 people around Chen Dashan. "Brother, you guys, you came at the right time. Not only did this kid bring these monsters to hurt so many of our brothers, he also broke my leg. You must make the decision for me. Asshole." Hearing his brother's words, and seeing the current tragedy of the base, Chen Dashan was filled with anger. But before he finished speaking, cold sweat broke out on the forehead of the person next to him. He quickly grabbed Chen Dashan, stepped forward and smiled awkwardly at Liu. "Hehe, young Master Liu, is there some misunderstanding in this?" "Yeah, young Master Liu, Dashan is quite a nice guy, he must have misunderstood. Did Chen Sihai offend you? If he really offended you, we are here to apologize to you for him." There are 3 people beside Chen Dashan, and all 3 are the bosses of the large base. And all of them are over 35 years old. At this time, the 3 of them talked to each other, and their words and deeds revealed awe of Liu. Seeing this scene, let alone those members of the base, even Chen Dashan and Chen Sihai were dumbfounded. What's the situation? Chapter 279. You can end number 039, to afford to mess with this young man. The last days are a very bloody and cruel era. In most end-time novels and movies, the living environment of human beings is extremely difficult. This world is no exception. The disappearance of electricity, the invasion of monsters, and the shortage of food. Each is fatal to humans. However, the emergence of the awakened ones has brought a glimmer of hope to mankind. They fought against monsters and zombies, and made a huge contribution to the continuation of human civilization. It can be said that without these awakened ones, the ending faced by human beings can only be extinction. But it is precisely because of the existence of these awakened ones that human civilization has been set back for nearly 1,000 years. In most of the bases, low-level awakened people are the objects and tools that high-level awakened people slaughter at will, and ordinary people are the same for low-level awakened people. Because Chen Dashan works closer to here, he occupied this villa area and became the boss of this villa area. But where is the villa area? This was once a wealthy area, whether it was the living environment or the daily necessities in the villa, it was 2 grades better than other places. In addition, it is backed by the moat of the South City, so there is no need to worry about the shortage of water sources. So how could the bosses of other bases let such a geomantic treasure land fall into the hands of others? Chen Dashan knew that he couldn't keep this villa area with his own people. After a period of deliberation, he still decided to find a backer. I made an appointment with the bosses of these 3 bases today, also for the future development of the bases. But he didn't expect such a thing to happen, let alone that the bosses of the 3 bases knew Liu. And they look like they're afraid of each other? What is the background of this young man? How dare the 3 bosses be so respectful? It's incredible. I'm not dreaming, am I? The survivors talked a lot, and they were also very incredible. You know, who are these 3 people? Fire Gang, Yan Yan. Blue Wolf Gang, Su Lang. Hutuman, Feng Shi. All 3 are the bosses of a large base, and the number of survivors in their base has already exceeded 10,000. Standing out from the tens of thousands of survivors is not something ordinary people can do. What's more, the 3 of them are still respectful to Liu. Compared to everyone's astonishment, Chen Sihai suddenly thought of something. Young Master Liu? Couldn't it be the young Master Liu that kid was talking about? There's no need for an apology. Liu didn't care about the flattery of the 3, but looked at Chen Dashan calmly. Are you the boss of this base? Yes, yes. Sensing the fear in the bones of Su Lang and the other 3, Chen Dashan's tone also calmed down a bit, at least he didn't dare to think about it easily. Why did you detain my people? Liu was straightforward and did not beat around the bush. The night in the last days is very dangerous. Even in the southern city where there is an army, most people dare not easily spend the night outside. For the sake of safety, Qin Zheng and Su Ling had an agreement that they had to go out in the morning and return to the base at night. The 3 of Su Ling didn't return to the base for 3 days, but they didn't die. Apart from being detained, Liu couldn't think of any other reason. The person who detained you. Hearing Liu's words, Chen Dashan was taken aback for a moment, and then quickly said, Little brother, did you misunderstand something? There can be no misunderstanding. Liu directly interrupted the other party, staring into Chen Dashan's eyes and said coldly, if it's not you, then it's your subordinates. Subordinate? Chen Dashan's eyes were slightly cold, and he looked at the man lying on the ground beside his feet, Sihai. In this base, there is no one who has the courage to do things behind his back except his own brother. So as soon as Liu said this, he immediately thought of his brother. I didn't. Chen Sihai panicked, brother, you don't believe what this kid said, do you? He just wanted to find an excuse to kill us. Little brother, this. It doesn't matter if you don't admit it, I will find it myself, if you want to stop it, just let your horse come here. After saying this, Liu led Li Wanning directly to the front left of the villa. Without the slightest hesitation, the survivors quickly made way for Liu. Even the 3 bosses pulled Chen Dashan aside. Under the protection of 5 battle pets, Liu and the 2 left the public's sight. When Liu walked away, Chen Dashan said, 3 bosses, who is he? How do you think the 3 of you are all together? Dashan, stop asking, you can't afford to mess with this young man. No matter what he asks, you just agree to him and it's over. If your brother really detains his people, then you can ask for blessings. That's right, Dashan, don't blame the brother for not reminding you. Do you still remember the super large secret realm in the southeast? You mean, the secret realm you entered together before? Because Chen Dashan lived in a villa, he couldn't see the situation in the distance. When he knew about this secret realm, the competition for the 120 secret realm qualifications had long since ended. The military personnel also guarded outside the secret realm. In other words, he knew that the battle was brutal, but he had never entered it, let alone what was going on inside. Good. Yan Yan nodded, with a touch of fear on his face, you have never seen corpses strewn all over the place in the secret area, and blood flowing like rivers. Anyway, I don't want to be his enemy in my life. Okay, stop talking nonsense, hurry up and take a look. If there is something wrong with him, it's good for us to help. That's right. All of you, bring Chen Sihai with me. Hey, what are you doing? Why are you arresting me? Seeing that the people around Su Lang were divided into 2 groups and wanted to come over to help him, Chen Sihai hurriedly scolded him loudly. Chen Dashan also stood up and looked at the 3 of them with a troubled face, 3 bosses, what do you mean by this? Just in case, your brother must go with us. Why? Why do you say? If something really happened, your brother ran away? Do you know what the consequences will be? Su Lang's tone was unquestionable, and Chen Dashan was not given a chance to refute at all. The three of them have a good relationship. Due to some special reasons, they didn't do anything to Liu when they were competing for the qualification to enter the secret realm. In other words, they are the forces that followed Liu and the military into the secret realm. It was nothing at first, but the scene of Liu leading 4 people to block the door in the open space outside the giant tower and let the corpses pile up into a mountain outside is still engraved in their minds. Their mentality has also changed from eagerness to move at the beginning, to giving up the idea later, and to fear at the end. At that moment, they swore that no matter what the final result of the secret realm was, they would never become Liu's enemies in the future. Otherwise it is easy to become a corpse. In the last days, there may be some people who are not afraid of death, but those who are capable of enjoying glory and wealth are definitely not included. So, take it away, take it away. Su Lang looked impatient. Yes, boss. Brother, save me quickly. Hearing Su Lang's words, Chen Sihai panicked. But his thigh had already been broken by Xiao Jin, and he couldn't resist at all. Chen Dashan wanted to say something, but he couldn't say anything, so he quickly followed. Over time. Boom, boom. Loud noises came one after another, causing Chen Dashan and the others to quicken their pace. Before reaching the destination, the cold voice reached everyone's ears again. Su Ling, Uncle Yan, Ding Feng? Who the hell beat you up like this? Hearing this voice, several people's expressions changed. It's over. It's really over now. Xiao Jin, He Shui, kill all the people in this base, don't leave a single one alive. Young Master Liu, calm down. Young Master Liu, calm down. Hold on to your mother, get out of here. Chapter 280. You are the first. In Shangcheng Villa area, more than 200 villas are arranged in a well-arranged manner. The flowers and trees used for greening are extremely lush. In the basement of a villa in the innermost part of the villa area, I looked at the 3 people whose hands and feet were bound by iron chains and shackles. Liu was really angry. This basement was originally just a private underground garage. Because the car was useless, it was converted into a prison cell. In the innermost part of the prison cell against the wall, there are 5 pairs of huge wooden stakes. Yan Kuobin and the other 3 were not only handcuffed and chained to these huge wooden stakes, they were also naked and covered in wounds, with blood and bruises everywhere. Looking at the bent shape of the leg, it is obviously interrupted, right? In these last days, dead people are normal. Whether it was killed by a monster or by a person, it could be explained by bad luck or insufficient strength. Liu is not surprised by this. But in this relatively safe Nanxi, his own people were beaten like this by other survivors? How can this be tolerated? Yan Yan wanted to speak to persuade, but Liu raised his hand and knocked him away. What Liu threw was a strong wind, and Yan Yan could have dodged, but in order to calm Liu's anger and save his life, he didn't dare to dodge at all. Seeing this, Su Lang's expression changed slightly and he spoke quickly. Young Master Liu, this matter is none of our business. Yes, young Master Liu, we are innocent. What the hell are you guys doing in a daze? Hurry up and help them untie the chains. Be careful of their injuries. Chen Dashan, who I drafted, oh Chen Dashan, how do you become the boss? Now, no one can save you. Seeing the 3 of Su Ling being beaten up like this, the 3 bosses obviously sensed that something was wrong, and quickly drew a clear line with Chen Dashan. I'm afraid that because of this matter, I will be implicated in myself. Chen Dashan also looked confused at this time. He never expected that the underground garage of this villa turned into a prison cell. Subconsciously looking at his younger brother not far away, he cursed angrily, Chen Sihai, what the hell have you done? I didn't do it, I didn't do it. Brother, save me, save me. Chen Sihai is the second in command of the base. Not only is he strong, but he also has a lot of backers behind him. But when strength and backing are useless, he knows what despair is. Seeing Feng Shi's attitude towards Liu, and seeing Liu finding the 3 without any pressure, Chen Sihai, who was already terrified, became even more frightened. A foul-smelling liquid soaked through his trouser legs. But he didn't have time to ask these questions now, so he hugged his elder brother's trouser legs and begged. Seeing his younger brother's pitiful appearance, Chen Dashan's face turned red and then pale. He also heard what Liu said just now. Now that he can't even protect himself, how can he save his younger brother? Fortunately, at the critical moment, Li Wanning held Liu's arm with trembling hands. Liu. She didn't say much, but looked at Liu's beautiful eyes, revealing a trace of fear and uneasiness. She has seen Liu killing monsters, and Liu killing people. But I have never seen Liu get really angry. She really didn't expect that Liu's anger would be so terrible, slaughter other people's bases if they disagree. The voices of Su Ling and Yan Qiaoban also came in time. Young Master Liu, this matter has nothing to do with anyone else, it's all Chen Sihai. Yes, Xiao Liu, don't implicate the innocent. Although they almost died here, when they heard that Liu was going to kill everyone, they still felt that it was too much. After all, most of the base is still ordinary people. You guys. Okay. Hearing Su Ling and Yan Qiaoban's words, and seeing Li Wanning's frightened expression, most of Liu's anger disappeared in an instant. Taking a deep breath, he calmed himself down, turned his head to look at Chen Dashan and Su Lang and said, Chen Dashan, there are a few of you, Liu, am not an unreasonable person, you have no problem if you want to survive. But the three of them are not only my people, Uncle Yan is also my elder. Now that they have been beaten like this, what do you think should be done? Master Liu. Seeing Liu let go, Su Lang hurried forward, don't worry, young Master Liu, give us a little time, and we will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. 3 minutes. Thank you, young Master Liu. Thank you, young Master Liu. Liu is a college student who is less than 22 years old. But among the survivors present, no one dared to see Liu as an ordinary college student. Because whether it's his style of handling things, his methods of killing people, or every decision he makes for his team, it's not what he should have at his age. In front of him, not to mention Cangyun as a peer, even Li Wanning, who was a university professor, seemed too innocent. But when I heard a few people discussing that they should abandon the car and save Chen Sihai and all the younger brothers involved in the incident, Chen Dashan was full of helplessness, and Chen Sihai was even more panicked. Brother, save me, I don't want to die yet. Sihai, I told you a long time ago to get rid of your previous temper, why didn't you listen? Why? Okay, I'll change it now, brother, please help me. Alas. Chen Dashan hesitated to speak, and finally he could only sigh helplessly. In the past, he knew some things Chen Sihai did, but the two are brothers, and now they manage the base together. It's not good for him to get too stiff with Chen Sihai. But now. Brother, what do you mean by sighing? Don't you want to save me? Sihai, I'm sorry, brother really can't save you this time. Chen Dashan. Chen Sihai suddenly roared angrily, are you my brother or not? We are brothers, you can obviously save me, why didn't you? Sihai, what nonsense are you talking about? Hearing Chen Sihai's words, Chen Dashan frowned, it's not like you haven't seen the current situation, what can I do to save you? No, you can save me, Didn't you know a very powerful big guy before? Chen Sihai was terrified in his heart, and he began to speak incoherently, as long as he is there, I will not die, yes, as long as he is there, I will not die. Big guy. Stop pretending to me. Don't think I don't know what your relationship is with that guy. As long as you reveal his identity, this kid will never dare to kill me. Chen Sihai was hysterical, and in order to save his life, he uttered all the things he knew. In his mind, that big guy is so powerful, he can definitely beat this guy called Young Master Liu. It's just that his words seemed so ridiculous to the ears of Su Lang, Feng Shi, and Yan Yan. In this world, are there people who Liu dare not kill? Even the awakened ones in the military have received a lot of benefits from Liu. Why do other people dare to say such things? Just when Su Lang was about to tell Liu the result of the discussion, he found that Liu had walked in front of them at some point. Chen Sihai, right? What's the name of that big guy you mentioned? What? Are you afraid? Ha ha ha, boy, are you afraid too? Although I don't know his name, he must be stronger than you. If you kill me, he will definitely avenge me. When Chen Sihai said this, he was very unconfident. Because he didn't know each other at all. But at this time, life-saving is the most important thing, how could he care so much? Is it? The corner of Liu's mouth raised a sneer, Chen Sihai, do you know that in the past 4 months, no one has threatened me, and you are the first. You three, arrest all this kid's accomplices, cut off this kid's tendons, and tie him to the gate of the base. Is there any problem? No problem at all. Remember to hit 300 whips first. Yes, young Master Liu. Su Lang hurriedly nodded respectfully. As long as his own life is saved, what happens to other people, what does it have to do with him? So decisively execute the command without explanation. Liu ignored him, but looked at Chen Dashan at the side, Chen Dashan. Young Master Liu. What's the matter with the big guy in your brother's mouth? Chapter 281 Your base belongs to me too. Liu came to Chen Dashan's base just to find someone. Didn't think about doing anything else. But the news Chen Sihai provided before his death attracted Liu's attention. Chen Dashan knows a big guy with strong strength? Except for Tang Cheng, the corpse king, there is no one else in Lu's mind who fits the two characteristics of being strong and big. That's why he asked a few more questions. However, under Lu's detailed questioning, he got a very vague information. Chen Dashan didn't remember any information about the other party, he only knew that food and water would be delivered to a place every 3 days. If he doesn't send it, his life will be in danger? Is this obviously mind control? Hearing this, Luu became more sure of the other party's identity. Except for Tang Cheng, the corpse king, can other big men have this level of mental power control? But... send food and water. Luu muttered to himself, and seemed to think of something in his mind. Forget it, let's settle the matter here first. Chen Dashan, I want to kill your brother, you should be very unconvinced, right? Don't dare. Chen Dashan quickly lowered his head. Does he dare to say no? Dare not. Look at those 5 terrifying battle pets with smirks dripping from the corners of their mouths, even if the people in their base work together, they may not be able to do it. Not to mention that Feng Shi and the others didn't have the courage to do it yet. Luu didn't care what he thought, whether you dare or not, he must die today, and not only him, but everyone who participated in this incident with him must also be buried with him. If you are not convinced, you can come to me at any time. Oh yes, your base now belongs to me. What? Hearing Luu's words, Chen Dashan was stunned. Yan Yan and Feng Shi, who did not leave here, also looked strange. Luu is really not polite at all. I didn't hear clearly, do you still have an opinion? Tomorrow morning, I will send someone to take over your base. At that time, what should be left and what should not be left, you can figure it out yourself. After saying this, Luu didn't bother to ask a few people, and directly took out his chariot receiver. Ruobing, tell Yuner that the person has been found, I'll send you a location, and you drive to bring some medical staff over to deal with it. Young Master Lu, Shan Shan. Seeing that Luu finished handling the matter, Su Ling finally spoke with a guilty face. In his mind, all these troublesome things were caused by himself. If Luu hadn't arrived in time, I'm afraid the 3 of them would have confessed here. Are you still thinking of finding a girlfriend at this time? It's really hard to say. Shan Shan? Your girlfriend? Yes yes. Feng Shi, leave this matter to you. Yes, young Master Lu. Seeing this, Feng Shi quickly opened his mouth and said. In the last days, strength is everything. Luu's behavior well explained this point. If Luu wasn't strong enough, would base bosses like Feng Shi, Su Lang and Yan Yan talk to him in this manner? Obviously not. It would be nice if Luu didn't gang up together, how could he still let him order? But the reality is not if. They knew that Luu's strength was very strong, so strong that relying on numbers alone could not do anything. They don't want to give up their current status. So if you don't want Luu to come to seek revenge, you can only bow down to Luu. So under Luu's deliberate arrangement, Chen Sihai died a miserable death. Su Lang broke 2 pillars, broke his tendons and tied them to them. Then he was beaten half to death with a whip soaked in chilly water, one whip after another. Then it was tied to a telephone pole outside the base, allowing those wandering monsters to share their food. Before he died, he had to be tortured. This was the fate of offending Luu, and it was also Luu's warning to others. As for his younger brothers, it was not so miserable. Chen Sihai had a total of 17 confidants, 3 of them ran away, and the remaining 14 simply died. There was not much pain before death, after all, he was just an accomplice. Wow, Sister Kikai, your equipment is so cool. So handsome. Go in this time, did you get so many treasures? Sister Kikai, you are really amazing. When Luu was finishing the finishing work of the villa area, the military base was on the other side. A group of women admired Luo Kikai endlessly. Luu drove away from the military base, but Luo Kikai did not follow. Because her current home is on the side of the military base. At this time, in a room in a certain community of the base, Luo Kikai murmured to herself when she heard the praise of the women's army. Amazing? Is it really me who is amazing? Before entering the secret realm, Luu had shown unparalleled strength, and even deliberately showed mercy to his subordinates. Later, when entering the secret realm, it was to help me compete for a place in the secret realm and solve those foreigners who besieged me. In the end, not only did he not let himself hand over the treasures he got, but he helped him advance to gold, gave himself an extra set of silver armor, and exchanged for a better weapon? Luo Kikai really couldn't understand Luu's operations. Go out first, I want to be alone. Oh. Okay, Miss Kikai. We walked. Sensing that Luo Kikai was in a bad mood, the girls wisely left her room. Luo Kikai closed the door, and wiped her bandaged right hand on the jade pendant around her neck. A long knife with a golden pine pattern appeared in her sight. Ancient ingot knife. The appearance is similar to that of a saber. The handle is 10.5 centimeters long, and the overall length is about 120 centimeters. This is Sun Jian's heirloom weapon during the Three Kingdoms period. Sun Jian used the ancient ingot knife when he was at Sichuan. After Sun Jian's death, his son Sun Ce gave it to Zhou Yu, but Zhou Yu didn't use him to kill the enemy, but wore it as an honor. The knife is in the shape of a ring head, the flat handle is slightly curved to one side, the middle is concave, and the sides are ribbed. There is a protruding tooth-shaped gap between the handle and the knife, the back of the knife is slightly concave, the tip of the knife is upturned, and the blade is slender. Liu. You are the one who hurt the corpse king, right? Thinking back to the weapon in Liu's hand and his powerful fighting power in her mind, Luo Kekai said something to herself again. It's just that Liu couldn't hear her muttering. Because at this time, he had finished handling the work of Chen Dashan's base, and brought Li Wanning and 5 pets to a high-end community called Ziguang Pavilion in the northeast of Nanxi City. Mom, I'm so hungry, I want to eat. In a room in the Zigwaga community. The thin little girl sat on the sofa and looked at her mother pleadingly. Lanlan, it's not time for dinner yet, let's hold on for a while, shall we? A woman in casual clothes squatted in front of the girl and said softly. Although the person sent a lot of food today, she didn't know how long the other person could give her food, so it was a little bit less food and water. Thinking of this, the woman looked desperate. She is just an ordinary person with no abilities. Facing this crisis-ridden and unpredictable end times, if it wasn't for her own child, she wouldn't even dare to leave the door. Fortunately, someone helped me, otherwise I would have to risk my life to go out to find something to eat. Hey? You still have to hold on. My little stomach is almost starving. It's full of monsters outside now, we have to save some money, didn't Mom just give you half a bottle of yogurt? I've already finished drinking. Blue. All right. The little girl looked aggrieved, but nodded obediently. Seeing her daughter's well-behaved and sensible appearance, the woman felt a twinge of pain in her heart. She sat on the sofa with her hands on her knees, looked at the ceiling and sighed helplessly. Alas! When will such a day end? Originally, at my daughter's age, it should be when I went to kindergarten with other children without any worries. But in the last days, she could only hide with herself in a room in this community, living without any hope. Yes, there is no hope. Sometimes death is not terrible, what is terrible is that life is worse than death. Just like Chen Zihai who was tortured before. If it wasn't for her own daughter, she would have lost the courage to live long ago. Boom boom boom. The sudden knock on the door startled the woman. She reacted quickly, hurried over to pick up her daughter on the sofa, and covered her mouth. And made a booing action to his daughter in time. Almost at the same time, a young man's voice came to her ears. People inside, open the door. The woman didn't respond. If you don't open the door again, I will kick the door. Chapter 282 Qin Weiwei. Qin Weiwei, the corpse king Tang Cheng's first love. After separating from Tang Cheng, the whole family moved to Nancheng. A daughter was born before graduating from university. In order to support her family, she entered a large company as a clerk with the help of her parents. Through my own efforts, I was promoted to department head in 3 years. After the end of the world, she witnessed the tragic death of her parents. In order to protect her daughter from living, she could only grit her teeth and persevere. Although Tang Cheng accepted the fact that he was a zombie, he did not abandon his habit of being a human being, and often wandered around Nancheng alone. Fate soon brought the two together in the last days. When Tang Cheng met Qin Weiwei, it happened to be the time when she had finished her food reserves at home and came out to look for food and daily necessities. She accidentally ran into 2 zombies. Without saying a word, Tang Cheng helped Qin Weiwei kill the zombies. Qin Weiwei was only concerned with running for her life, and didn't know about Tang Cheng's existence at all. She just thought that she had thrown off the zombies. Tang Cheng didn't recognize her either, he secretly found Qin Weiwei's residence, and brought her food every now and then. Although the two sides got acquainted with each other, Qin Weiwei didn't know who the other party was. Every time the other party wraps himself tightly, puts his things at the door and leaves. Never had the opportunity to communicate directly with her. Hearing the knock on the door at this time, Qin Weiwei was very scared. Because the person who delivered food to himself had already delivered it once in the morning. So this knock on the door will definitely not be that kind person. As a weak woman who has lived in the apocalypse for nearly 4 months, Qin Weiwei knows how to protect herself. After the doors and windows are sealed, no longer come close to the windows, and there is silence even if someone knocks on the door. In this way, ordinary survivors will think that there is no one here. As long as it is not a guy with bad intentions, he will walk away under normal circumstances. But the person outside the door not only didn't intend to leave, but threatened to kick the door instead. Qin Weiwei didn't have time to think too much, so she quickly hid her daughter behind the sofa. Then he picked up the baseball bat next to the sofa, and walked lightly to the side of the door. Being a mother is tough, which is fully reflected in her. Even if she is just an ordinary person, she wants to take up arms to protect her daughter. At the same time, the conversation outside also sounded again. Luu, is there no one in there? Impossible. After Luu finished speaking, he threw the jade pendant in his hand to Li Wanning. Li Wanning is also considered a supernatural power now, and the supernatural power of mind power is not weak at all. Naturally, there is no problem with the induction jade pendant. Li Wanning held the induction jade pendant in her hand, and soon sensed Qin Weiwei standing behind the door. Hi her, we are not bad people, can you open the door? Li Wanning's voice was clear and sweet. Although not gentle, but definitely not cold. Woman. Hearing this voice, Qin Weiwei raised her eyebrows and glanced slightly, knowing that the other party had discovered her existence. Seeing that he couldn't hide it anymore, he had no choice but to pinch his own throat and speak in a hoarse voice. What's the matter with you? Us. Boom. Before Li Wanning finished speaking, there was a loud noise. Immediately after the anti-theft door deformed, Luu pushed the door open and entered. This scene frightened Li Wanning and Qin Weiwei. Let me introduce myself, my name is Luu. In this world, combat-type awakened people only account for 10% of the total population. So don't think that Luu's team is so powerful, and think that the world is full of awakened people. The survivors of other bases are still mostly ordinary people. And most importantly, after establishing a base, the death rate of the awakened is no lower than that of ordinary people. Because the awakened are the backbone of the fight against monsters. They not only have to face monsters, but also other awakened people. At this moment, seeing the other party kick open the door, Qin Weiwei's face turned pale with fright, and she even forgot to attack. It's not that she has never seen an awakened person, but she has never seen an awakened person who can kick open the door with one kick. At least not seen so far. Why would such a person come to find him? Boom. Qin Weiwei came to her senses, but she didn't dare to fight back. After throwing away the baseball bat, he ran back to his daughter, hugged her tightly, and looked at the two nervously. After Luu entered the door, he did nothing else. He first looked at the layout of the house, and then fixed his eyes on the mother and daughter behind the sofa. Qin Weiwei was about the same height as Qiao Manli, but her figure was overall a bit plumper than Qiao Manli's. Compared with Qiao Manli, she looks less girly and more mature. That little girl is also quite cute, with two braids and big watery eyes that are extremely agile. Just looking at Luu's eyes revealed a trace of fear. What do you want to do? Don't be afraid, I just want to ask you to find out a little bit about the situation. Luu brought Li Wanning to the living room, and sat across from the mother and daughter without haste. What's your name? Qin Weiwei. Facing Luu with great strength and aura, Qin Weiwei had no choice but to answer Luu's questions honestly. Did someone send you food and daily necessities every now and then? Answer my question. Yes. Since when? More than 2 months ago. There are only you mother and daughter here? Where is the child's father? I don't know. I don't know? Forget it, I'll give you an hour, pack up and follow me. Where? Go to a safe place. Obviously, Luu wanted to control Qin Weiwei in his own hands. In this way, no matter how far Tang Qinchin's strength grows, Luu will have one more whole card in his hand. Facing the powerful Luu, can Qin Weiwei resist? No. Unless she is willing to give up her daughter's life, she can only obey Luu's arrangement. Let's go. As time passed, Luu used the storage ring to put away Qin Weiwei's luggage. Seeing Luu and Li Wanning leading the way ahead, Qin Weiwei wanted to run away. But Luu seemed to see through her thoughts, and reminded her in time. Don't even think about running away, or both of you, mother and daughter, will be in danger. Mom, I'm scared. When she came downstairs in the community, the little girl was afraid and slipped into Qin Weiwei's arms. Although Qin Weiwei was also scared to death, she still spoke to comfort her. Lanlan, don't be afraid, Mom is here. Yet. Mom has a monster woo. Mommy woo. Seeing 3 big monsters, 2 small ones and 5 monsters suddenly coming out of the corner, the little girl couldn't hold back anymore. Immediately burst into tears. Panicked, Qin Weiwei quickly covered her daughter's mouth, fearing that her daughter's crying would annoy Luu and kill them both. Unexpectedly, Luu's calm voice came over at this time. It's okay, let her cry. What? Little scorpion, come here. Blah blah blah. The heavy carapace on the rock-patterned Scorpion King's legs hit the ground, making a sound. Soon he climbed up to Luu. Qin Weiwei, Get down. Scorpion lay down obediently, and Luu turned to look at Qin Weiwei. Looking at you, you probably haven't ridden a horse before. Take your daughter to ride a scorpion. Sit on a scorpion. Qin Huaiwei didn't come back to her senses at all, and looked at Liu in disbelief. Even Lan Lan put away her crying, and looked curiously at the cocky giant scorpion in front of her. Hurry up, don't waste time, it's getting dark. Brother. Are you my father? The innocent voice of the little girl suddenly sounded. Liu. My mother said, father will come to save us, you saved us now, isn't that my father? Haha. Liu couldn't help laughing, and looked sideways at Qin Huaiwei. What's your daughter's name? The thinking is quite special. Brother, my name is Tang Lanlan, and my mother usually calls me Lanlan. Tang Lanlan took the initiative to speak. Your name is Tang Lanlan? Your surname is Tang. Liu couldn't help but froze for a moment, and quickly scanned with the villain's eyes. Holy shit, is this little girl really surnamed Tang? Could it be that she is Tang Cheng's biological daughter? Chapter 283 How does the Corpse King play now? Qin Huaiwei is Tang Cheng's first love girlfriend, and Liu has known about this for a long time. In Tang Cheng's script, Qin Huaiwei is also a very important heroine. So after getting the information from Chen Dashan, Liu came to this community immediately. Liu was not surprised to see that the person in the room was Qin Huaiwei, because he guessed that the person behind Chen Dashan was Tang Cheng. Besides Qin Huaiwei, it seemed impossible that Tang Cheng could mentally control Chen Dashan and deliver food every now and then. However, in Tang Cheng's script, there is only the relationship between Tang Cheng and Qin Huaiwei, and there is no information about this little girl. So Liu's thinking and attention, from the moment he entered the door to just now, were all focused on Qin Huaiwei, and he didn't look at this little girl with the eyes of a villain. Now that the little girl's surname is Tang, Liu suddenly realized, and a flash of inspiration flashed in his mind. It's no wonder that a young woman like Qin Huaiwei can become the first heroine of Tang Cheng's script. So this little girl was born by Tang Cheng? Brother, what's the matter? It's nothing, your name is Lanlan, right? Have you ever been on a scorpion? Scorpion? Brother said, is this monster like a car? The well-behaved appearance, coupled with the smart eyes, is really lovable. Well, that's it. Of course not, brother. Isn't it a monster? Why did you listen to your words? You will know this later, let's go back and talk about it first. Qin Huaiwei, take care of your daughter. After saying this, Liu gestured to Feng Lang. The wind wolf also crawled obediently on the ground. The wind wolf after silver is huge and can already carry the weight of 2 people. Liu led Li Wanning to ride on Feng Lang's back, and subconsciously raised a smile at the corner of his mouth. I thought I found Qin Huaiwei, and the whole cards I got were 4 old aces, but I didn't expect it to be a king bomb. How does the Corpse King play now? Well, looking at the cocky giant scorpion lying in front of her, Qin Huaiwei's mind went blank, and she just subconsciously agreed to Liu. She swore that she had definitely seen an awakened one. Some of these awakened ones have great strength, some are fast, some can breathe fire, and some can discharge electricity. But this young man seems to be different from the awakened ones he has seen. The little black dog and the golden monkey looked normal, but what happened to the 3 giant wolves, leopards, and scorpions? Ordinary awakened people should not feel their scalps go numb when they see them. How does this guy use them as mounts? Qin Huaiwei shook her head and stopped thinking about it, and carefully climbed onto the back of the scorpion with her daughter. The uneven carapace pattern on the scorpion's back allows them to barely stabilize their figure. Feeling the coldness of the carapace on the scorpion's back, Qin Huaiwei was even more surprised. But Tang Lanlan had already forgotten the fear Liu brought her, and she was immersed in the joy of the giant scorpion running. Liu found Qin Huaiwei's mother and daughter through Chen Dashan's information, and the next thing was simple. Chen Dashan was forced to give up the villa base, and took the remaining survivors from the base to Su Lang, Feng Shi, and Yan Yan. Although these survivors are used to living in villas, many people will be dissatisfied if they are suddenly allowed to leave. But what's the use? In this world of the jungle, if you don't leave, you will die. To leave the villa, or die. I'm afraid everyone will choose the former. So in the early morning of the next day, Qin Zheng led people to successfully take over the base of Chen Dashan. Liu's team, which has been running around for nearly 3 months, finally has its own roots. My god, it's actually a villa area. Are we going to live here from now on? Is this too comfortable? Young Master Liu deserves to be Young Master Liu, you can grab a base by yourself. Who said no? Tisk tisk, it's too strong. More than 200 villas, 10 people live in one, and more than 2,000 people can live in that. Looking at the huge villa area in front of them, the survivors were amazed. After all, they came later, and it can be said that Liu alone is responsible for owning this villa area as a base. Okay, stop talking nonsense, hurry up and work. Qin Zheng interrupted everyone's amazement, and said loudly, "From today on, this is our foundation, and we will protect this place as our own home." Zhou Yun. President Qin. You first take 2 people to organize some manpower, and stand guard on the city wall of the base, at least 5 meters per guard. Yes. Li Bo. You organize 3 teams, each with 10 people, to be responsible for patrolling the interior of the base. Yes. Others carry luggage, clean up, and move quickly. Although the team also suffered some casualties during the previous journey, the death toll is still within an acceptable range. In addition, there are many other survivors along the way, so now Luu's entire team has more than 700 people. At this time, the more than 700 people were under the command of Qin Zheng, standing guard, patrolling, and cleaning. In the deepest part of the villa area, Luu also chose the 2 most luxurious villas for his own use, and arranged for 4 ordinary people to take care of the 5 pets in groups of 2 and 2. Phew, I finally have my own permanent residence. Looking at the luxuriously decorated villa in front of him, Luu let out a sigh of relief lying on the sofa. This familiar feeling is so cool. Yuner, Wang Ning, each of you can choose a room, and you won't have to live in the car in the future. Dong Ying and Shen Tingting will be responsible for the living and eating of this villa for the time being, both of you. Yes, young Master Lu. Qin Weiwei, what did you do before? Planning Department, Supervisor. The head of the Planning Department? Then you find 2 girls who are more delicate, and connect with Qin Zheng to find out what the base needs and what it lacks, and report to me at any time. Ah. Qin Weiwei's brain was a little dazed at this moment. Shouldn't this be the Longtan Tiger's den? Why did this guy bring himself to this base and arrange such a job for himself? Offer what? It's nothing. Go, I will let my leopard protect your safety. As for your daughter, just leave it to Old Wei's wife. Yes. Qin Weiwei was confused, but she didn't have time to think about it. On the other side, Zhou Xiong, who moved his base here in a high-end residential area in Yancheng, also looked bewildered. Little girl, what is going on in your mind? That boy Luyu has already gone towards the magic capital, tell me now that you want to find him. 6:30 in the evening. Looking at Zhou Yana who was wearing a black trench coat, black bodysuit and boots in front of him, Zhou Xiong really didn't know what to say for a while. He was supposed to be Xiao Fan's enemy, but because of Luyu, he was forced to jump between Luyu and Xiao Fan repeatedly. He finally became Luyu's ally, and he didn't regret it. He also knew that his sister was raped by Luyu. But let him leave Yancheng, he is really unwilling. After all, I have developed here for so long, and the road is so dangerous. What's the problem? Zhou Yana sat on the sofa with Erlang's legs crossed and said casually, "Brother, just listen to my advice. I didn't figure it out before, but now I figure it out. Those monsters seem to be endless. If this continues, the resources of Yancheng will be exhausted sooner or later. If we want to grow the base, we must find a safer place, otherwise the food will definitely not be enough. Then you don't have to go to the magic capital. Isn't Quimoda just to continue to maintain an ally relationship with Luyu? He is so powerful, and his future achievements will definitely be limitless. If we can rely on him to develop the base, we can definitely get twice the result with half the effort. Does this seem to make sense?" Hearing his sister's words, Zhou Xiong was a little moved, but, "Are you sure you didn't want to go to Shanghai because of that kid Luyu?" "Of course not." Zhou Yana directly denied it. "What is my identity? How could he have a crush on me? It's good that you know. With this kid's ability, there must be beautiful women around him. Before you and him, you were not young, and you don't have any core competitiveness. Brother, are you going too far? Me? Tuk tuk tuk." Before Zhou Yana finished speaking, a hasty knock on the door came to the ears of the 2 brothers and sisters. Immediately afterwards, a younger brother's anxious voice sounded. "Boss, it's not good, boss, it's strange. There are so many monsters." "Monster? What monster?" Zhou Xiong subconsciously opened the door. "Skull. A moving skeleton. Come out and have a look." "What? Skeleton?" Hearing what the little brother said, the siblings looked at each other at the same time, and then rushed out of the room. Soon hundreds of human-shaped skeleton warriors appeared in the sight of the 2 of them. There seems to be a person standing in the pile of skeletons. This man is thin and short, but he wears a bowler hat and a black overcoat. Neither fish nor fowl, I do not know the so-called. "Are you the boss of this base? Who are you? Let me introduce myself, my name is Takata." Chapter 284 Tell Uncle Li to hug his grandson early. Luyu has slept with many beautiful women. The 3 people who are currently in a long-term relationship, Yan Yun, Li Wanning, and Xiao Manli, all dedicated their first time to Luyu for various reasons. Lin Chen's younger sister Lin Shui was only 18 years old when she died, so it goes without saying. But there are two more without the first. One is Zhou Yana with sexy tattoos, and the other is Shen Tingting, an internet celebrity with tens of millions of fans. This is also the reason why Liu only wanted to play with them and didn't want to take them on the road. Liu in this life has the strength and background in this area, so he is naturally qualified to choose his other half. However, judging from Liu's experience of racing countless times, Hina is really not as fun as non-Hina. Even Jiao Manli, who has studied the technique in this area, always feels a little bit worse when playing. After all, actual combat experience is different from talking on paper. The kind of tacit understanding that the other party knows what posture to take with just a random movement is not something that can be trained in a short time. Zhou Yana didn't know what Liu thought. Although part of her reason for going to Shanghai was indeed for Liu, but more of it was the same as what she said, for her own future. Yanqing is not a place to stay for a long time. If you continue to stay in this city, 3 years is probably the limit. If you want long-term development, you must leave Yanqing and go to other cities. It is indeed a good choice to go to the magic capital to find Liu. It's just that the two brothers and sisters never imagined that they would encounter such a terrifying existence before they left. The densely packed skeleton soldiers looked so terrifying and hideous under the grey sky. They hold bone weapons such as bone knives, bone sticks, and bone shields, and are evenly arranged outside the community. In the black eye sockets of the skull, 2 groups of terrifying, gloomy blue flames were burning. Just looking at it can make people creepy. Not to mention, these skeleton soldiers are still controlled by one person. What do you want to do? Looking at the large number of skeleton soldiers outside the iron gate of the community, Zhou Ziyang was vigilant and his voice trembled. Although the number of people in his current base has exceeded 1,000, there are just over 100 combat-type awakened people. With this kind of combat power, he really didn't have much confidence in the face of this strange ability. Don't be nervous, I just want to ask you about someone. Gao Tian's voice was cold and soft, completely different from him before. Ask someone? Who? Liu. After Gao Tian finished speaking, he looked at Zhou Ziyang and his sister, with a cold smile on the corner of his mouth. Don't tell me, you don't know him. Takata was originally just an internet celebrity magician. Because of work, he fired CP with Shen Tingting, an internet celebrity. The number of fans is no less than that of Shen Tingting. After the end of the world, he awakened the fire ability. Neither strong nor weak. Originally, he thought that he could flex his muscles in the last days and live and fly with Shen Tingting, but he didn't expect that Shen Tingting would give him a contract with the oath. He was very angry, but there was nothing he could do. Because the binding power of this contract is still very strong, he can't resist at all. Later, when Liu went to the Qingyang community to find Li Wanning's parents, he conveniently took them away. Since he is neither the protagonist nor a weak chicken, after Liu handed him over to the guard named Zhang Hengzhen at the Li Hai base, he ignored him. Unexpectedly, Zhang Hengzhen didn't want to kill him at first, but just wanted to expel him from the base and finish the job. But Gao Tian's 2 enemies at the base took him from Zhang Hengzhen at this time. The 2 enemies wanted to kill Gao Tian, but was escaped by Gao Tian. After a lot of chasing after each other, Gao Tian fled to a mass grave. Here, due to exhaustion, he accidentally fell down and passed out. After waking up, not only did the 2 enemies die inexplicably, but he also awakened an extremely powerful profession. Necromancer. Liu? What are you looking for him for? Zhou Ziyang frowned. He wanted to go to Liu just now, but he didn't expect this guy to find him. This is none of your business. Wearing a black mask, Takata looked at the 2 siblings in front of him with his dark eyes. Tell me the news about him honestly, maybe I can leave a whole body for you, otherwise. You're courting death. Beetle, kill him for me. Zhou Ziyang shouted angrily, and directly controlled an armored beetle and flew towards Gao Tian. Tell the news and leave the whole body, this is so obvious that they want to drive them all to death. Under such circumstances, can Zhou Ziyang admit cowardice? The armored beetle has an extremely hard carapace and can fly. It is perfect to use it to catch thieves and kings. But Takata had been prepared for a long time, and 2 skeletons holding bone shields directly blocked in front of him. Hehe, I really don't know what to do. If that's the case, then don't blame me for being rude. Takata smiled disdainfully, but still kept his feminine smile and didn't get angry. After becoming a necromancer, his body became scrawny, and his vitality were terribly low. Even lost the most basic function of a man. But his mental strength is ridiculously strong. The huge gap between the 2 attributes made him dare not get angry easily, otherwise he would risk losing his mind. Brothers, take your weapons and kill these monsters. Kill. Don't be afraid, these monsters are very weak. Damn, kill this bastard. Hesitate and you will lose. Facing the weird and gloomy Gao Tian, no matter how frightened Zhou Ziyang was, he couldn't give up resistance directly. So the two sides quickly fought together. A contest between the flesh and blood and the skeleton army kicked off like this. On this side, Zhou Xiong was fighting Gao Tian. On the other side, Liu was also fighting Li Wanning. Hey, this kind of day is really comfortable. Nanshinj. In a certain room of the luxury villa in the villa area, Liu was lying on the big bed with a look of unsatisfactory expression. Li Wanning, who wore gold-rimmed glasses and tied her hair, was wearing an office worker's professional attire and black suspenders and lace stockings, lying beside him panting heavily. Liu, you didn't take protective measures just now. Sorry, I forgot. Forget? I think you did it on purpose. Hehe, you have said yourself that you will be my woman in this life, is it important to have protection measures? Of course it's very important. If you get pregnant at this time, it will be very troublesome. No trouble, Boss Jean has obstetricians and nurses, and Yuner also has healing abilities. Besides, you're almost 28 this year. Isn't it normal to have a baby? We're not married yet. It's so chaotic outside, where do we go to get married? The Civil Affairs Bureau is closed. Forget it, I can't tell you. Originally, your parents should know about us, right? What do you think? We're all living together so blatantly. Did they say anything? No. Really not. Really not, eh? What are you doing? What are you talking about? I have to let Uncle Li hug his grandson as soon as possible. Liu smiled evilly, but Li Wanning wanted to refuse and return the welcome. This is a battle that only exists between men and women. It has to be said that after handing over most of the work to Qin Zheng and his subordinates, Liu had nothing to do. Qin Weiwei found it back, but the corpse king was nowhere to be found. Apart from preparing to go back to Shanghai, all he had left was to get to know his woman in depth. Li Wanning's superb figure, coupled with black suspenders and lace stockings. This feeling tisk-tisk. Liu, when are you going back to the magic capital? Let's go after a few days of rest. Do you want me to go with you? No, you can take a good rest here. Hey, your button is broken, I will button it for you. Chapter 285 Leave it to Mom. The villa area where Liu is located, because other survivors lived there. So the furniture inside is not as new as expected. But everyone doesn't care about this now. It's pretty good to have a place to live in the last days. Who has the time to pick and choose? As for guarding the base, sentry, air defense, and maintaining law and order, Liu also handed it over to Qin Zheng. Although Qin Zheng is not an expert in this area, he is definitely much more professional than Liu. So Liu became the hands-off shopkeeper. In the next few days, apart from picking up a few key attributes, he basically exchanged feelings with his woman. Yan Yun's waist, Xiao Manli's legs, and Li Wanning's tops that can unbutton her shirt and her peach-shaped hips. This kind of life is just a dream. If you want to ask Li Hai and Wang Xiaomei, knowing that Li Wanning is with Liu, they really didn't say anything? Of course not. Li Ha's family is very traditional at heart. Knowing that Liu has more than one girlfriend, how could they not mind? But the world is so chaotic now, Liu is not only young, handsome, and powerful, but also saved the lives of their family of 3. In this case, what can they do? As long as their daughter is willing, they can only accept the reality. Young Master Liu. Young Master Liu. Boss. On the morning of the 5th day after Liu captured the base, the predator showed that Tang Cheng was in the west of Nanshinj. Liu went out and walked around a lot and found no one, so he had to turn back to the villa base. This base is now full of Liu's own people. Along the way, the survivors all greeted him. Okay. Liu nodded in response, and found Wei Jianjun. Old Wei, come here. Young Master Liu, what are your orders? When Wei Jianjun came to Liu, there was still a smile on the corner of his mouth. It can be seen that he is in a good mood recently. Under the protection of Liu's chariot, his wife and daughter came to the base safely. Dong Ying's daughter, Qin Weiwei's daughter, and his daughter are about the same age. A family of 3 is reunited, and the daughter has her own playmate. This kind of thing is a happy thing in the last days. I'm going back to the magic capital, please help me take care of this base. Back to the magic capital. Wei Jianjun couldn't help but be taken aback. Are you alone? Of course not. My brother, Wu Jiang, Shueli, and Ding Feng are all coming with me. Want me to come together? No need, just look at this base, you take this. Liu threw a storage ring over, inside are 288 sniper rifles and bullets for all sniper rifles. You should know Shi Lei's abilities. Teaching him to use sniper rifles to fight is your next task. If you don't have enough bullets, go to the military to change them. Okay, I promise to complete the task. Well, so be it. Liu nodded and said no more, after everything had been arranged. He went back to the villa and packed his things. Now this villa base has everything, but there is a serious lack of food. Although there is still a lot of food left in his chariot and ring, these are Lu's own things. Whether it was for himself or for the future development of the team, it was impossible for him to share the food. So for the next food problem, Qin Zheng and the others needed to figure out a solution by themselves. In the secret realm before, he got a total of 10 storage rings from Oleg, Bai, and other survivors. Plus his own one, a total of 11 rings. Each ring contains some food, water, clothes, weapons, and so on. He stuffed 5 cubic meters of food into each ring and gave each of Qin Zhiro, Yan Yun, Li Wanning, Lu Ruobing, Wei Jianjun, Lu Zifeng, and Chen Yang one piece. Then I kept 4 rings for myself. Lu, you don't even drive when you return to magic. Seeing that she was about to leave with 5 battle pets, Lu Ruobing looked curious. No, it's only 100 kilometers, and there is no need to clear the roadblocks. With my current strength, it will take less than a day to bring Xiaojin Heishui and them. What about the car? Let's leave the car at the base. I've already leveled up and set up permissions. You can get it if you want to use it. By the way, I have to take the 5 battle pets away. Please take care of Qin Weiwei's mother and daughter for me. Luu was not too worried about leaving his woman at the base. Qin Zhiro and Lu Ruobing are not only powerful, but also have a consortium background and a military background. Even if the entire base is in danger, both of them have a way to escape. Yan Yun and Li Wanning not only have parents, but also have awakened offensive abilities. Only Qin Weiwei is an ordinary person, she is the key to deal with the Corpse King. This woman must not die before the Corpse King shows up. Understood. Lu Ruobing didn't know why, feeling a little uncomfortable, I really don't know how Yuner and teacher Li fell in love with you, a scumbag. Scumbag. Luu was taken aback for a moment, and then realized that he didn't bother to explain, hehe, it's what you say. Luu, be careful on the road. Well, Lu Zifeng, Wu Jiang, let's go. Young Master Lu, take me with you. Oh. Luu was about to leave when a woman's voice sounded. They all have relatives here, but I don't. This. Looking at Xiao Manli who was biting her lips tightly, Luu lowered his head in thought and then nodded. Alright, you go and ask Xiao how to get you a stronger short bow. Short bow? Okay, I'll get it now. Xiao Manli was stunned, not knowing why Luu asked herself to get the bow, but she had an advantage. Just never get entangled in these little things. So she quickly appeared in front of Luu with a short bow. This is for you. Luu also handed over a ring in time. There are not only a large number of short bows and arrows in this ring, but also one, awakening scroll, bow. Seeing these things, Xiao Manli was ecstatic for an instant, and gently whispered to Luu's ear. Young Master Lu. There are white butterfly yoga pants and a black lace eye mask in the closet above my chariot. Do you want to play tonight? Luu. Why didn't you say such a good thing earlier? Hurry up and take it with you. The last days are cruel to most people. But for Luu, who has the power of several protagonists, it is a large playground. When Luu rectified the Nanjing base and prepared to return to the magic capital, Tangcheng, the Corpse King, is still in a small city to the west of Nanjing, desperately improving his strength. Gao Tian, who has just awakened as a necromancer, sleeps during the day and travels at night. At this time, he was on his way to the magic capital. And Lang Tianlin and Peng Qin had already returned to Lang Aotian's base in the Demon City under the escort of his subordinates and the military. Lang Aotian is the richest man in Shanghai. Just 4 months after the end of the world, a large base comparable to the military was established. The base has a population of 10 people. And this base is still expanding under the efforts of many talents. What? Lu Mingyuan. Magic City Base, in a luxurious villa. A beautiful young woman in mink, a long sweater, black pantyhose and a pair of black short boots. He was looking at the woman named Peng Qin with an angry face. The beautiful young woman's double surname is Nangong, and her single name is Abel. 42 years old this year. Although she is older, because her family is rich and her skin is well maintained, she doesn't look old at all. At most, it looks like 33 or years old. It belongs to the type that is mature and charming, and the charm still exists. She is about the same height as Lu Ruobing, about 172 centimeters. Because she was born into a big family before the end of the world, her brows are more arrogant and domineering than Lu Ruobing. Of course, these are not important. The most important thing is that she is Lang Tianlin's biological mother. When she was 17 or 18 years old, she gave birth to Lang Tianlin for the sake of family marriage. Are you sure the guy who bullied my son is the son of Lu Mingyuan, the devil? It is true, ma'am. Okay, you Lu Mingyuan, the bullying has come to my Nangong family? Come here. Mom, don't mess around, this kid is not easy to mess with. Not easy to mess with? How bad can it be? Before he entered the secret realm, he probably couldn't use the crystal nucleus with silver patterns. Silver crystal nucleus. That's it. Hey. Nangang Ling smiled coldly, son, don't worry, leave this matter to mom. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 286 Beast Soul General. Nangang is an extremely rare surname in modern society. The Nangang family that Nangang Ling belongs to was an extremely powerful family before the end of the world. In addition to not participating in politics, it has been involved in all aspects. Lang Aotian can achieve today's brilliant achievements without the support of the Nangang family. After the end of the world, awakened people appeared among human beings, and they began to huddle together to keep warm. The Lang family and the Nangang family also reacted immediately. Why is Lang Aotian so awesome after the end of the world? Can such a huge base be built in such a short period of time? In addition to the fact that the Lang family has a great family and business, the most important reason is that the Nangang family where Nangang Ling belongs to especially advocated martial arts before the end of the world. Martial arts are useless in modern society, but after the end of the world, these abilities become the key to rise. Especially when they have enough awakened people. Among Lang Aotian's subordinates, there is a perception system supernatural power user. Although his perception ability is not particularly outstanding, he can perceive the effect of the crystal nucleus on the human body. Therefore, the Lang family and the Nangang family knew about the crystal nucleus and obtained the correct usage of the crystal nucleus earlier than the Nanjing military. What is the use of each crystal nucleus? What kind of changes will occur in the body after eating a crystal nucleus of a different color? They can all be said to be very clear. With the information of the crystal nucleus at the first time, their evolution speed will definitely not be slow. Madam, it's better not to underestimate the enemy. Liu not only has a high level of enhancement, but also has a strong ability to awaken. It is difficult for ordinary awakened people to be his opponent. Peng Qin gave a very respectful reminder. She is the servant of the willow tree. After being promoted by Lu Shu, he willingly worked for Lu Shu. According to the clues provided by Lu Shu, it didn't take long for her to learn about Liu's information from other survivors. And following the information, sneaked into Yanqing University and found Liu's personal information. This is why she knew about the relationship between Liu Mingyuan and Liu. However, the task she received was to establish her own base in Shanghai and win over her own forces. He never thought of having a conflict with Liu now. Even if conflicts arise, they cannot be allowed to die in vain. Little girl, are you underestimating my Lang family? Mom, she's right. Although Lang Tianlin was unwilling, he still reminded him honestly, that kid is really strong, even if he doesn't hold a weapon, I can't hold on to 5 moves in his hands. So what? That's fine. Nangang Ling didn't take it seriously at all. Go down and rest first, I know how to deal with this matter, Uncle Ping, take Tianlin down to rest. Yes, ma'am. A man in his 50s next to him said respectfully, young master, please. Is it Liu Mingyuan's son? Looking at the back of her son leaving, Nangang Ling muttered to herself. Awakened people need a large number of crystal nuclei to strengthen their bodies or abilities. And the grades of these crystal nuclei are based on the monster's grade. Exceeding the current level, eating low-level crystal nuclei can only restore a little physical strength, and it will not have any strengthening effect. If the level is not enough to use a high-level crystal nucleus, at least it can't bear the strength and is backlashed, and at worst it will explode and die directly. Therefore, the road to strengthening can only be done step by step. Now, no matter whether it is inside the city or outside the city, the strongest monsters that appear are silver rank. Liu can strengthen to the silver bottleneck before entering the secret realm, and they can also rely on the number advantage. Liu can get the chance to find the secret realm, and they also have their own luck. Therefore, in Nangang Ling's mind, no matter how strong a person is, there is a limit. Of course, Nangang Ling is not a fool. Knowing that his son has always been arrogant in dealing with things, the unwillingness to appear on his face now is enough to prove that he has no confidence in himself. So this matter must be discussed in the long run. Thinking of this, Nangang Ling hesitated for a moment, then got up and left the villa, walking towards the depths of the base. At around 5 o'clock in the afternoon that day, the entrance to the city in the northwest direction of Shanghai. On both sides of the street, 2 groups of people are confronting each other. On one side is a middle-aged man with an angry face, leading more than dash masters. There was only 1 man and 2 women on the other side. The man was sitting on a chair, holding a teacup in his hand, looking at the front calmly. The 2 women are young and beautiful, about 25 or dash years old, standing behind the man on one left and one on the right like stars holding the moon. Liu Yuanshan, did you bring the things I asked you to bring? The man's voice was calm, and a playful smile appeared on the corner of Liu Yuanshan's mouth. The end of the world is coming, and the power is awakened. Every powerful ability has its own ambition. Everyone who was highly respected before the end of the world will not be willing to be mediocre after the end of the world. Thus, large and small survivor bases were born. As the boss of a survivor base, Tanji deeply knows how difficult it is to be a boss of a base. Not only must you have enough strength to resist monsters, but you must also have enough food and water to attract more powerful people to maintain your position. In this era when living materials cannot be regenerated, most of the conflicts between bases come from living materials. Just like now. Where's my son? After saying this, Liu Yuanshan waved his hand behind him. 3 rickshaws filled with food appeared in sight of the two. The tricycle is covered with rice, flour, and other staple foods. Don't worry, your son is safe. Seeing this scene, Tanji raised the corner of his mouth and beckoned behind him. Soon 2 men walked out with a young man with a bruised nose and a swollen face. The young man was tied into a zongzi, and when he saw his father, he cried out with tears streaming down his face. Dad! Hearing the sound of Dad, Liu Yuan's face sank like water, but his eyes were already filled with anger. If conditions permit, he can't wait to rush up and tear Tanji in half. But the reality is that he can't beat the opponent, otherwise he wouldn't bring so many people to negotiate with the opponent. Useless things, I will deal with you when I go back. Liu Yuanshan cursed angrily, then looked at Tanji, let him go. You two go and push the food over. Yes, boss. After hearing the order, the 2 subordinates rushed forward, pushed the food back and checked that it was correct, and Tanji ordered them to be released. Liu Yuanshan rescued his son, looked at Tanji and said in a low voice. Tanji, right? Our Liu family has written down this account, let's wait and see. Stop, Mr. Liu. Tanji said quickly, now that monsters are rampant, humans should help each other. I'm being polite by not killing your son. Your Liu family's base stores so much food, I just asked for a little now, and you're holding grudges? If you say that, then I really have to kill you two to show it. You. Liu Yuanshan clenched his teeth, but he had nothing to do with him. Because he really can't beat the opponent. Just as Liu Yuanshan smashed his teeth and swallowed his blood, and was about to leave aggrieved, a joking voice suddenly sounded from the second floor next to the street. Hey, third uncle. Who is this kid? So arrogant. Tanji. This name sounds familiar. What? Have you heard of it? The Beast Soul General who ranks 9th in personal strength in Modu is also called Tanji, but I don't know if it's the same person. Really? Then I really need to meet him for a while. Whoosh. A young figure descended from the sky. Liu Yuanshan looked at the person who came, and was stunned. Liu. Chapter 287 Bao Soul. Modu is one of the 4 first-tier cities in Xia Kingdom, and it is also the most economically developed city in Xia Kingdom. The resident population exceeds 2,400 million. One of the reasons why Liu came back here was because his home was in Shanghai. Another reason is that this city, like Nanji, has its own army. But to Liu's surprise, when he first arrived in this city, he found that this city was actually more chaotic than Nanji. High-rise buildings everywhere are filled with gunpowder smoke, and the streets are also dilapidated. Occasionally, 1 or 2 corpses full of putrid smell make people feel desolate after seeing them. Because monsters can still be seen on the street from time to time. So for safety's sake, Liu found a place to rest after advancing for a certain distance. Then it didn't take long before I saw the scene downstairs. Liu Yuanshan is Liu Minjiayuan's younger brother and Liu's third uncle. The young man caught by Tanji was Liu's cousin, Liu Qing. Due to the current base, not only are there a large number of awakened people guarding it, most of them have also built high walls. The relationship between bases is like the relationship between countries. You can choose to annex, attack, plunder, form an alliance, etc. Although Tanji's strength was very strong, he hadn't reached the point of ignoring the number of people, so Tanji had no other idea of catching Liu Qing, he just wanted to exchange some survival supplies in Liu Yuanshan's hands. As for who was the person who just talked to Liu? Of course it was Luo Kekai. Apart from Luo Kekai, it is impossible for anyone else to know the list of masters in the capital city. Young Master Liu. Master. Brother Yu. Seeing a person who jumped from upstairs not far away, several survivors behind Liu Yuanshan looked in disbelief. Liu Qing was also dumbfounded, unable to believe his eyes. My god, what's going on? Didn't my cousin go to Yanchinj? How come here? Is it too sudden? This guy. Seeing Liu jump directly from the second floor, Luo Kekai's head was covered with black lines, but she didn't stop moving, and followed Liu to jump down from the upstairs. It was rare for her to sleep late this morning, but she met Liu who came looking for her just as she woke up. Didn't you promise to be my woman? Let's go, I'll take you back to the magic capital. This is the first sentence Liu said after seeing her. Luo Kekai originally wanted to reject Liu. But Liu didn't give her a chance, and she was also very interested in Liu's situation in this life, so after settling down her mother and subordinates, she followed Luyu to the magic capital. Anyway, there are still about 2 months before the beast horde, and the military base is relatively safe. A group of 7 people, 6 pets. In addition to Luyu's 5, there is also a gale wolf captured by Luyu with the ability of Jiao Manli's animal trainer. Luyu, why are you here? I remember you were not. Luyu and Shan really didn't feel relieved. Because he hadn't seen Luyu for several months, Luyu should also be in Yanchange. Why does it suddenly appear here? Now is not the time to talk about this, third uncle, tell me what's going on with this kid first. Luyu carefully looked at the young man on the opposite side and said, I've been watching upstairs for a long time, you guys can't beat him. I can't beat it. When Luyu and Shan mentioned this, he felt a little bitter in his heart. Tanji's awakened power is very strong, and they may have a chance if they try their best. But under normal circumstances, who would want to fight each other to the death? Brother, you are also from the Lu family. Looking at Luyu who appeared in front of him, the corner of Tanji's mouth twitched playfully. When Luyu first appeared, his attention was always on Luyu. But after Luokikai jumped down, he looked at Luokikai again. Although this woman has short hair, she has exquisite facial features and a bulging figure. A black tights, bandages on her hands, and the action of jumping off just now can prove that this woman is very capable of fighting. A woman who is beautiful and capable of fighting has a greater sense of accomplishment when conquered. Are you so deaf? Can't you hear me calling him third uncle? Hehe, the kid is quite arrogant, isn't he? Tanji smiled coldly, do you know what happened to the last person who was so rude to me? I don't know, and I don't want to know. Anyway, I'm here today, you can't take this food with you. Forget it, Luyu. Seeing that Luyu spoke without any scruples, Luyu and Shan hurriedly spoke to dissuade him, it's just a ton of food, there's no need to fight this kid desperately for this little thing. Yes, young master, we still have a lot of food in our base, so it's okay to give them this. Let's go, brother Yu. This kid is very powerful, even Uncle Li is no match for him. Liu Qing, with a bruised nose and swollen face, also rubbed his cheeks to help. Uncle Li? Is Uncle Li very strong now? Of course, he is now the #1 expert in our base. Speaking of Uncle Li, Liu Qing looked proud. Uncle Li, whose full name is Li Zhong, was Liu Minjiayuan's confidant butler before the end of the world. By convention, the villain's confidant butler is not only loyal, but also generally awesome. The same is true for Li Zhong. Because Liu Mingyuan was kind to him, so he has been by Liu Minjiayuan's side. This stay lasted for more than 20 years. It can be said that he watched Liu Yu grow up. Not only is he a master of ancient martial arts, but after the end of the world, he has awakened the dual abilities of fire and leopard. It is very rare for both transformation and elemental abilities to be concentrated on one person at the same time. Just like Luo Yin in the combination of tiger and wind before. Such an awakened person has no problem becoming a base leader. What's more, Li Zhong still has powerful ancient martial arts. Before the apocalypse, ancient martial arts only had moves, but after the apocalypse, it can be regarded as a unique combat skill. Even Li Zhong is not Tanji's opponent now, can Liu Yu go up and watch? The #1 master can't beat him. Liu Yu raised his eyebrows, and then thought of something, no, when did you become so cowardly? Others are bullying our family, and you actually told me to forget it. I don't want to either, but what can we do if we can't beat him? Yes, Liu Yu, don't be impulsive. It's okay, look at me. What's your name? Forget it, it doesn't matter, Dai Feng quickly come out and kill him for me. Whoosh, boom. Ho ho ho. A 4-meter-long wind wolf jumped down from the 2nd floor, landed behind Liu Yu, and grinned at Tanji. Silver level? Wind wolf? Ha 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 ha. Seeing Dai Feng appear, Tanji was taken aback for a moment, and then couldn't help laughing loudly. Boy, are you here to be funny? I thought you were a powerful person, but you are just a beast tamer? You don't think a silver-level wind wolf can kill me, do you? Don't worry, it's not over yet. Whoosh whoosh. Dong 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 dong. One after another, 4 more monsters jumped out from several other rooms on the 2nd floor. The 1.5-meter golden monkey was fine, after all, it was a mutant monkey, and it was quite stable when it landed. But that little black dog fell on the ground because its legs were too short to stand firmly. It was as funny as it looked. It's just that no one laughed at it now, even Tanji couldn't laugh anymore. Aren't you a beast tamer? It does not matter. After Liu Yu finished speaking, a sly smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Next second. Call out. A cracking sound rang out. Tanji's complexion changed, and he quickly left his seat. Bang, click. An arrow pierced through his wooden seat with strong penetrating power. The penetrating power is so strong. Tanji looked surprised, and subconsciously looked at the place where the arrow came from. A woman with slender thighs and a strong figure in a tight black leather jacket and leather pants appeared in his sight. Although there was a natural charm on this woman's pretty face, her eyes at this moment were extremely cold. Awakening Scroll, Bao automatically comprehend the basic archery skills, activate the enhancer's physique, obtain the strength and agility that match the current body enhancement level, and awaken the Eagle Eye and Bao Soul abilities. Bao Soul, with the improvement of the strengthening level and proficiency in using bows and crossbows, you will understand some special skills of using bows and crossbows. Damn! This woman! Chapter 288 You fell down before I did my best? The living environment in Moto looks worse than that in Nanchi, but no matter how bad it is, there is a population base of more than 2,000 million. So there are still 400 million survivors. As for the personal strength rankings of Mordor, after the situation has stabilized for a period of time in the future, some good people will rank these powerful survivors and select the top 10 masters of Mordor. Regardless of Tanji's current strength, being able to stand out from so many survivors and become number 9 on the future master list is enough to prove his strength and potential. Seeing Luu summoning several mutant beasts, there was also a beautiful strong archer sneak attacking in the distance. He cursed angrily, Xiaomin, Mu Yu. Help me get rid of her. It is good. Pass it to me. Wait a moment. Seeing that the other party had already stepped on the window with his slender legs, and pointed at him with a bow and arrow, Tanji licked his lips, I want to catch him alive. The two women nodded and rushed towards Xiao Manli's direction at an extremely fast speed. One of them is a cat, the other is an assassin, and they are both experts in cutting the back row. It's just that they are only halfway through the rush. Whizzing! Two figures, Lake Wang and Beast Claw, appeared in time to block their way. Hey, what do you want to do? Two beauties, this road is blocked. Wu Jiang, one person, don't underestimate the enemy. Clear. Luu's 5 battle pets, as well as the cold arrow just now, stunned Liu and Shan and the others. Before they were too surprised, Liu Zifeng and Wu Jiang stopped the two women behind Tanji. Zifeng. Liu and Shan was stunned again. Ow! Almost at the same time, the strong wind behind Liu rushed towards Tanji who was opposite. This kicked off a melee. The current gale is already high-level silver. Gale of this level, ordinary awakeners are no match at all. Even if Lang Tianlin, who had the Laquan magic spear before, came, it would definitely take a lot of effort to kill it. But Tanji is different, he is ranked 9th in the Magic City Master list. This ranking was much higher than that of Lang Tianlin in his previous life. If someone made a list of the top dash masters in Shanghai, Lang Tianlin could be ranked in the top dash at most. Moreover, Lang Tianlin is still a strong man cultivated by his family, while Tanji is completely on his own. Bring it on! Seeing the wind wolf rushing towards him, a strong fighting spirit flashed in Tanji's eyes. Roar! A powerful roar came from Tanji's body. A terrifying momentum erupted, and a blue bear phantom enveloped Tanji, blocking the wind wolf's attack. The wind wolf, who originally had a ferocious aura in his eyes, actually showed a trace of timidity at the moment when he bumped into the phantom of the bear. This guy, is there really something? Feeling his wind wolf's emotions, Liu couldn't help but admire. Beast. It is synonymous with ferocity, cruelty, bloodthirsty and extreme. Not only do they have great physical strength, they also have great aggression and sentience. Whenever a natural disaster occurs, they are often the first to perceive it. When he saw Liu appearing, he could sense the dangerous aura on Liu's body. But if the opponent's ability is only these mutant beasts, then he has nothing to fear. The Beast Soul General possesses the souls of all beasts in his body. The power of the Beast King released from his body is enough to make most of the beasts lose at least -% of their fighting power. Coupled with the powerful power in his body, if Qin Zyro is the nemesis of supernatural beings, then Tanji is the nemesis of mutant beasts and transformation-type supernatural beings. He was supposed to be the strong man in Luo Kikai's script. He cultivated in the deep mountains since he was a child, and only came to the city to wander. Mixed society, fight black boxing. With the help of Luo Kikai, Lang Tianlin became a real god of war with a silver gun. And he became the sharp blade in the hands of the god of war with the silver spear. But now, Xiaojin, Heishui, this person is entrusted to you. This Tanji's strength is not weak, let him develop, he can indeed become a powerful party. For such a talented awakened person, either win him over as an ally, or don't have any relationship with him. Once there is an enemy, he must be killed. Wow, woof. Squeaky. Xiaojin and Heishui got Liu's order, and at the same time they became bigger and entered the fighting state. Those who take the hammer, and those who smoke black smoke. Fuck, what kind of monster is this? It's incredible, isn't it? Such a powerful monster was subdued by the young master. Seriously? Is he really our young master? So strong. Seeing this scene, everyone in the Lu family was dumbfounded. However, the admiration is the admiration, and everyone still gave up the battlefield. Ow! A terrifying heat wave appeared beside Tanji with scorching flames. While Tanji fends off the strong wind, he uses animal's ability to predict danger to quickly dodge. But the speed of the opponent was very fast. Although he dodged He Shui's bloody mouth, he was still swept to his arm by its flaming tail. Cao Nima, what the hell is this? Feeling the burning pain from his arm, and looking at the burn marks on his arm, Tanji cursed again. He originally thought that those two wind wolves and leopards were the biggest threat to him. Did not expect. Boom! The huge monkey held a mace and threw it directly at him. Tanji wanted to block with the bear shadow, but he just blocked it, and the bear shadow was smashed to pieces by the opponent. He didn't have time to think about other things, he recharged his energy while dodging. Roar! A roar of tigers enveloped the audience. Since the rock scorpion was protecting Xiao Manli, the remaining 5 pets were all beasts. Facing the roar of the tiger, Dai Feng and Huabao subconsciously took a step back. The bronze-level wind wolf was directly frightened by this momentum and fell to the ground. Even Xiao Jin's movements were half a beat slower at this time. Tanji took the opportunity to leap high with the phantom of the tiger, and directly slapped Xiao Manli's bronze-ranked wind wolf with his paw. Get rid of you first, go to hell. Boom. The wind wolf was shot by Tanji, and the wolf was a tofu waist with a copper head and an iron tail. After the waist of the wolf hit the electric pole on the side of the road. With a click, the lumber spine broke instantly. And the head seemed to be crushed by his claws. The wind wolf lay dying on the ground, and it seemed that he would not survive. Tanji succeeded in one blow, without the slightest complacency, he quickly yelled at his 2 women. Xiaomin, Mu Yu, get out. He didn't want to admit defeat, but when he shot the wind wolf away just now, he discovered a fatal problem. That's the mutant dog that was covered in black smoke and flames, but it wasn't affected by its own power. If you continue to fight, it is entirely possible that you will explain here. So retreat decisively without explaining. But at the same time as he issued this order, the screams of 2 painful women came one after another. Want to leave? Sorry, they can't leave anymore. Lu's joking voice came, it's a pity that such 2 beautiful skins seem to follow the wrong owner. Hearing this voice, Tanji was taken aback, and subconsciously looked in the direction of the voice. I saw 2 familiar pillow people already lying in a pool of blood. It was Lu who did it, holding Luo Kikai's tang knife in his hand. Facing beautiful women, he didn't have the slightest sympathy for her. Directly unite with Lu Zifeng and Wu Jiang, and give them a second. Ho ho! Taking advantage of Tanji's stunned moment, He Shui bit his shoulder with his sharp fangs carrying hot flames. What? Tanji let out a heart-piercing scream. A phantom in the shape of a tiger slapped out with one claw, forcing the hellhound back. Good chance. Xiao Manli's eyes froze, and she shot out a sharp arrow. Call out, puff. The sound of breaking the sky sounded. Cool through the heart is flying. Hey, what did you do? Why did you fall down before I did anything? As soon as these words came out, the whole place was silent. Everyone in the Lu family, Chapter 289. Tanji's awakened ability is the soul of 100 beasts. This ability allows him to collect the souls of mutant beasts, and then fuse and refine them. After Dachshund, he not only possessed the might of a beast king, but also possessed the power of 100 beasts. But he is just a future beast soul general, and his current enhancement level is just a silver bottleneck. Not only are there not enough souls collected, but the strength is also not strong enough. With this level of fighting power, coupled with his soul of beast's ability, it might be okay to crush other people. But when he met Lu, he could only be considered unlucky. He Shui has eaten the blood of the beast, and with Tanji's current strength, he cannot suppress He Shui. After Xiao Manli got the awakening scroll, she not only automatically comprehended the basic archery skills, but also changed from a simple ability user to an ability enhancer. You must know that a pure supernatural user has the same strength and agility as an ordinary person. The values are all around 10. What does dual element awakening mean? It means that she can use the least crystal nucleus to strengthen it to a height that is difficult for others to reach. Although Lu didn't have extra silver essence, he copied a large number of silver crystal nuclei when he was in the secret realm. So Xiao Manli's current enhancement level is the same as Li Wanning's, the silver bottleneck. The vitality of the silver bottleneck is 220 points. This scroll supplements her strength of about 210 points and agility of about 210 points. A total of 420 attributes, converted to crystal nuclei, that is 28 silver crystal nuclei. Lu originally wanted to give this scroll to Shi Lei to maximize the benefits. But the overlap of Hawkeye made Liu hesitate, and finally chose Jiao Manli. With Jiao Manli's Bao Soul and 5 silver-ranked battle pets, Tanji lay down without even needing Liu's strength. Can subordinates solve powerful enemies? This is what Liu wants to see. The strong penetrating power of the arrow pierced Tanji straight through. Although his physical strength was high, Jiao Manli's short bow was not powerful enough, causing the arrow to get stuck on him. But Zaijin used a mace to make up for the damage, and stepped forward to break his thigh. He Shui followed and bit his arm. What? The scream sounded again, and Tanji was powerless. Don't kill me. I still have some people and food under my hand, and I will give them all to you. Not only that, I will also follow your lead from now on, and clear the road for you. Tanji panicked and begged for mercy. Seeing this scene, everyone who was already surprised became even more surprised. Especially Luo Kikai. The look in Liu's eyes was wrong. What's the situation? Tanji actually surrendered. You know, who is Tanji? That is a super strong man who started from nothing, conquered the world with his own fists, and finally squeezed into the 9th place among the masters of Shanghai. Before the end of the world, he was rebellious and unruly, and after the end of the world, he lived smoothly. Now, as the Beast Soul God General, he was not only defeated by the mutant beast, but also surrendered to Liu. If Liu can really accept him as his subordinate. Excuse me. As soon as Luo Kikai thought of this, Liu's disdainful voice reached her ears. Although your strength is indeed good, but I think you are not pleasing to the eye, so be it. The 2 girls next to Tanji are really good, at least 90 points. But they had a very blind admiration for Tanji, and they didn't hesitate to attack Liu, so Liu didn't mind destroying flowers with their hands. As for Tanji, Liu really didn't like him. Lustful, handsome, arrogant. It is simply a replica of itself. He doesn't like having a young man in his team who has the same interests, hobbies, and personality as him. Even if he has an oath contract to enslave the other party, he is unwilling to do so. So, amidst the horrified gazes of everyone, He Shui opened his hot bloody mouth and bit Tanji's neck. After several times of forceful tearing, Tanji became silent. Fuck, I'm not dreaming, am I? Young Master Liu actually killed Tanji. It's incredible. Brother Yu, awesome. Is the beauty who shot the arrow just now sister-in-law? That's amazing. Master, your dog? Is it really a dog? Why haven't I seen such a powerful dog? Yes, young master, is this a divine beast? Okay, stop talking nonsense, and push the food back quickly. That's right, now that Tanji is dead, we have to go back and report. Liu, Zai Feng, what's going on with you? Third uncle, let's talk as we walk. Row. Liu solved Tanji, and everyone in the Liu family was incredible. After recovering, they pulled Liu to chat about homework. At the same time, walking from the north of Moda City to the city center, there is a key high school on the road. This high school was supposed to be full of beauties, but now it has become devastated due to the advent of the end of the world. Library. Because it is the iconic building of the school and is used for the school's collection of books, the hardest stone bricks are used for the walls. So it's a good refuge here. At this time, more than 100 students gathered in the library to fight for survival. In the backmost storage room of the library. Puff. A young girl who was resting her mind with her eyes closed suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood after suffering some severe injuries. The girl is 17 years old this year, with a slim appearance in a long snow-white dress that looks like a fairy. There was a strong affinity all over his body. She is like a piece of fine jade, so that everyone who sees it can't help but want to get close to her. The reason for this is because the girl's soul power is very strong, and the ability is also very special. There will always be some sense of attraction, which will make people around her have a good impression of her. If it was a peaceful age, if a woman possessed such attractiveness, she would attract countless men's attention and rewards if she started a live broadcast casually. But in these last days, her ability is a kind of disaster. Fortunately, this is a key high school. Not only do most of the students study well, but they are also not very old. Even if some people have some personality problems, the degree of badness is limited. Coupled with the protection of several teachers and some awakened students, everyone lived in peace for a while. Shiyu, what's going on? Why do you suddenly vomit blood? Could it be that something happened to your avatar? A female teacher in casual clothes and jeans ran up to the girl and asked with concern. At this time, there were only 3 people in the storage room. Besides the female teacher and the girl, there was also a man. Avatar? It shouldn't be. Hearing the female teacher's words, the man also frowned. There are only 3 soul clones of Shiyu in total, and they are all existences that cannot be perceived and detected by others. Now one is searching for supplies in the east, and the other is inquiring about information in the west. Could it be that there is something wrong with the clone placed on Tanji's body? The girl slowly opened her eyes, her forehead was still dripping with sweat, and her pretty face was pale. At this moment, she didn't dare to move at all. As long as you move a little, there will be a tingling in the brain. Xiu, what's going on? The female teacher continued to ask, because it has been so long since the end of the world, she has never seen a girl like this. The girl sorted out the thoughts in her brain, then raised her head to look at the two people in front of her. I didn't know whether it was surprise or excitement in the tone. Tanja was killed. What? Tanji is dead. The man's eyes widened with disbelief. Even if he thinks his brain is spinning fast enough, he can't believe that that powerful and terrifying man is actually dead. Not only him, Xiaomin and Mu Yu were also killed by the other party. That person is very powerful, maybe we can go to him. Take refuge. As soon as the girl said this, the man frowned, and a haze suddenly flashed in his eyes. Chapter 290 The Era of All Heroes Rising Together. The girl's name is Xiao Xiu, and she awakened several abilities when the end of the world came. One of these abilities is called Soul Clone. Although this kind of avatar has no offensive ability, ordinary people can't see it, touch it, or even perceive it. It can be said that it is suitable for investigation. However, this avatar also has a disadvantage, that is, it is vulnerable. Not only will it disappear instantly when attacked, but the body will also be backlashed. In other words, under normal circumstances, neither monsters nor humans can perceive her clone. But if your avatar goes to the center of the battlefield and wanders around, it is also trying to die. Xiaomin and Mu Yu are survivors rescued from outside Xiao Xiu's base. Not only are they beautiful, but they are also very strong. They have been together for more than 2 months. But when they went out to search for supplies, they met Tanji who came out to search for supplies. Seeing that Tanji was young, handsome, and powerful, the two women resolutely chose to join the strong man and betrayed their base. Complete disregard for the lives of others. Moreover, in order to please Tanji, they disclosed the news about Xiao Xiu's base to the other party. Tanji came to this base with great strength, not only wanting to grab their food, but also wanting to grab their women. Several boys tried to stop them, but were seriously injured by Tanji. Fortunately, Tanji is not considered a bloodthirsty, otherwise they would have been a corpse. That's right. At the beginning, we used food to exchange peace with Tanji, which made everyone complain. If this continues, our internal conflicts will only become bigger and bigger. So in the long run, we must find another way. Xiao Xiu didn't notice the strangeness in the man's eyes, so she quickly explained. Tanji and Liu belong to the same type of strong man. Although very domineering, but not abnormal, and extremely confident in his own strength. So when the people at this base offered to exchange food for half a month of peace, he agreed without thinking about it. Anyway, the Devil City is so chaotic, with the strength of this group of people, they dare not run around. After Tanji got the food and left, in order to get to know Tanji, Xiao Xiu cloned her soul and attached herself to Tanji to monitor his every move. Possession is the ability possessed by her soul clone. There is no need to invade the other party's mental power, nor does it need to control the other party's consciousness. It is enough to get into the other party's consciousness space when the other party's willpower is weakest. So the possessed person is not easy to detect. Even a master like Tanji was successfully possessed by her after falling asleep. After the soul clone is successfully possessed, Xiao Xiu can use spiritual power to connect with his clone at any time, gain the other party's vision and hearing, and grasp the other party's every move. Due to Tanji's highly concentrated mental power during the battle, and the dark attribute on Heishui's body will affect the mental power, her soul clone cannot leave Tanji's consciousness space. So her clone could only disappear into the vast universe along with Tanji's consciousness. Then you don't need to rely on him, do you? The man said with some displeasure, now that Tanji is dead, no one can threaten us anymore. What if I meet another strong person like this in the future? Then are you sure, this person will not be the next Tanji? Okay, Xiu, brother Kong, stop arguing. Seeing Xiao Xiu arguing with the man, the female teacher quickly smoothed things over, there's actually nothing to argue about. After Xiaomin and Mu Yu left, the combat power of the people in our base can barely protect themselves, and they cannot face two powerful monsters. Judging from the current situation, it has become inevitable to seek refuge with the strong, so what we need to do now is to determine the strength and character of the person we want to rely on, and how to reach the opponent's base, instead of arguing here whether to take refuge. Speaking of this, the female teacher saw Xiao Xiu. Xiu, the person you mentioned can kill Tanji, there must be no problem with his strength, so you can work harder and use your avatar to find out his character. If possible, we can choose one of the few people we have identified before. Okay, Mr. Wang. With Teacher Wang's support, Xiao Xiu nodded and quickly closed her eyes to adjust her breath. Only the man named Kong had a gloomy look on his face. No one knew what he was thinking. In the last days, what is most important? Water, food, drug? These are all right. Because you have a lot of survival materials, you can recruit a lot of strong people to work for you. With these powerhouses, you will definitely get more and more survival supplies. If such a virtuous circle continues, your base will naturally grow stronger and stronger. But the prerequisite for getting a lot of food is that you have to be strong enough. If you don't have strong strength to back it up, even if you hoard tons of grain, it's just a wedding dress for others. In other words, this is an era when strength is paramount and heroes rise side by side. The strong people in the base are strong enough, the more strong people will come to you. On the contrary, if the base is not strong enough, the survivors will run away sooner or later, and the base leader will also face the risk of being killed by others at any time. Lu's own Lu family is a family property that was worked hard by several generations before the end of the world. As serious businessmen, although they have certain contacts, the strength of the awakened ones is not at the same level as that of the Lang family. At this time, the entire base had no more than 1,000 people, and it was all supported by Li Zhong and some subordinates raised before the end of the world. Of course, don't think that the base of people is small. You must know that the layout of Shanghai is different from that of other cities. The situation here is much more chaotic than in other cities, and the time for people to hold together has been suppressed without limit. The base does not accept everyone. Today, there are countless survivor bases in Shanghai, large and small. Like Tanji before, the number of people in the base is only about people. The awakened ones might be better off. No matter what abilities they awakened, they can guarantee their lives by going to a base. The more valuable the awakened ability is to the base, the more living supplies you get. Therefore, most awakened people can support themselves and their families. A beautiful woman is the same as a handsome man. Even if he is not an awakened person, he can still live happily in the last days by finding a strong man of the opposite sex to attach himself to. As for those ordinary people who have no power of awakening and are not good looking, regardless of men, women, young or old, as long as you want to survive, you can only become someone else's slave. Slaves, not enough to eat, not warm to wear, no human rights, just like livestock. The place where you live is worse than a dog. Hurry up. Draft the fuck, let you carry a water and grind the chicken feathers there. Sorry. Do it if you can, and get out of here if you can't. On the wall of the large base with 10 people in the south of the city, looking at the survivors transporting water, Nangongling looked indifferent. Such scenes are repeated countless times every day. She is numb. Lady. A man in a suit walked up to the city wall and stood behind her with a respectful expression. Speak. According to the reliable information we got, Lu Mingyuan is not dead yet, and his base is in the Menjiangsuan villa area in the north. Mengyungsuan? Okay, I understand, you go and call me Uncle Qing. Yes. The man in the suit retreated. A moment later, a 60-year-old man came to the city wall. The old man was dressed in a red tang suit, with piercing eyes. Xiaoling, are you calling me? Uncle Qing, you should know about Tianlin, right? Of course I know. Why? Do you have a clue? Nangongling nodded slightly. North of the city, Menjiangsuan villa area, you can go and find out, if you can, remind Lu Mingyuan. Okay, no problem, it's just a little Lu Mingyuan, just leave it to me. Uncle Qing smiled disdainfully. After saying this, his body grew a lot of feathers. Soon the arms also turned into a pair of feathered wings. The whole person jumped into the air, his body turned into a bird, and flew towards the north of the city of Demon City, and disappeared from Nangongling's sight within a moment. Chapter 291 Tell Lu Mingyuan to get out and see me. There are many villa areas in Shanghai, and Menjiangsuan in the north of the city is just one of them. Any rich man living here has a net worth of more than 30 billion. A billionaire like Lu Mingyuan should not be too normal in this villa area. Lu's family was originally in the real estate business. During the 2 days when the apocalypse came, Lu Mingyuan originally planned to visit the land that was just photographed, and hold a meeting to formulate a construction plan. But Lu called him 5 days in advance, told him not to go anywhere, and stored a lot of supplies, and asked Li Zhong to protect him. Since Lu is his only son, he also dotes on this son very much. So he did everything according to Lu's wishes. Not only did they reject these entertainments, but they also piled up more than half of the single-family villa with food, and finally asked Lao Li to transfer 30 confidants from the security company to live in the 2 villas next door. On the morning of the end of the world, I saw those monsters appearing densely. Lu Mingyuan was dazed at first, but after a brief moment of daze, he became excited. My son must have known something for letting me prepare this. This was his thinking at the time. However, he didn't have time to think about it, so he quickly ordered everyone to take up weapons to fight against these monsters. As a 10 billion level chairman, his ability is beyond doubt. Being so fully prepared by myself undoubtedly has a lot of advantages over others. If he still doesn't know how to do this, then he is not worthy of being the chairman. So Liu Mingyuan began to use his own villa as the center to spread his power in all directions. While collecting more survival materials, he rescued members of his own family, and recruited other strong people to join his team. Although the other villas lived in rich people, they were not as well prepared as Liu Mingyuan had prepared, whether it was manpower or food. So after some exchange of benefits, they all bowed their heads to Liu Mingyuan. Of course, the existence of the Awakened One slowed down the expansion of Liu Mingyuan's power. You know, once you meet someone who is not good, you will lose everything. Liu Mingyuan didn't have the eyes of a villain, so of course he had to be more cautious. Hey, handsome guy, do you want to come in and play? Just give me a piece of bread. Hello, brother New, I only need half a piece of bread here. Come play with me, I will give you a free gift. Hey, what the hell do you mean? Take business from my old lady. What's wrong with me stealing your business? Fucking bitch. Why don't you curse again, old lady? Just as Liu entered the Menjiangsuan villa area, he heard such a conversation. Subconsciously asked. Third uncle, what's going on? Liu Yuanshan cleared his throat in embarrassment, hee, there is no way. Those men who work as coolies also have needs. These women have no special abilities, are not good looking, and are unwilling to work as coolies? Then they can only do some skinny business here. That's it. Hearing this, Liu nodded slightly, expressing his understanding in his heart. The base not only needs combat power, but also some coolies. Coolies are slaves who do chores. Loading and unloading, carrying water, chopping firewood, lighting a fire, cooking, washing clothes, standing guard, sentry, vigil, and so on. Not everyone can do this kind of work, nor is everyone willing to do it. Especially standing guard, sentry, and vigil. Not only will you be punished if you have an accident, but you will lose your life if you don't pay attention. It has been 4 months since the end of the world, and most of the good-looking women have been picked away by other awakened ones. Even a slightly attractive woman was divided up by some subordinates of the base. For a woman who is not good-looking and has no awakening ability, perhaps this is the only way to survive. After all, after the end of the world, there are still many men who dare not risk their lives to fight monsters. The currency of this base is again rice and flour. If they save money on food and expenses, they can really have fun every now and then. As for being sick, the medical resources in the base are all for those who are useful. Slaves who get sick in the last days can only consider themselves unlucky, and they will die when they die. No one will care. My god, is this the silver wind wolf? And the silver fire leopard? Is this petrified scorpion gold level? Are they all pets? Fuck, which animal trainer is so awesome? He actually caught so many high-level monsters. No, it seems that the animal trainer can't catch the rock-striped scorpion, right? I remember too. Third Master. Third Master. Seeing Liu Yuanshan and his group come back with a few large monsters, the patrol team at the base discussed, but everyone was also extremely respectful. They are survivors who joined later, it's normal not to know Liu. Okay. Liu Yuanshan nodded, and before he could speak, an extremely happy voice sounded. Ha ha ha, brat, are you finally willing to come back? When Liu came back, of course Liu Mingyuan received the news early in the morning. After entering the city wall of the villa area, Liu saw the tall, energetic man who was about to laugh out of tears. Liu is not yet 22 years old this year, and Liu Mingyuan is only 46 years old. A 46-year-old man can be said to be in his prime. At this time, he was followed by Li Zhong, who was about the same age, and several bodyguards. Dad. Uncle Li. Second uncle. Liu had never met his parents in his previous life, and he had several contacts with Liu Mingyuan in this life. So there is no psychological burden when calling out dad. Hey? Zai Feng is back too? Ha 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 ha, not bad, not bad. It could be seen that Liu Mingyuan was really happy, and after he finished speaking, he muttered, I really don't know how the two of you guys managed to come back in such a mess outside. Ha ha. Li Zhong also said with a smile, Master, don't you want to introduce these people? His name is Wu Jiang, my brother. Hearing this, Wu Jiang hurried forward, hello, uncles. Okay. Liu Mingyuan nodded politely, and Liu continued to introduce. Her name is Luo Kikai, her name is Qiao Manli, my girlfriend. Uncle. Hello, uncle. After being introduced by Liu, the two women bit the bullet and said. Qiao Manli is fine. Calling Uncle Hao is not only stress-free, but also a little ecstatic in his heart. No matter how important Yanyun and Li Wanning are in Liu's heart, have you met Liu's parents? I have seen it myself. But Luo Kikai's heart was a little weird. Because when she met Liu in her previous life, Lu was just a down-and-out young master. The entire Lu family didn't know who had wiped out their family, and Lu was also a scumbag who lied to her feelings. But in this life, he actually brought himself to meet his parents? Well, good, good. Looking at the two pretty-looking women with slender figures, Lu Mingyuan nodded slightly, and looked back at Lu after saying this. You brat has a good eye? But why didn't you notify me in advance when you brought your daughter-in-law back? Let me and your mother get ready. How to notify? And at this moment, why do you still care about these things? That's right, go, let's go in and talk. Lu Mingyuan stopped talking nonsense, and led everyone towards the innermost single-family villa. At the gate of this villa, Lu saw his mother in this world, Zhang Luo. A middle-aged lady. He looks a bit old because he worked too hard when he was young. But it didn't turn into a zombie, and it didn't lose an arm or a leg, that was enough. Seeing Lu Mingyuan bring Lu over, a relieved smile finally appeared on her anxious face. Xiao. Mom. Lu also smiled. Is this the difference in treatment between the villain and the protagonist? The protagonist is usually an orphan, surrounded by people who are against him, even relatives and friends mostly ridicule the protagonist. And the villains have healthy parents, a harmonious family, an unusual unity. Xiao, Mom misses you so much. There are so many monsters out there. Did you suffer a lot when you came back? Come on, hurry up and let Mom see. Hey, why have you grown a lot stronger? It seems to be a little taller. Looking at Lu's current figure, Zhang Luo was a little surprised. In the past, Lu was as thin as a bamboo pole, and he was not as tall as he is now. Much taller now? Is it an illusion? It's been a great day. Lu said something casually. You kid, are you still poor at this time? He. Lu smiled and didn't bother to explain. After following the crowd into the door, he started chatting around the sofa. When the conversation was about to get to the point, a huge humanoid owl landed in the center of the villa base and turned into an old man. Looking at the guards surrounding him with bows, arrows, spears and other weapons, the old man didn't panic at all. He calmly said, let Lu Mingyuan get out and see me. Chapter 292 Consequence, Never Consider. What? Tanji is dead. The villa area is huge, and Lu Mingyuan in the living room doesn't know what's going on outside. After listening to Lu Yuanshan's narration, he was surprised. Both he and Zhang Luo are awakened. Lu Mingyuan is a strengthened ability user of both civil and wood systems, and Zhang Luo is a pure spiritual ability user. The fighting ability of the two is much stronger than that of ordinary awakened ones, but it is much lower than that of top-level supernatural beings. Perhaps this is also the main reason why the base's development was limited and it was later wiped out by other bases. But none of that matters now. The important thing is, Tanji died? Lu Mingyuan knew Tanji's strength very well. How could he die so easily? Exactly. You killed. To be precise, those pets of your precious son were killed together with the beautiful archer next to him. It has nothing to do with us. I saw those pets just now, and they are really high level, especially the scorpion. But, the bow and arrow. Having said that, Lu Mingyuan looked at Jiao Manli, can a bow and arrow kill Tanji? Combat type awakened, the reaction to the bronze level has reached a very exaggerated level. When the front is tough, they can dodge bullets. No matter how powerful the bow and arrow are, can they be stronger than bullets? Is such that. Following Lu Yuanshan's detailed explanation, Lu Mingyuan immediately understood. So it's an ability related to bows and arrows? No wonder. After saying this, he turned his gaze to Wu Jiang again. This little friend named Wu Jiang, your ability should not be weak, right? Hehe, it's okay. Wu Jiang smiled awkwardly. Under normal circumstances, there is no problem in dealing with 3 or 5 miscellaneous fish. He is not as capable as other monsters in Lu's team, but he is indeed much stronger than ordinary people. So there is nothing wrong with what he said. Oh haha. Hearing this, Lu Mingyuan was taken aback for a moment, and then he couldn't help laughing. It seems that you helped my son catch these pets. Huh, what? Wu Jiang was stunned, a little unresponsive. Just as he was about to say something more, there was a hasty knock on the door. Tuk tuk tuk. Second master, there is a person outside who calls himself Feng Qing and wants to see you. Feng Qing. When the awakened person strengthens their vitality, in addition to improving endurance, physical strength and resistance to blows, it can also increase the natural lifespan to a certain extent. This natural lifespan is not turned up based on the multiple of the vitality value, and it increases according to the strengthening level. For example, if the average lifespan of an ordinary person is 75 years old, then after becoming an awakened person, even if it is only a black iron level awakened person, the average lifespan can reach 90 years old. Every time you upgrade a large segment, you can increase the natural lifespan by 10 to 50 years. Feng Qing is a distant uncle of Nangang Ling, who is now 60 years old. This age is a retirement age before the end of the world. After the end of Dan, he can completely say that he is still very young. His awakened ability is the transformation system, the owl. In the last days, there are far fewer monsters that can fly in the sky than those that can run on the ground. Although owls don't have very good eyesight during the day, they can even become blind directly when they encounter the sun. But now it was past 6 o'clock in the afternoon, and it was almost dark, and he was still a human being. So there is no problem flying to this villa. As for why he dared to come here alone, he was still so arrogant. Of course it was because the Lang family was strong enough. Liu Mingyuan prepared in advance, and only then established a base of 1,000 people in Shanghai. There are 10 people in the Lengjia base. From this point, we can see the strength gap between the two sides. Liu Mingyuan, do you remember the old man? Seeing Liu Mingyuan come out surrounded by a group of people, Feng Qing said calmly with his hands behind his hands. Hey, who am I supposed to be, so it's Senior Feng? There's something wrong, there's something wrong. I don't know what kind of wind has brought your old man to my place. His son came back today. Liu Mingyuan is very happy now, and has no time to figure out what the other party is thinking. It seems that you still remember me? If that's the case, then I'll just say it straight. Feng Qing didn't beat around the bush either. I'm here today for nothing else, just to ask about your son's condition. What about my son? Liu Mingyuan froze for a moment, then subconsciously looked at Liu Yu beside him. What's the matter with this Nima? Could it be that his son offended him? Thinking of this, he quickly waved to the surrounding guards. Li Zhong immediately understood, and immediately directed the guards to isolate the surrounding melon eaters. After there were no other idlers around, Liu Mingyuan spoke again. Please also ask Senior Feng to clarify. Mr. Leng's son, Lang Tianlin, you should have met him, right? I have seen. Tianlin is not only Mr. Leng's son, but also the old man's descendant, but your son almost killed him when he was in Nanxi. Do you know about this? What? Is there such a thing? Hearing this, Liu Mingyuan's face changed slightly. Senior Feng, is there any misunderstanding in this? Guza has been in school before and doesn't know Lang Xiao, that's why there is such a thing. I don't care if there is a misunderstanding. Feng Qing said calmly, anyway, your son almost killed Tianlin, it's a fact. Xiaoyu, what's the matter? It seems there is. Liu Yu casually admitted. He knew that Lang Tianlin had returned to Shanghai, but he didn't expect that the other party would come to his door just after he came back. This is a coincidence, or did you pinch it on purpose? This. You are Liu Mingyuan's son. Feng Qing looked at Liu Yu with a hint of doubt on his brows. This kid is back? It's okay to come back, why are you so young? You must know that although the end of the world is coming, the ability to awaken has nothing to do with age. But older people have stronger intelligence, social experience, survival experience, and psychological endurance than younger people. Therefore, under the condition of awakening the same ability, it is definitely older people who are more likely to survive in this last days. Liu Yu is so young now, how strong is his awakening ability to take the Laquan sharp gun from Lang Tianlin? Any advice? Advice? Hey! Feng Qing sneered, and didn't want to talk to Liu Yu at all. Liu Mingyuan, you can figure it out yourself. Old Feng, this is just a misunderstanding between the two juniors, there is no need to go online, right? Then you mean that Tianlin was bullied by your son for nothing? Feng Qing narrowed his eyes, and said proudly, Liu Mingyuan, your son can bully Tianlin, but your son is lucky, and his ability to awaken is stronger than Tianlin. But Tianlin is the heir of the Lang family and the Nangang family, so it's okay to be bullied. What do you want? Hearing Feng Qing's words, Liu Mingyuan's eyes froze slightly. Take your son's spear from Tianlin and return it, and then let your son kneel down in front of Tianlin to apologize. The spear you took. Liu Mingyuan was taken aback for a moment, and then quickly realized, Old Feng, we can return the spear, and we can apologize, but isn't it a bit too much to kneel down and apologize? Yes? No, not at all. If you don't even have this sincerity, what's the point of asking you to apologize? You. Liu Mingyuan suddenly clenched his fist, looking at Feng Qing's eyes that were about to burst into flames. This guy is simply bullying others. I used to do this by myself all the time, but I didn't expect it to be my turn now. What? Want to take me down? Seeing Liu Mingyuan's actions, Feng Qing smiled disdainfully, let's not talk about whether you can take me down, even if you can, have you considered the consequences? Call out. As soon as Feng Qing's words fell, the sound of breaking through the sky immediately sounded. An arrow suddenly flew out of the crowd. Feng Qing's eyes were slightly cold, and she wanted to dodge with her agile figure. But the surrounding air suddenly seemed to be frozen instantly, making him unable to move an inch. This is the power of mind. Feng Qing's complexion changed, he gritted his teeth and quickly covered his body with feathers. Puff! The moment the arrow entered his body, he broke free from the shackles of his thoughts. But before he could spread his wings and fly high, a humanoid dinosaur appeared in front of him at an extremely fast speed. Consequences? That's something you need to consider. Our boss does things, but never thinks about these goodbyes. This is... Fuck, a gold-ranked Deinonychus. Chapter 293. Combat-type awakened people don't have any marks on their bodies that represent their level. But when the transformation-type ability transforms, a luster of the same color as the current level will flash on the body. This luster is easily captured by other awakened. So seeing Wu Jiang, who had transformed into a Deinonychus, appear in front of Feng Qing, everyone was extremely surprised. Before the end of the world, Liu Mingyuan was a billionaire. Lang Aotian is the richest man in Xia country. Although the value of the two parties is too far apart, they are both wealthy people in Shanghai, so it is impossible not to know each other at all. So Liu Mingyuan not only knew Feng Qing, but also met Lang Tianlin. After the end of the world, the power of human awakening is full of strange things. Each base has more or less its own intelligence probing capabilities. Of course Liu Mingyuan did too. Their base's ability to inquire about information is not strong, and they have never been to the south of the city, but they also know how terrifying Lang Aotian's base and forces are. When Feng Qing told him to consider the consequences just now, he had no choice but to hold back his anger. Because I know a lot, I have some scruples. It's just that he never thought that how many people around his son would actually do it. And this kid named Wu Jiang is actually a gold-ranked transformation system user, this is too incredible, right? Is this the strength to fight a few miscellaneous fish? Seeing Wu Jiang's transformation at this time, not to mention Liu Mingyuan and the others, even the members of Liu's team were surprised. But what surprised them was not Wu Jiang's strength, but Liu's mind power. This guy Liu can actually use mind power? When did this happen? Could it be that he used that telekinetic scroll? Well, few people know that Liu used the scroll for Li Wanning. At least the few people who joined the group this time didn't know. So they only thought that Liu's mind power came from the mind power scroll in the secret realm. After a brief surprise, I didn't think too much about it. The confrontation between the two sides just now was just a flash, and most of the survivors did not react. Feng Qing's reaction was not slow at all, but under the control of his thoughts, he couldn't dodge Jiao Manli's arrow at all. After the owl was shot by an arrow, it met a dinosaur on the ground. The final fate can be imagined. Puff! Swish! Bang bang bang! A string of afterimages of dragon claws flashed in his sight. Feng Qing desperately flapped her wings to block Wu Jiang's attack, and at the same time wanted to rely on her flying ability to escape from the base. But the owl is just a transformation ability of the reconnaissance system, and its combat effectiveness is not very strong. In addition, the crystal core resources of general bases are given priority to the awakened ones with stronger combat capabilities. So his physical strength is only silver intermediate. How could the injured owl of the silver middle rank escape from the palm of the golden Deinonychus? When the attack stopped, he was lying on the ground, mostly unconscious. His whole body was covered with bruises and bloody scratches, and even most of the feathers were ripped off by Wu Jiang. Da-da-da! Boom! Liu walked up to Feng Qing without haste, and stepped on his face. Feng Qing, who was still high and mighty just now, was stepped on by Liu just like that. A sense of humiliation welled up. Liu looked down at Feng Qing with a playful smile on his face. Master, my dad just called you senior, it was just out of politeness to give you face, why do you really think of yourself as senior? Ask me to kneel down and apologize to Lang Tianlin? He, if you didn't drink before you came out, I wouldn't believe it. Little boy, you are looking for your own death. Feng Qing was dying at this moment, his body was covered with cuts and bruises, and his mouth was full of blood, but he still did not forget to put down his harsh words. In fact, this can't be regarded as cruel words, because the Lang family has the strength to say such words. In a base of thousands of people, no matter how many combat-type awakened people there is a limit. This is not the ancient times with soldiers attacking the city. As long as the two sides start a war, Liu Mingyuan's base is absolutely powerless to fight back. Is it? Liu smiled disdainfully, even if we are going to die, you have to die before us today. No matter how awesome the Lang family is, it has half a cent to do with you. You. What are you? Do you think that if you can fly and there is a Lang family standing behind you, you can be unscrupulous? This young master tells you that your method will not work with me. It just so happens that I lack some information about the Lang family, so you can tell me. You don't even think about it. It's up to you. Liu let go of his foot, with an evil smile on the corner of his mouth, Shueli, Ding Feng. Master Liu. Lock him up and prepare 2 packs of salt to disinfect his wound. Let's interrogate him. Okay, young master Lu. Lu Mingyuan, Lu Mingyuan. Hearing that the other party wanted to sprinkle salt on his wound, Feng Qing yelled at Lu Mingyuan with a look of horror, you just watched your son do this? You should know the consequences of doing this, you. Procrastinate and do as my son wants. Lu Mingyuan didn't even bother to answer, and waved directly at Xueli and Ding Feng. For him, it is absolutely unacceptable to do anything to Feng Qing. But since everything has been done, it can only be done thoroughly. No, you can't do this to me. If you do this to me, the Lang family will definitely not let you go, you guys. Feng Qing's screams gradually faded away, and soon disappeared from everyone's ears. Have to say, Feng Qing's fate was miserable, but seeing this scene, the core members of the base present did not show any joy, but their faces were full of worry. Even Lu Mingyuan was thinking quickly about countermeasures. Feng Qing's visit to the Lu family base must have been ordered by the Lang family. Now that Lu has already done something to Feng Qing, no matter how he is dealt with, the Lang family will know soon. So now, I have made a death feud with the Lang family. The Lang family is huge and the current situation is absolutely not optimistic. Hey, the game is over, let's call it a day. Lu didn't care, just stretched comfortably, and then put his arms around Xiao Manli beside him. After this woman was upgraded to become an archer, she dressed even hotter and sexier. The tight black leather jacket, leather pants, and short boots are like a sexy long-legged little wildcat, which makes people love it. Should have a good time tonight. Lu. Okay. Lu put his arms around Xiao Manli and was about to ask Lu Mingyuan to find him a place to rest when Lu Mingyuan suddenly spoke with a serious face. You kid, you caused me trouble just after you came back? Do you know how powerful the Lang family is now? How could I possibly know? How big is it? You. Lu Mingyuan was so angry that he raised his hand to beat someone. But when he raised his hand and saw so many people around him, he forcibly retracted his hand. You really want to piss me off? No, no, no. Lu Mingyuan's brain was running fast, and in the middle of the sentence, he said 3 things in a row, you better go out and hide, or the Lang family will not be able to deal with it. Come back after I finish this matter. Is it so serious? Seeing Lu Mingyuan being so cautious, Lu was speechless. My current combat power is invincible, okay? Even if the Lang family knows how to train, can they still train masters of their own level? But Lu Mingyuan didn't know. Seeing that Lu didn't take the matter to heart at all, he immediately lost his temper. It's so serious. Hee. It's okay, Dad. Lu smiled, just let me handle this matter. I promise to clean up the matter before they do it. What? Lu Mingyuan was taken aback for a moment, and then became even more angry. Do you think I'm joking with you? Would he not know how much his son weighed? Before the end of the world, he was a prodigal who could go to Yanqing to go to school for a woman regardless of his family's opposition. The ability to awaken after the end of the world or the animal trainer. The pets were caught with the help of his teammates, and at most the thought power that looked good just now was added. Such Lu, what ability does he have to deal with the Lang family? I don't think so. Why do you rely on your pets? And me, I am very strong now. Strong? No matter how strong you are, can you beat your dinosaur brother? That. Uncle Lu, did you misunderstand something? Hearing this, Wu Jiang, who had recovered his human form, couldn't bear it anymore, and quickly argued, I'm so weak, how could I be the boss opponent? Lu Mingyuan. If I go head to head with full firepower, I will be very happy if I can survive for 5 seconds in the hands of the boss. Lu Mingyuan. Everyone in the Lu family. Chapter 294 is just an ant. Psychic power is a branch of psychic abilities. After Lu met Lu Yuanshan, he didn't do anything from the beginning to the end. Solving the 2 women beside Tanji was also done in cooperation with Wu Jiang and Lu Zifeng. Because Lu Yuanshan and the others were all focused on Tanji at that time, they didn't notice how Lu solved the 2 women at all. So in their minds, most of Lu's combat power came from these pets. Its own combat effectiveness is not very strong. Even if you have the power of thought, it's just icing on the cake and it won't do much. You must know that mind power is nothing but materialized spiritual power. Not only is the attack distance limited, but it also has no lethality. If you want to attack the enemy, you must grab the opponent and throw it, or grab the surrounding objects and smash it. Control is also average. It's okay to control ordinary people, but to control powerful strengtheners, no matter how high the mental strength is, it cannot be controlled for a few seconds. It can be said that Nianli's defense and auxiliary abilities are relatively perfect, but the attack distance and direct lethality are not at the same level as elemental abilities. And Wu Jiang is a gold-ranked Deinonychus. Although he only uses melee attacks, his attack, speed, and ability to resist hits are all very powerful. In team battles, Nianli will of course be more useful than Wujiang. But heads up! Enhancers of the same level are no match for Wujiang at all. In the result of Liu and Wujiang's duel, no one should be able to do anything about it. But now Wujiang actually said that he would be happy if he could persist for 5 seconds? Seriously? Just kidding. Isn't this kid already strengthened to gold? Did I read it wrong just now? No, I saw it too, there is absolutely nothing wrong with it. Gold level transformation type superpowers, let alone dinosaurs, even a teddy, their combat effectiveness is not low, right? Yet. Last for less than 5 seconds? This is too exaggerated. After a brief surprise, everyone talked about it. He obviously didn't believe what Wujiang said. Because their current base's strongest combat power is Li Zhong, and their awakened ability is Huo Leopard, and they are still almost at the silver bottleneck. Li Zhong like this has already been regarded as the god of war by them. Now Wujiang is gold? Xiao Wu, you can eat things indiscriminately, but you can't talk indiscriminately. Liu Mingyuan also expressed that he was a little confused. Do you know what you just said? Of course I know, but the boss is really strong. Liu Mingyuan, Second uncle, what he said is true. Before Liu Mingyuan could react, Liu Zifeng, who was standing aside, smiled and agreed, Wujiang's overall strength is a little worse than mine. Even I can't hold on for 5 seconds, let alone him. Hey? What are you talking about? Xiao Wu is worse than you. Boom. Without further ado, Liu Zifeng squeezed his fist directly. A layer of golden mist like water vapor wrapped his entire arm. Combat type awakeners, no matter what ability they awaken, have ways to prove their level. Even if it's just a simple enhancer, there will be a qi related to strength. This kind of qi is the source of the strengthener's strength, and it is usually contained in the cells of the human body, and other people cannot see it. It's just that ordinary strengtheners cannot use this qi to fight. Only through practice can it be barely turned into a combat skill with actual combat capabilities. Just like the spirit gathering step used by Chu Feng back then, it is to condense the qi of the whole body on the soles of the feet. Seeing that Liu Zifeng was also at the gold level, Liu Mingyuan was dumbfounded, let alone the others. Since when did this golden awakener become so worthless? That. I'll arrange a place for you to live in first. Shaking his head and not thinking about it anymore, Liu Mingyuan hurriedly arranged accommodation for everyone. Liu didn't care, and led everyone to follow behind Liu Mingyuan. After a while, after the accommodation arrangement was completed, Liu Mingyuan immediately pulled Li Zhong aside and asked in a low voice. Old Li, you also saw the strength of Xiao Wu just now. Who do you think is better than Xiao Wu? Although his level is higher than mine, his fighting skills are much worse than mine. In addition, I have fire abilities. Therefore, I should be stronger in terms of overall strength. That is to say, according to what they said, you are almost at the same level as Zifeng. Probably. You can't last 5 seconds in Xiao's hands. Li Zhong was speechless. I have practiced ancient martial arts hard for many years, and I have also awakened the Fire Leopard dual line ability. Then you told me that in the hands of the young master I saw growing up, I couldn't hold on for 5 seconds? Ha 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 ha. Good, very good, Lao Li, the opportunity for our Liu family to turn around has come. Seeing Li Zhong's speechless expression, Liu Mingyuan couldn't help but burst out laughing. In the last days, strength means everything. One Li Zhong can support such a large base. Then his son is so powerful, isn't the future bright? Thinking of this, Liu Mingyuan began to look forward to a bright future. Compared to Liu Mingyuan's excitement, Liu's heart was not too turbulent. Because with his current combat power, numbers alone can no longer defeat him. So he is confident. The residence that Liu Mingyuan arranged for them was where Liu Mingyuan and his wife lived. This villa has 3 floors in total, and there are many rooms on the upper 2 floors. Tonight, Liu and Xiao Manli live in a room, and Luo Kikai lives in a room by herself. Lying on the big bed in the villa, with his hands on his head, Liu looked at the ceiling and thought about how to continue to strengthen his strength. After coming out of the secret realm, his strength has been stagnant. Because the monsters outside don't even have gold, let alone dark gold. If you want to continue to improve yourself, the skills of the other protagonists will not be of any use, only Ye Bai's ability to pick up attributes will come in handy. But now you can pick up the abilities, you can pick up almost all of them yourself. Special abilities such as Shinik Warrior, Pen Spirit, and Sword Spirit, as well as transformation abilities cannot be picked up. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, and darkness have 9 series of abilities. Now I have collected 8 of them, and only 1 light ability is gone. Not only that, but Yan Yun's healing technique and Li Wanning's mind power are also available. These two abilities are still synchronized with the body's strengthening level, and there is no need to use extra crystal nuclei to strengthen it. In other words, I now want to improve my strength. Either go to the wild to find high-level monsters, or go to the secret realm. Honey, what are you thinking? Xiao Manli's curious voice reached Lu's ears. At this time, Xiao Manli was lying in Lu's arms docilely like a black cat. Although she is now a beautiful and strong archer with super high lethality in front of other people. But in front of Lu, she was just an ant. An ant that can be easily crushed to death by Lu, so her attitude towards Lu remains the same as before. I didn't think anything, your performance today is very good, I am very satisfied. Lu said casually. Whether it was killing Tanji or Fengqing, Xiao Manli could cooperate just right. So what Lu said was not a compliment, but a statement of facts. Really? Then do you want to reward me? Award. Lu narrowed his eyes, what reward do you want? I want to ask you a question. Sensing that Lu's mood was a little off, Xiao Manli quickly added, just one. A question. Lu was a little surprised, is this a reward? When did your requirements become so low? Hearing Lu's words, Xiao Manli's mood became even worse. My dear, is it true that in your mind, I am a mercenary and vanity-seeking woman? Is not it? Xiao Manli was powerless to refute, and her expression became a little sad, okay, I see. What? You've become sentimental? It's not a shortcoming to be greedy for profit. What? Xiao Manli was a little unresponsive. In this world, how many people are not mercenary, but greedy for vanity? Those who say that money is not important are those who do not lack money. Comparing people, everyone has it, and no one is more noble than anyone else. You think so? Of course. Lu said casually, everyone has the right to choose their own life, but some people can only be chosen by life. You are so beautiful, you have the right to choose your own life. In other words, aren't you despising me? Dislike? Why should I dislike? Then you took the initiative to help Yuna and teacher Li find family members before, and you never asked me. I thought that with your personality, you would take the initiative to tell me that it's not important if you don't tell me. Xiao Manli. Okay, go to bed. Since you brought it up, we can have a good chat tonight. Wait a minute, I haven't showered yet. We'll wash it after we're done, you turn around. The sound of panting quickly echoed in the room. That night, in a certain school library, a pale girl suddenly turned red. Shiyu, what's wrong? Why did your face turn so red suddenly? Did you have a high fever? No. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 295 The Daughter of Destiny. Xiao Shiyu was very depressed today. As the owner of a soul clone, her spiritual power should have been extremely strong. But the avatar attached to Tanji this afternoon was inexplicably destroyed by He Shui. This sudden incident caused her to lose a clone, and her mental strength was also affected. In order to get Lu's information, she used her mind to call one of the clones back. According to the previous relationship between the Lu family and Tanji, it is not particularly difficult for this avatar to find Lu's location. But when she entered Lu Minjiayuan's base, Fengqing had already been arrested, and Lu had disappeared. She had no choice but to take advantage of the fact that the doppelganger was not easy to detect and find it slowly. Along the way, she heard that Fengqing was arrested, and that the Lu family had offended the Lang family. Finally, in the room on the second floor of the innermost villa, her avatar went in through the wall and found Lu. It was just what was going on inside that made her, a 17-year-old girl, blush and heartbeat. That pose, that movement. She didn't even have time to think about anything else, so she hurried out of the room. You must know that although the avatar has no sense of touch, it has certain vision and hearing. Possessing others is just to increase her spiritual power, so that her real deity can grasp the movements of the possessed person in real time. If she is not possessed by others, after the avatar returns to the main body, she can also get what the avatar has seen and heard for a day. That feeling is like being there in person. The reason why Xiao Shiyu's body blushed was because although her avatar was not easy to be detected by others, possession was not the same as spying for information. When possessing another person for the first time, it needs to be done when the other person's willpower is weak. After the possession is successful, it will not be easy to be discovered by the other party. In other words, during the few days she was in Tanji's consciousness space, she could avoid such things in advance every time. The reason why she didn't avoid it today is because she never thought that Lu had just offended the Lang family, and he would actually want to make trouble with Xiao Manli. Isn't this guy worried about the behemoth of the Lang family? And it's not even dark yet. After hesitating outside the door for a moment, she still decided to go back first. Because the mental power of the two people inside is very strong, especially that man, who is simply terrifying. If it is forcibly possessed, it will be a trivial matter to be discovered by the other party, and it will not be worth the loss if it affects the future refuge plan. Then the scene just now happened. Then why is your face so red? Seeing Xiao Xiu's flushed face, the female teacher looked suspicious. Maybe I'm a little tired today. Xiao Xiu rubbed her temples and explained casually. Although she is only 17 years old, during this period of time she went out to explore the road independently, and she knows much more than ordinary people. Although this is the first time I've seen it, I've heard it countless times. So she quickly adjusted her mentality. Hearing Xiao Xiu's words, the female teacher didn't think too much about it. That's right, you've exhausted a lot today, so go to bed early, and I won't bother you. Well, okay. Xiao Xiu nodded slightly. Teacher Wang, go slowly. Okay. Seeing the female teacher close the door, Xiao Xiu subconsciously bit her lips. Because she found that her mind was full of scenes where the two of them changed positions. What's going on here? Is it the first time I saw it with my own eyes, so I can't forget it? By the way, the figures of the two of them seem to be pretty good. Baba. What are you thinking? Xiao Xiu scratched her hair a little irritably, and then subconsciously sniffed her hands. What a bad smell. Time to wash my hair again. But there is no water purifier in the base, so if you want to get water, you have to exchange food with other bases. This is a very cost-effective and very troublesome thing. Now I must determine the target of refuge as soon as possible, otherwise it will be too late to think about this issue after the supplies are exhausted. Right now, the supplies of the surrounding survivor teams are very scarce, and none of the leaders is a good person, and one or two are full of violence. It's hard to meet a normal one, and the strength is not very good. This guy named Liu looks quite normal, and the base has a lot of supplies, if I can prove my worth. Thinking of this, Xiao Xiu already had a plan in mind. Master, this is our material storage area. Early the next morning. With 4 subordinates, Li Zhong pointed to a large villa in front of him and said. Beside him are Liu, the 2 women, Liu Zifeng, Wu Jiang, and others. Due to the complicated situation in Shanghai, Liu was not in a hurry to deal with the Lang family. Instead, after getting up in the morning, he first got to know the situation of the base. At this time, following Li Zhong's hand and looking over, a dozen villas came into view. Several 5 to 6 meter high walls were expanded here to isolate this area. Inside, there is a sentry post at 10 steps, and a post at 5 steps, all of whom are strengtheners standing guard. These villas are all full. Due to rainy days, the underground garage is prone to damp, so the garage only stores some daily necessities that are not afraid of moisture. Other places are basically full. The living room and bedroom can be filled, that's amazing. Yes, after all, each villa is 200 to 300 square meters. How can you prepare so much? The materials for 2 of the villas were prepared in advance by us, and the rest of the materials were later organized to grab outside. The materials of several large supermarkets nearby are almost all here. Hee, yes, yes. Take me to have a look inside. Okay, come with me. Li Zhong nodded, and led Liu to check the stored materials. In these villas, the underground garages are full of daily necessities. Towels, toothbrushes, clothes, footwear, toothpaste, soap, etc. are a mess. In the room are edible oil, soybeans, rice, millet, sugar, flour, seasoning, chocolate, bread, ham sausage, mineral water, beverages, and various cans. The inventory of any villa is as exaggerated as the warehouse of a supermarket. Seeing this scene, Liu couldn't help admiring. No wonder even Tanji asked the Liu family for food. It turns out that the Liu family robbed so many things from one base. If he doesn't come back, Tanji will definitely use the Liu family as a cash machine in the future. After visiting the material storage area, Liu looked at other places in the base. Although this is only a survivor base of 1,000 people, a society has already formed inside. There is a distinct hierarchy among people. Ordinary people area, awakened area, manager area, weapon arsenal, medical department. Uncle Li, after watching the base, I want to stay alone. Okay, young master. On the side of the city wall, Liu suddenly spoke. Li Zhong didn't say much, and disappeared in front of him with the others. Not even one of the guards stayed behind. Soon, only Liu and 2 women remained on the entire city wall. Manly, you should go back first, I'll talk to Kikai about something. Okay. Without any hesitation, Jiao Manly nodded and turned to leave. Seeing the back of Jiao Manly leaving, Luo Kikai turned to look at Liu with a puzzled expression. What do you want to tell me? Do you know why I brought you to Shanghai this time? Do not know. Luo Kikai answered truthfully, and then directly asked, why? Because we know each other's secrets, but we haven't talked about them in detail, so I need you to express your opinion. You should understand what I mean, right? Liu was straightforward and didn't mean to beat around the bush. Before solving the Lang family, his relationship with Luo Kekai must be clarified. Luo Kekai is a smart person, how could she not understand? What's the use of just expressing your opinion? Luo Kekai said lightly, in this last world, everything you say is true, just like I promised you before, but you still don't believe it. We just met before, and we are not very familiar with each other, so even if you promised me 10 times, I think you are perfunctory, but now I want you to say it again. Are you serious? Of course. You already have so many women, why do you still want to provoke me? Because you are the daughter of destiny. Daughter of destiny? What do you mean? You can't say, you are the son of destiny, we are a match made in heaven, right? No, the son of destiny is Lang Tianlin. What? Chapter 296 Luo Kekai and number 039, S whole card. Lang Tianlin is the son of destiny. Looking at the handsome young man in front of him, and hearing what the other said, Luo Kekai couldn't react. She is a reborn person who has experienced the apocalypse for 10 years. In her previous life, she was abandoned by her father, framed by her younger sister, and deceived by Liu, a scumbag. When she was reborn in this life, she should have been as ruthless as Chu Feng. Those who had hurt her in the previous life were executed one by one. But it's normal for female protagonists to be a little indecisive. What's more, the current Liu is not the same person as the Liu in memory, no matter in character or strength. That's why she and Liu have come to the present. But what does Liu mean by this? She has experienced the apocalypse for 10 years, and she can't understand it at all? You mean to say, I am the daughter of destiny, Lang Tianlin is the son of destiny, and I and Lang Tianlin are a couple. Yes, according to the original trajectory of fate, it should end like this. Liu nodded slightly, without denying it, and snapped his fingers after saying this. Call. The whirlwind, used for sound insulation, swirled around the two of them again. What kind of people, what kind of words to say? Luo Kekai is a reborn person, and her fighting power and ability to accept are stronger than others. Although he has changed her fate and made her fall in love with him again. But the previous life hurt her too much, and if she wanted to pierce the window paper and make her willingly become her own woman, she had to find another way. How do you know this? What is the basis for saying that? Looking at the serious Liu, Luo Kekai was full of doubts. Of course, she wouldn't fully believe what the daughter of destiny said. But not only was he reborn, but Liu's situation was completely different from what he remembered. Therefore, no matter how much she did not believe it, she would not scoff at Liu's remarks. You have been reborn, what basis do you need? Luo Kekai retorted, being reborn doesn't mean I'm the daughter of destiny. Prophecy, understand? Liu said casually, you also know that I am not the original Liu, and the awakening ability is naturally different from the original Liu, and prophecy is just one of them. If my prediction is correct, the jade pendant around your neck should be your biggest trump card, right? Hearing Liu's words, Luo Kekai's complexion changed, and she subconsciously touched the ring-shaped jade pendant around her neck. The jade pendant was still there, which gave her a lot of peace of mind. Looking at Liu again, there was a trace of complexity in his eyes. What else do you know? In your previous life, you shouldn't have so many abilities. The reason why you have so many abilities now is because of your jade pendant. It not only comes with an independent space, allowing you to hide in when you encounter danger, but also allows you to plant spiritual herbs, take spiritual baths, and drink spiritual springs in it. Luo Kekai. Liu's words made Luo Kekai's brain become chaotic. Because her situation is exactly the same as what Liu said. Does this guy really know everything? How could this be? Did he really awaken the prophecy? Are you really the one? Seeing Luo Kekai's expression, Liu raised a smile on the corner of his mouth. He didn't speak anymore, just waiting for Luo Kekai's answer. Although the villain's eyes can't see Luo Kekai's complete plot, but they can see the role of Luo Kekai Jade Pendant, just knowing this is completely enough. After an unknown amount of time, Luo Kekai finally sorted out her thoughts. After taking a deep breath, he looked at Liu again. It seems that I have no secrets in front of you. It's not the least about your past life, I still don't know a lot. Well, even if what you said is true, what does it matter if I agree to you or not? Luo Kekai was a little puzzled, looking at the current situation, it's impossible for Lang Tianlin and I to get together. If you want to deal with him, I won't stop you. In the future I see, if you can't be my woman, I have to kill you, otherwise I will die. Is there such a thing? Whether you believe it or not, I believe it anyway. That's fine. I've finished what I have to say now. Just give me an answer. Luo Kekai. In order to avoid some worries, Liu directly had a showdown with Luo Kekai. Although he has already received Luo Kekai's reward as the heroine, Luo Kekai is after all a protagonist level combat power. Of course, Luoyu would not waste the opportunity to take it for his own use. Would Luo Kekai refuse? Obviously not. In her previous life, she was able to fall in love with Luoyu after so many years of apocalypse. It proves that Luoyu's appearance is based on her aesthetic point. In addition to this life, Luoyu gave her so much help. Why does she refuse? So the cooperation between the time-traveling man and the reborn woman officially began from this moment. Luo Kekai told Luoyu her experiences in her previous life without reservation. In addition to the grievances between her and her father, sister, and Luoyu, there is also the question of how to improve her strength. Humans need a lot of crystal nuclei to strengthen their bodies, but what if the level of monsters outside is not enough? Normal awakened people will strengthen their fighting skills through training. Awakened ones who already possess strong fighting abilities will train a large number of subordinates. At the same time, use spies to find the location of the secret realm. Luoyu is probably very clear about these methods. However, Luo Kekai told Luoyu 2 methods that he didn't know about. 1. Eat the meat of mutant beasts. 2. Refining pills. Needless to say, eating the meat of mutant beasts is the method most awakened people use. Although the speed of improvement is not as good as that of the crystal nucleus, it is long-lasting, stable and low risk. Refining pills is a little more troublesome. Not only do you need a lot of spiritual herbs that only appeared after the end of the world, but you also need a powerful alchemist. You mean, you have mature spiritual grass now, but you haven't found your own alchemist. After listening to Luo Kekai's narration, Luoyu came to a conclusion. It seems that this butterfly has affected her again? If it wasn't for herself, wouldn't the Lang family's resources be used by her? Not bad. Luo Kekai nodded. Although there is a pharmacist in the Nanchi military, that pharmacist is too busy refining healing medicines for the military every day, and has no time to refine other medicines. That's it. Luoyu touched his chin. Okay, I know. Let's go. Where are you going? South of the city. How to get to? What do you say? Seeing Luoyu floating in the air, Luo Kekai was taken aback for a moment, then bit her lip. Because she can't fly yet, if the two of them fly over, there will definitely be physical contact. But after thinking about it, I already agreed to him just now, so it doesn't matter if there is physical contact? Thinking of this, she put her delicate body, which was as light as a swallow, on Luoyu's back. You are so small. Luo Kekai's anger value +9. Is there a B? Luo Kekai's anger value +99. You fart, my mother is D, it's D. D. Why didn't I feel it? Wrap your chest, haven't you heard of wrapping your chest? Haven't heard that let me learn a lot tonight? You don't tell me. Ha 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 ha. On the other side, in the south of the Magic City, the Lang family base. What? Uncle Qing didn't come back all night? Yes, ma'am. After hearing the news reported by his subordinates, Nangang Ling suddenly felt bad. Although when she gave the order yesterday, it was getting dark. But Feng Qing is an owl, how could there be a situation where he doesn't return at night? So the only explanation now is that Feng Qing was killed? Bastard, this Liu Mingyuan is looking for death. A flash of anger flashed across Nangang Ling's brows, decree that all survivors open a passage to the Menjiangsuan villa in the north of the city. Those who participate in the opening of the channel will double the daily living supplies. Yes, ma'am. The subordinate left respectfully. Nangang Ling clenched her fist, gnashing her teeth with hatred. Liu Mingyuan, let's wait and see. The situation in Magic City is complicated. A large number of monsters can often be seen on the streets now. Therefore, if you want to pass a large-scale massacre from the ground, you need a large number of survivors to help open the way. It's just that Nangang Ling never thought of it. Just when she was about to send the big troops to trouble Liu Mingyuan, Luoyu and Luo Kekai had already appeared on the edge of his sphere of influence. Chapter 297 Mrs. Nangang, hello. Kong Zhet, male, is in his 30s. The ability to awaken is a shape-shifting lizard. Wearing scale armor, with poisonous claws. He has a friend and colleague named Xiao Jianbing. When the end of the world came, he and Xiao Jianbing hid in a survivor base. Later, the two followed the team out to look for food, and encountered a large wave of ferocious bone-eaters. On the way to escape, all team members including Xiao Jianbing died. He was the only one left. Relying on his awakening ability, he escaped to a self-service bank and escaped the catastrophe. He was trapped in the self-service bank for 2 days, and a survivor team formed by a group of students stopped by and rescued him. Later, he followed the group of students back to the school library base and became one of the managers of the group of students. An outsider actually became one of the managers of this base? It's unbelievable, but it's true. Because in this survivor base, not only are there no 2 powerful awakeners, but also a little girl who is very important to the team knows him. When the team searched for materials and was in distress, he rescued everyone with his strong strength and was recognized by the group of young survivors. As time went on, food at the base became scarce, and the team was facing life and death. They need to make a choice immediately, should they continue like this and wait to die, or find a base to take refuge in. In the end, the result of everyone's discussion was very clear. Although you will lose your freedom if you go to other people's bases, your life will be guaranteed anyway. So everyone agrees that finding a base is more appropriate. Since they are all going to rely on others, why can't they listen to my opinion? Are you still a manager? Thinking of this, Kang Zhe felt resentful. I have protected them for so long, no matter the credit, there is hard work. As a result, neither of them took their own words to heart. Hey, Brother Kang, why are you free to come to our side today? Don't you need to take your group of children out to search for supplies? Inside the iron gate of the next neighborhood, a playful voice interrupted his contemplation. Kang Zhe came back to his senses, looked at the man in front of him, and curled his lips subconsciously. Search for the fart. Where are there other supplies in these safe places around? Hey! What are you doing? It smells so good. With a gust of wind blowing, Kang Zhe quickly sniffed his nose, and a smell of roasted meat with cumin came into his breath. Is it roasting meat? He, as expected of Brother Kang, you can smell it from such a distance. Hey, it seems that I came at the right time. Hurry up and let me go in and have a taste. Smelling the smell of cumin roast meat, Kang Zhe almost drools. After the end of the world, there are not many animals that can be eaten. Occasionally, I come across one or two edible ones, which taste very fishy and smelly. It's useless to deal with it. At this time, the aroma of the barbecue is similar to the cumin beef skewers before the end of the world. Just smelling it can make people want to stop. But hearing Kang Zhe's words, the man guarding the gate was indifferent. Sorry, you are not a member of our base yet, so you cannot enjoy our base's delicacies. Hey, aren't you a bit mean? Kang Zhe was a little displeased. At any rate, I have a little friendship with your boss, why don't you let me in to eat some barbecue in advance? No. The man categorically refused. Our boss has said that people who are not from our base will not be accepted. You. Kang Zhe pointed at the other party, hesitated to speak, and finally had no choice but to put down his hand. Okay, can I join your base by bringing the people from the base here? Of course. Promise me as a manager, does it count? Forget it, you must. Our boss has always kept his promises, and your people will always be your people. If someone is disobedient, we can help you discipline them. All we want is the ability of that little girl. Okay, that's it. If they are not kind, don't blame yourself for being unrighteous. If I go to someone else's base, I can't get anything. When I come to this base, I can rely on that little girl to be a manager. Thinking of this, Kang Zhe made up his mind and immediately made up his mind. But just as he was swallowing his saliva and was about to leave the community and go back to the school library, two figures suddenly appeared in the distant sky. A handsome man carrying a beautiful woman on his back. Seeing this scene, Kang Zhe looked envious. Tisk tisk, I really envy these guys who have awakened the ability to fly. The man in the iron gate of the community behind him couldn't help admiring. Who said no? Gone. Brother Kang, go slowly. Seeing the back of Kang Zhe leaving, the man inside the iron gate raised a playful smile. At this time, Kang Zhe had no idea that his whereabouts had been exposed in front of that soul clone. Uncle Kang? Why is he here? Forget it, let's follow them first. Looking down at Kang Zhe outside the gate of the community, Xiao Xiu looked puzzled. But at this time, she didn't have time to think too much, and quickly followed the two young figures and flew towards the south of the city. This guy, not only has a few powerful pets, but also awakened the ability to fly, kind of weird. But what made her even more curious was, what did these two people do in the south of the city? In the south of Moda City, a large base of 10 people. It is not as large as the military in Nanchang, but it is definitely unique in Shanghai. This is not how strong their strong men are, but that they have enough strong men. Coming to live in this base, not only do you not need to pay any protection fees, but you can also help the base work and earn a certain amount of living supplies. This way of living is a kind of luck for most awakened people. Night. The candle light of countless lanterns illuminated the entire survivor base. A crescent moon hangs in the sky, and through the half-open window, the pervasive and quiet moonlight shines on the soft bed in the bedroom. A middle-aged beautiful young woman was lying on the side of the soft bed, the skin under the white gauze nightdress could be broken by blows. A layer of silky xia was casually placed on Mioman's mature body, sketching a graceful arc. At this time, the glamorous young woman was fast asleep, her small breathing was inaudible, and there was a slight smile on the corner of her mouth, as if she had encountered something extremely happy in her dream. Boom! There was a sudden loud noise, which was particularly ear-piercing at the survivor's base at night. At the same time, it also woke up the beautiful woman in her sleep. She sat up, looking a little displeased, but she still tightened her white gauze nightgown and came to the balcony on the third floor of the villa. A burst of shouting came into her ears. There are assassins! Quick, stop him quickly! Hey, there are assassins who dare to come here to assassinate! They are looking for death! Kill him! Fuck, why is this assassin so powerful? My mother, I'm too strong. There are so many abilities. No, I can't stand it anymore. Hearing these shouts, the beautiful woman couldn't help but frown. Just in time, I saw a vigorous old man rushing from a distance. Uncle, what's going on outside? There seems to be an assassin? I'll go and see. The old man is the uncle of the beautiful woman. Compared to Lu Minjiyuan's housekeeper, Li Zhong, he is stronger but not weaker. And his speed is also extremely fast. After saying this sentence, he has already disappeared in front of the beautiful woman. There were more than a dozen guards from the base who left with him. There are many guards in this villa. These dozen or so guards are only half of them. So there is no need to worry about the safety of the villa. Seeing her uncle taking people there, the beautiful woman stopped asking, and was going back to her room to continue sleeping. It's just that the moment she turned around, the whole person became vigilant. Turn around quickly to block. Boom. Under the cover of the night, a black shadow suddenly ran towards her. So fast. The beautiful woman clenched her teeth. The opponent's impact force is very strong. Even if she used supernatural powers to defend, she was knocked out by the opponent. She didn't react slowly, and she just flipped while still in the air. The white jade feet made a side lunge and landed firmly in the center of the living room with one hand grasping the ground. But the other party can not only see things in the dark, but also at an extremely fast speed. Especially after landing, she was not given time to react at all. Bang bang bang! The two sides had only fought for a few rounds before she was strangled by someone who came, and her hands and feet were also suppressed by an invisible force. A young joking voice followed, Mrs. Nangang, how are you? Chapter 298 Let and number 039, S make a deal. Mind power can be used to fly, but it is not a professional flying skill after all. So the flying speed is not particularly fast. However, with Lu's current jumping ability and the wind attribute ability, the result is completely different. After Lu finished chatting with Luo Kekai in the morning, he took her directly to Leng's base. Lu's mother, Zhang Luo, is a psychic. This ability is not used for attack, but for hypnosis. With her help interrogating Feng Qing, it was very easy for Lu to know the general information about the base. So he took Luo Kekai away from the guards and sentries of the Leng family, and landed to the edge of the base ahead of time. Taking advantage of the loophole in the base's income, he successfully sneaked in. Needless to say, things after mixing in. Find the location of Nangang Ling first, and after recording it, come to visit again late at night. Although Luo Kekai's combat power is not as good as Lu's, she has the jade pendant space to help her avoid danger. Unless the Leng family has someone capable of crushing her, the chances of catching her are almost zero. So Lu asked her to help divert the attention of the guards, and came to catch the thief and the king himself. Lu is not an assassin, so he can't be silent. But for him now, it doesn't matter whether he can perform a perfect assassination or not. Who are you? Why did you come to assassinate me? Sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Lu's body and the powerful force coming from his neck, Nangang Ling's eyes flashed with fear. After the end of the world, although some supernatural beings have awakened the ability to fly, but most of the ability users who can fly are not very powerful. This is true whether it is mind power, wind power, or birds with wings. Even if she occasionally meets one or two who can fly and fight, it is absolutely impossible for her to be Nangang Ling's opponent. As long as you can hold it for a moment, other guards can rush in and chop each other into meat paste. But now, the quiet and bright eyes fell on Lu's face, but he couldn't see it clearly because of the light. Madam is really forgetful. The corner of Lu's mouth raised an evil smile. Didn't you send someone last night to ask me to come over to apologize to your son? Why did you forget it so quickly? Lu? Are you Lu? Being strangled by Lu, Nangang Ling felt extremely uncomfortable, but the horror in her eyes was undisguised. Not only is this guy terrifying in combat power, but he can actually fly? Yes, it's a pity. Lu smiled coldly, and slowly closed his 5 fingers towards the center of the claw, increasing his strength little by little. Slowly experiencing the feeling of death is definitely more painful than dying directly. Sensing the murderous intent coming from the other party, Nangang Ling quickly spoke before she had time to think. Don't kill me. Kill me, you will be in trouble. Oh. The conflict between us can be alleviated, but if you kill me, you will become a deadly enemy with the Leng family. Although you may not care about it, one more enemy is always a trouble. He. Hearing Nangang Ling's words, Liu couldn't help laughing, and subconsciously let go of his hands. Madam is worthy of being the richest man's wife? Even this adaptability is stronger than ordinary women. You're right. Killing you will indeed make things more troublesome, but the premise is that you won't cause me more trouble when you're alive. Don't worry, I promise. No matter in which era, the richer and more powerful people are, the more afraid of death they are. Nangongling is no exception. Liu's strength was beyond imagination, so she had to compromise with Liu first. But just when she wanted to continue persuading and seeking a chance of life from Liu, there was a commotion outside and downstairs of the villa. Are you sure you heard the fighting? You can't hear me wrong. This way, this way. You guys come with me. Inside and outside the villa, the sound of alarms and footsteps came and went. Lang Aotian is not only the richest man in Xia Kingdom, but also the leader of this base. He has the figure and appearance of a domineering president, with sword eyebrows and star eyes, and a tall and straight figure. Yan Qiaobin and Qin Zheng belong to the same type of man. But he has a very bloody rich love drama. The relationship between him and Nangongling is very special. Before getting married, Lang Aotian had a woman he liked. It was for the prosperity of the family that she married Nangongling. According to the usual practice, the relationship between the two is naturally impossible to be good. Not long after Lang Tianlin was pregnant, they began to sleep in separate rooms. This point is more than 20 years. During this period, of course Lang Aotian will have some lovers and illegitimate children. After Nangongling found out, no matter what method she used, she would make these women leave Lang Aotian. As a result, the relationship between the two became worse and worse. However, in order to maintain the relationship between the two families, they seem to have no contradictions on the surface. Tonight, Lang Aotian was thinking about the future of the base in the room next to Nangongling. The sound of fighting from Nangongling's side attracted his attention. Although he doesn't like his first wife, the other party not only maintains absolute loyalty to him for the sake of the family, but also works hard for so many years. There is no credit or hard work. What's more, if something happened to Nangongling, Lang Aotian would lose face too. So, without thinking too much, he got dressed and came over. There were several bodyguards and his son Lang Tianlin who appeared in the corridor together. Lang Aotian didn't have time to think too much, and gave the others a wink. Lang Tianlin threw out a silver hook sickle gun and followed behind Lang Aotian. His silver hook sickle gun is a weapon that the Lang family got from a secret realm. Although its power is not as powerful as the Liquan Divine Spear, it can still be regarded as a silver-grade weapon. Boom boom boom. Mom, are you okay? Lang Tianlin knocked on the door cautiously and asked, but there was no response from inside. Mom. I'm fine, what's going on outside? I heard it's noisy outside. Nangongling's voice is quite normal, but Lang Aotian and his group may have perception-type supernatural powers. He shook his head towards Lang Aotian, and Lang Aotian immediately warned everyone to be alert. At this moment, a strange yet familiar young voice sounded. Is Mr. Lang here? Just in time, let's come in and have a chat. Click, the door suddenly opened automatically. Lang Aotian's complexion changed, and he led the crowd in one file at a time. A large number of lanterns, night pearls, and fluorescent sticks illuminate the inside. In the room at this time, the sofa that was supposed to be on the opposite side of the bedroom was changed to a position next to the balcony. A handsome young man was sitting on the sofa, looking at them with his legs crossed leisurely. Nangongling had already put on a beige windbreaker and was standing in front of him on the right. Although the young man no longer controlled her, she no longer dared to move a bit. Seeing this scene, the bodyguards quickly became alert. Lang Tianlin was also dumbfounded. Liu. Hearing this name, Lang Aotian reacted quickly. Are you Liu? Like a fake replacement? How did you get in? I can't tell you that. Bastard, let go of my mother. Lang Tianlin clenched the spear in his hand and shouted angrily. No matter how rebellious the domineering president himself is, he still can't stand his mother being controlled. Is it just Liu Niao? Not birds at all. Let go of your mother. Liu was stunned for a moment, a little funny. Did I let her go? Did you ask her if she dared to leave? Mr. Lang, your son is a bit out of his mind. You. Lang Tianlin clenched his teeth and wanted to get angry, but Lang Aotian stopped him in time. Boy from the Liu family, just say what you want to do, don't beat around the bush. Hehe, it's always refreshing to be cold. Liu smiled even more, but you don't want to talk to me about this in front of so many people, do you? Hearing Liu's words, Lang Aotian really gestured towards the others. You go out first. Mr. Lang. The subordinates were a little worried. Lang Aotian's voice was cold. Go out. Yes. The subordinate had no choice but to leave all the lighting tools in the room, and left the door respectfully. Soon there were only Liu and Lang Aotian's family of 3 left in the room. Tell me, what do you want to do? Mr. Ling, let's make a deal. What deal? You are my younger brother, how about I don't kill you? What? You swear allegiance to me, and I will spare your life. Of course, you can also choose to refuse or resist, but before refusing and resisting, I hope you will consider the consequences of doing so. I can easily come in today, and I can still do it tomorrow. I can let you go today, but tomorrow, not necessarily. Chapter 299. Threats, outright threats. If you don't become my little brother, I will kill you. This is what Liu expressed in this sentence. It was also Liu who had already thought of countermeasures before coming to this base. All the Zixi in the world are benefited. It's easy to destroy the Lang family, but after destroying the Lang family, I won't get any benefit, so what's the point of destroying them? Therefore, if the other party is willing to cooperate, let yourself get more benefits. It's not a bad idea to keep them alive. Is it just that Lang Aotian will compromise so easily? Obviously not. Being your little brother? Kid from the Lu family, do you know what you're talking about? Lang Aotian couldn't help but feel a little funny. Even your father Lu Mingyuan has to call me President Lang when he sees me. You want me to be your little brother? My father called you Mr. Lang, that was in the past. Now is the end of the world. Liu retorted unhurriedly, Mr. Lang has experienced such a long period of apocalypse, so he doesn't understand the principle of strength is the most respected. You mean, your Liu family is stronger than our Lang family? Lang Aotian said disdainfully. Although there are 10 people in this base, not everyone will work for their Lang family. But the number of combat-type awakened people who can listen to them is already more than the entire base of the Lu family. What does the Lu family play with? Liu didn't care, it's not that our Lu family is stronger than the Lang family, but that I am stronger than your Lang family. You. If Mr. Lang doesn't believe it, you can let those people from your family come in and try it now. A cruel smile rose from the corner of Liu's mouth, try. Can I kill them all? You are a madman. Wrong. Liu corrected again, according to your logic, even if I am a madman, I am still a powerful madman. Remember, strength is the key. Give me your answer, Mr. Ling. I still have a lot of things to do, and I don't have much time to play here with you. Seeing that Liu was so confident, Lang Aotian's face was uncertain. According to the normal way of thinking, he can call someone in to take Liu now. With the strength of their family of 3, it should be possible to persist until other guards come in. But just as Liu said, refusing and resisting are equivalent to fighting each other to the death. Whether he can bear the consequences is a question he needs to consider. Since the other party made this request, there must be treasures that can bind them. This point Lang Aotian can still figure it out. But what he wasn't sure about was how strong Liu was. If he wasn't strong enough, he surrendered, wouldn't that make someone else laugh out loud? Even if the other party is strong enough, wouldn't he be inferior to others? Dad. Seeing his father hesitate, Lang Tianlin's hand holding the silver gun trembled. Because he felt strong confidence and killing intent in Liu. This feeling was the same as when he saw Liu massacre those awakened in the secret realm. Cold, terrifying, and chilling. Promise him, or we will really die. What? Sensing the fear in his son, Lang Aotian was dumbfounded. Fear, no confidence. It was the first time for him to see so many negative emotions on his son. You know, what kind of person Lang Tianlin was before. Arrogant, rebellious, defiant. After returning to the base, the resources of the base were used. Under such circumstances, why is he still so afraid of the other party? Tianlin is right, let's survive first. Nangongling bit her lip, and said a word of persuasion with an expression of unwillingness. Although she is also very unwilling to submit to Liu, but the current situation is that if she does not submit, she will die. You know, she is also a powerful dual-line ability user. Ability, Shinik Warrior. Physical strength, Golden Elementary. That's right. Her abilities are the same as Lu Ruobing's, she is a psychic warrior. It's just that she doesn't have Lu Ruobing's other skills and weapons. With this kind of power, combined with the enhanced resources obtained after the end of the world, the overall strength is not only the top of the base, but at least it can be ranked in the top dash of the base. With her current level, how long has she persisted in front of Liu? Less than 15 seconds. This was due to the poor lighting in the room, Liu didn't use a weapon, and she had psychic defense. Although she couldn't understand how Liu broke the monster level limit and strengthened it to the present level. But the short fight also made her understand that Liu's strength is not in the same dimension as theirs. Elementary Gold, 250 HP. Dark Gold Advanced, 510 HP. After Liu got the heroine reward from Luokikai, he got 520 life attributes. The vitality alone has more than doubled, not to mention the crushing of other abilities, weapons, and fighting skills. What are they fighting with? Xiaoling, even you. Hearing Nangongling's words, Lang Aotianxia consciously pulled his fist. Just now when Nangongling stood in front of the opponent and didn't dare to move, he had a preliminary understanding of Lu's strength. But now that Nangongling said it himself, he still couldn't believe it. Is Lu really so strong that so many masters of the Lang family can't compete? This time we admit it. Nangongling ignored the two of them, and looked at Lu, but both the Nangong family and the Lang family value dignity more than life. You want us to bow down to you? Sorry. We can't do it. Oh. Lu narrowed his eyes, what does that lady mean? This base can be given to you, and we can guarantee that we will never be enemies with you again, but you must let all of our Lang family leave this base safely. No. Lu directly vetoed it, what I'm looking at is the power of your two families. If you leave, what's the use of having an empty shell base? Then you are forcing us to die. The fish died and the net broke? Hehe, are you sure that after the fish dies, the net will definitely break? Lu couldn't help but smiled, but since you have said so, I don't mind taking a step back. How about this, you are still the leaders of the base, but you must promise not to be an enemy of my Lu family. This is a must, and if I need to use you in the future, you must also unconditionally support it. That is to say, we have changed from a superior subordinate relationship to an ordinary master-slave ally relationship. If you still don't agree to this, then I have nothing to do. This. Okay. We promise you. Lang Aotian was still thinking about it, but Nangongling agreed directly. Because only after experiencing the opponent's strength, can one know what terror is. The opponent is so strong and willing to retreat, they have no reason not to agree. Tisk tisk, talking to smart people saves effort. The corner of Lu's mouth raised, and he took out the oath contract. Come on, swear to each of you. Seeing this scene, the three of Lang Aotian were not surprised. After all, they had already guessed that Lu had such treasures on him. Now that an agreement has been reached, it is not normal for Lu to take out treasures to restrain them. But Xiao Xiu, who was hiding in the dark, was dumbfounded. My god, he solved the leader of a base of 10 people by himself. Chapter 300 Never break your promise. Looking at the bedroom of the villa in front of him, Lu signed an unequal master-slave covenant with the members of the Lang family. Xiao Xiu really felt that his brain was short-circuited. Although her avatar has a certain distance from the main body, the distance is already very far. And it will increase as her strength increases. Naturally, the base on Lang Aotian's side cannot escape her detection. The top experts in this base may not be the strongest in the Demon City, but the number of experts and survivors is definitely the largest in the entire Demon City. Each of these managers in their base is a real master. Want to assassinate their leader, even if the strongest assassin in the capital comes, it is impossible to do it. But now Lu actually invaded their base camp with the help of a woman? What's the situation? No, I have to bring this news back quickly, otherwise I will be in trouble if there is an accident. After Xiao Xiu finished speaking, she quickly floated out of Nangongling's room. She also wanted to come here to join the base of Leng's family before, but it was too far away from her school. And this base is full of talents. If she is not reused here, she is very likely to be bullied by other survivors. In this large base full of dragons and snakes, there is absolutely no way to appeal after being bullied. So she can only give up this idea. Seeing Lu's performance now, she, who was still hesitating to compare, immediately made a decision in her heart. This Lu seems to have come back to the Magic City from other places, and he should enter the development stage next. Taking refuge in him, not only does he have the opportunity to be reused, but it is also equivalent to taking refuge in this large base of 10 people. On the other side, Lu was in a good mood after solving the Lang family. But there was one thing that made him curious. That is, how did the Lang family know that he was Lu Minjiayuan's son? According to common sense, no one from Lang's family has ever seen him. How could he find trouble with Lu Mingyuan just because he bullied Lang Tianlin? And as soon as I returned to the magic capital, they sent someone to look for me. Is it deliberate, or is it a coincidence? When Lu asked this question to Nangongling, Nangongling's answer was, coincidence. But it also let him know an unexpected person. Peng Qin? Who is it? I met a woman on the way back who claimed to be a god. Lang Tianlin said, she told us that you are Lu Minjiayuan's son. Is that so? After listening to Lang Tianlin's words, Lu was confused. When did I offend a woman named Peng Qin? Could it be that among the people I killed before, there were her relatives? Where is she now? Leave. Lang Tianlin didn't hide anything, we don't know exactly where she went, but she should come back to find me. After all, the signal she gave me is that she wants to cooperate with us. Lu nodded thoughtfully, okay, when she comes back, don't disturb her for the time being, I just want to see what this woman wants to do. Sure, no problem. That's it, I'll go first. Walk slowly. Liu nodded, got up and opened the door. Under the vigilant eyes of all the bodyguards, he left the Lang family base villa. He didn't kill Lang Tianlin. Because in Luo Kikai's script, although Lang Tianlin is a hero, this hero is different from other male protagonists in male scripts. There is no reward for Liu killing him. The real kill rewards and heroine rewards are all on Luo Kikai alone. So it doesn't matter whether you kill Lang Tianlin or not. As long as she can turn Luo Kikai into her own woman again, her plot line will naturally collapse. I have to say, Luo Kikai is still very powerful. Facing the siege of the Lang family, not only successfully attracted the firepower for himself, but also delayed a lot of time. After Liu finished solving the matter of Lang's family and came out, it was a mess outside, and she also disappeared. The strong Lang family was still searching for her traces, and was forcibly called back by Lang Aotian's order. Liu found her at the location agreed by the two in advance. This is an abandoned old community not far from the base. There was no one inside. There are shattered glass residues everywhere, as well as traces corroded by monster slime. There are not many rooms with intact defenses. Luo Kikai cleaned one of them casually, and sealed the windows with waste cardboard and newspapers. A candle was lit inside. The faint candle light flickered gently, bringing the shadows of the two people to swing left and right on the wall. Is the matter settled? Okay. Can I go back tonight? It's okay to concentrate, but it's not necessary. After closing the door, Liu stretched, and pulled Luo Kikai into his arms. What are you doing? Check to see if you are injured. Luo Kikai, dot. Hearing Liu's words, Luo Kikai's first reaction was to not believe it. But seeing the other party's serious face, she didn't resist. Tisk tisk, as expected of the daughter of destiny, how can she still escape unscathed under such circumstances? You don't come here, if I didn't run fast, I probably would have confessed there long ago. Don't worry. Liu hooked the opponent's chin with a smile, in your life, you never die so easily. What do you want to do? Check to see if you have AD. Don't. Luo Kikai grabbed Liu's hand, since I promised to be your woman, I will never break my promise, but I don't want to be so hasty the first time. First time? Liu was stunned, you still have the first time. Of course there is. In this life. Don't worry about it, it's there anyway. Liu, dot. Well, Liu didn't get what he wanted tonight. But he doesn't lack women now, so it doesn't matter if he endures for a night. Silent all night. Early the next morning, Liu took Luo Kikai back to the villa base in the north of the city. After dealing with the matter of Lang's family, Liu solved a problem. As for Peng Qin, it's not in his consideration right now. In the next few days, Liu began to help Liu Mingyuan build the base defense facilities without distraction. According to Luo Kikai's words, the current monsters appear one after another. In cities with a large population, the number of monsters will always be kept within a controllable range. It will also be safer than rural areas and towns. But as time goes by, the number of monsters in the wilderness will increase. This situation will continue until about the 6th month of the last days. At that time, there will be a large-scale fluctuation in the space of the Earth. This time around, not only will there be a large number of high-level monsters. The monsters in the wild will also launch a large-scale beast tide because of this space fluctuation. To survive this beast horde, a large number of weapons and defense facilities, as well as enough awakeners are needed. 3 days later, in the morning of Lu's villa. The number of survivors in a base is not as high as possible. After all, the population is too large, and the food consumption will be faster, and the loyalty of others cannot be guaranteed. We only need enough people to help survive this wave of beasts. I know this too. Liu said lightly, general bases accommodate a large number of awakened people, just to prevent them from being robbed and annexed by other bases. I don't lack this now. It's good that you know, but we still need a lot of thermal weapons. In the face of such a beast tide, the military's thermal weapons are still very useful. Well, I know what to do next. Boom boom boom. There was a knock on the door of the room. Liu. Manly? What's the matter? There is news from the gate guard that 2 men and 2 women have come to the gate of the base, threatening to see you subscribe to Chinese novel audio wave. Thank you.